Chapter 3482. Is it that 4 swords in one move again? Looks like he doesn't have much ability left. When the crowd saw Ling Xiao summon his treasured sword again, they couldn't help feeling disdain. One had to know that he had already suffered a loss when facing King Zhong's second move. Facing the third move, he actually used the same move to block it. Wasn't this purely courting death? Exhausting one's abilities, this was the situation. But, a genius of a generation can't compete with the resources of a large faction. There were also people who sighed for Ling Xiao. After all, King Zhong's current strength was mostly due to Neptune's fury and the exquisite twin rings. Kill him. King Zhong stood up excitedly and roared. Among all of them, his hatred for Ling Xiao was probably the greatest. After all, he only had one son, and that son who could inherit him was killed by Ling Xiao and Long Chen. Chimph, Dragon Shark, do you see that? Your new master is about to die. Come back. Dragon Mother coldly snorted and looked at Dragon Shark King. Even if he dies, I'm still his brother. There's no need to say any more. I've already returned a life to you. This life belongs to Ling Xiao. If he dies, I'll take revenge for him, Dragon Shark King coldly said. Idiot. Dragon Mother choked with anger. However, when she thought that Ling Xiao was about to die, her mood was still quite good. However, no one noticed that Ling Xiao had no intention of jumping off the stage to admit defeat. His expression was as calm as ever. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Although Prince Qian died, an even more powerful King Zhong appeared. If his cultivation improves, he only needs to reach the 3rd level of the reincarnation divine realm. I believe that even Dragon Mother, Darkfrost, and I won't be his match. Sigh, the Heavenly Emperor dynasty truly has a deep foundation. I can't help but admire them. The leader of the Avenging Alliance sighed. King Zhong's performance could be said to have made him feel a huge threat. If it wasn't for the chance to enter the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum, he wouldn't cooperate with King Zhong. Keeping such a person alive was the biggest problem. Everyone said that Prince Zhong was the #1 genius of the Western regions 20 years ago, but in his opinion, Prince Zhong could be said to be the #1 genius of the Western regions in the last 100 years. If he continued to grow, there would be hope for the revival of the Heavenly Emperor dynasty in the future. Most likely, the entire Western region would be under his rule. Spear God's wrath, annihilating the world. As expected, it was extremely overbearing. That unstoppable, world-destroying aura even made people feel like doomsday had arrived for a moment. Many people were trembling with fear. I didn't think that there would be such a genius in the Western regions. This Prince Zhong can be roped in. Becoming this lord's subordinate shouldn't be a problem. The owner of the God and Devil Order knew that Ling Xiao was disobedient, but this King Zhong could be roped in. He believed that Prince Zhong's future was definitely brighter than his 3 strongest subordinates. But why? The God-fiend confused his master. Why was there no trace of fear on Ling Xiao's face? Not a trace of panic could be seen. Could it be that this person had no such feelings as fear? He didn't believe it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the 4 swords were already in the air. The Fire Supreme Sword was incomparably hot. Supreme Ice Sword, cold and murderous. Supreme Spirit Sword, mysterious and dangerous. Exquisite Sword, outstanding like an immortal. The 4 swords were flickering with 4 different kinds of light. But this didn't cause people to be surprised. Because people had already seen this move several times. Although it was powerful, it was still very powerful. Although it was powerful, it was definitely not a match for Prince Zhong's last move. Whoosh. Suddenly, the 5th sword was in the air. Supreme Snake Sword was extremely poisonous. The 5 swords reflected each other's brilliance in the air and then quickly rotated, gradually fusing into one. It turned into a huge 5-colored sword beam. The power of this sword beam was much stronger than the 4 sword beams, reaching 25 times the attack power. And the 4 sword beams were only 20 times the attack power. 5 times the basic attack power, in a battle between 2 strong people, was an absolute huge advantage. In addition to the Supreme Snake Sword's characteristics, this 5-colored sword beam was terrifyingly poisonous. It could even catch the enemy off guard. What's going on? Why are there 5 swords? Aren't there only 4 swords? I feel that there's something wrong with this power. It seems to be much stronger than before. Impossible. This guy must be bluffing. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, Ling Xiao had already released his attack. Supreme Fire Blazing Sky Sword Art. Supreme Ice Cold Sky Sword Art. Supreme Spirit Sky Sword Art. Supreme Snake Venomous Sky Sword Art. Exquisite Celestial Sword Art. 5 swords in one. The 5 sword beams fused into one and turned into 5 colored sword beams, colliding with Prince Zhong's attack. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with smoke and dust, blocking everyone's eyes. They could only hear the arena crumbling. But they didn't know how the battle was going. Many people thought that Ling Xiao was bluffing. But there were also many people who believed that Ling Xiao had an even stronger fusion skill. After all, if 4 swords could fuse, why couldn't 5 swords? Now, the God Devil Order owner, Dragon Mother, Revenge Alliance leader, and Heavenly King suddenly understood why Ling Xiao had proposed such a condition previously. Perhaps the meteorite iron and sea soul jade were also the key to cultivating a sword technique. At this moment, they were regretting. They regretted giving Ling Xiao such a good item. Rumble. In the smoke and dust, Neptune's fury kept retreating, and the spear intent kept weakening. The power of 5 swords in one was simply too terrifying. This made Prince Zhong's expression extremely ugly. As for the audience, they were anxiously stomping their feet because they couldn't see the battle situation. The power of these 2 people's attacks was simply too terrifying. Impossible. How is this possible? Prince Zhong was completely flustered. The Heavenly King Sword ART's second move had gained an advantage, which made him full of confidence. The power of the third move was at least 2 times stronger. So, he thought that he could easily defeat Ling Xiao and even kill Ling Xiao. But how could he have expected that Ling Xiao actually had such a terrifying attack hidden? At your wit's end? How stupid. Ling Xiao is so confident in one-on-one combat. How could he not have any trump cards? How could he be exhausted? I have miscalculated. Even though he knew that he had miscalculated, Prince Zhong couldn't accept such a failure. He desperately channeled his true essence, hoping to block Ling Xiao's attack. Rumble. There was another loud sound, and Neptune's fury retreated again. And the spear intent had almost completely dissipated. No. Prince Zhong screamed as his body was directly sent flying. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. A mouthful of blood with fragments of internal organs was spat out from Prince Zhong's mouth. It spilled all over the ground. At this moment, Prince Zhong's hair was disheveled, and his clothes were tattered. His body was actually covered in blood. There were countless wounds, all of which were cut by the sword qi. The most troublesome thing was that his blood was gradually turning purplish black. That was an obvious sign of poisoning. At this moment, the smoke and dust finally dispersed. Nearly half of the stage had been cut. But fortunately, it didn't completely disappear, and the approximate range could still be seen. Prince Zhong was at the edge of the stage, and Neptune's fury ruthlessly stabbed into the gap of the stage. In the end, it didn't fall down. Chapter 3483. King Zhong struggled to get up, constantly coughing out black blood. His eyes were already somewhat blurred. Everyone was completely stupefied at this moment. They simply did not know what had happened. Just now, it was clearly King Zhong who had launched the final attack. It was clearly King Zhong who wanted to end the battle. How did the situation change so drastically in the blink of an eye? Ling Xiao was practically unscathed. But King Zhong was clearly seriously injured. This was definitely not a problem that could be solved with pills. It was impossible to recover in a short period of time. I'm going to kill you. The Heavenly King jumped up. Not only did Ling Xiao cause the death of his son, but he also severely injured his brother. With his violent temper, how could he control himself? Big brother, it's fine. It's just a small injury. I won't die. If you come up now, I will completely lose. King Zhong shook his head and swallowed 2 pills. One was an antidote pill, the other was a healing pill. Although it was impossible to recover in a short period of time, it was still better to recover a little. It was impossible for him to admit defeat. He still had a real trump card that he had not taken out. How could he lose like this? Although he was in a sorry state, although he looked seriously injured, his eyes were still filled with fighting spirit. He was not completely at a loss. Admit defeat. It was not easy to cultivate to this point. I have already killed Prince Tian. I don't want to kill you anymore. Ling Xiao looked at King Zhong, who stood up and said indifferently. No matter what the other party's trump card was, he could not lose. The other party had a trump card, but so did he. Moreover, his trump card was incomparable. However, he had to admit that King Zhong was powerful. 5 swords in one. It was the power of all the sword techniques he had cultivated in the 9 sovereign sword arts. He was still unable to knock King Zhong off the stage. This King Zhong was also a tenacious guy. He liked tenacious guys. Moreover, there was actually no deep hatred between him and King Zhong. If there was, it was because he killed Prince Tian. But that was an eye for an eye. He really did not want to kill King Zhong anymore. There were only so few experts in the western region. The real enemy was the owner of the God-Devil token. Admit defeat. No. Impossible. Ling Xiao, I have to say that you are really the most terrifying genius in 1,000 years, no, 10,000 years. If you're still alive, not only will the western region be yours in the future, even the entire Black Tortoise continent will be yours. But unfortunately, today, I must defeat you. Prince Zhong clenches his teeth. After eating some pills, he feels that his body is much more comfortable. His injuries did not seem to be that serious. Hehe, thank you for the praise, but I still will not give you first place. Ling. That guy is really shameless. He actually accepted Prince Zhong's words. That's right. What number 1 genius in 10,000 years? That's all he can do in the western regions. Cough, cough, you can't say that. Otherwise, wouldn't the Bloodaxe Serpent clan be worse than a fart? You should have followed up with another attack. I don't think so. Ling Xiao smiled. I didn't chase because I felt that there was no need. Because no matter what trump card you have, you are not my match. What if it was Sea God Arts? King Zhong sneered. I comprehended it from Sea God's wrath. To be honest, I don't know what level of martial skill it is. But it is definitely much stronger than my previous attack. Although your 5 swords in one is powerful, you are still not my match. Hehe, that's just what you think. Don't you think that you are a bit too conceited? From the beginning, you said that you would defeat me in 3 moves, but in the end, 3 moves have passed, and it seems that you are the one who is seriously injured. And not me. Now, have you not learned your lesson? Ling Xiao mocked. I have no sympathy for people who don't know life from death. I admit that I don't want to kill you, but if you insist on going about things the wrong way, I don't mind killing one more person from the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. I heard that my nephew tried to snatch your dragon race friend back then. Later on, he did get it. Although that was just your scheme. But it is also because you are weak. Presumably, in order to deal with him, you must have worked very hard during this period of time, right? To be able to reach today, it is really not easy. To be honest, I don't want to kill you, but you killed my nephew, so I must take revenge. King Zhong was not angered by Ling Xiao's mocking. He seemed to be very calm. You are wrong. Prince Tian is not worthy for me to chase after. My goal has always been the 4 major regions. Even the God-Devil Order Master is just a stumbling block on my path. Sooner or later, I will move him away. You people, your horizons are too narrow. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Is that so? It is a pity that your goal will end here. In the end, you are really unlucky to have met me. King Zhong was somewhat surprised, but he immediately calmed down. The youth in front of him was unexpectedly calm. It even made him doubt himself. My luck has always been good, and what I like the most is to go against the heavens and change my fate. My fate is in my own hands, not the heavens. You are not the heavens, so you can't decide my fate. Ling Xiao said clearly. Ha 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 ha, everyone can show off their bravery before they die. But it is a pity. King Zhong laughed wildly. Then, he suddenly became serious. The Neptune's fury in his hand pointed at Ling Xiao. Then, King Zhong slowly walked towards Ling Xiao. It just looked slow. In that instant, the entire world seemed to be submerged by the sea. Everything became silent. Only the sea was roaring. It was surging. Ling Xiao could not even see King Zhong's figure. He could not see the stage. He could not feel the spear intent. What a terrifying spear technique. Could this be the so-called Neptune arts? Is this the martial technique of the Neptune's fury? Ling Xiao had to admit that even if it was Dark Frost, she would not be able to win against King Zhong's spear. But he could. Sometimes, a nemesis was like that. It was just that he, Ling Xiao, might be the nemesis of all martial artists. Neptune arts, that should be a peak king-level martial technique. It is the strongest martial technique that the Neptune Emperor used in the past. Then Ling Xiao can be considered lucky to die under the Neptune arts. Unfortunately, he is not like King Zhong, who can cultivate a martial spirit and can communicate with the weapon. He is unable to comprehend the martial technique of the weapon. The God-Devil token's owner shook his head. He knew that everything was over this time. Shifeng, don't feel regretful. After that kid dies, his corpse will be handed over to you. You can do whatever you want with it. He turned to look at one of his most capable subordinates and said indifferently, "Thank you, Master." Shifeng was overjoyed. Chapter 3484. Ling Xiao couldn't hear the sounds from the outside world at all. At this moment, he was like a person isolated by the world, a person imprisoned by the sea. In addition to the sea, there was still the sea. In addition to the sound of the sea, there was still the sound of the sea. He knew how terrifying this spear was. It was many times more powerful than the Heavenly King Spear Art. The Heavenly King Spear Art was only a mid-level king-level martial technique. It could only reach the power of a high-level king level with the help of a weapon. And this move was a true peak king-level martial technique. Although he couldn't hear the sound and couldn't see the opponent, Ling Xiao could still feel that danger was approaching at an extremely fast speed. Now, he had 4 choices. First, he could use the Heavenly Tyrant martial soul to resolve the crisis, but there were too many people present and it would easily cause trouble. Second, he could use the Bloody Rat to resolve the crisis, but the price was a bit high. He had just reached the first level of the reincarnation divine realm and would definitely fall back. Third, he could quickly comprehend the 6th sword art, the 7-star heavenly falling sword art. Anyway, he had the materials and the 7-star sword, so there shouldn't be a problem. 6 swords into 1, his fusion technique would reach the power of a peak king-level martial technique, which would definitely not be inferior to the opponent's attack. Fourth, comprehending the Ice Age martial techniques under immense pressure was actually the most difficult of all. But Ling Xiao hoped that he could do it. Because the Ice Age was such a powerful weapon in his hand, but he couldn't use the matching martial technique. That would be too much of a waste. And the greater the crisis, the greater the pressure, the easier it would be to comprehend. Anyway, he had the life backtrack skill. Even if he was really killed, so what? Thinking of this, he abandoned all distracting thoughts and closed his eyes. Comprehend the opponent's attack, and at the same time comprehend his own unique skill. The Ice Age and the Wrath of the Sea God were both ancient emperor weapons, but they had the same effect. Although Ling Xiao didn't have the ability to cultivate the acquired martial soul like King Zhong and reach the heart and mind realm, but he believed in his own perception. He believed in his outburst under the crisis. In the eyes of the outside world, he was simply waiting for death. He had completely given up resistance. No, I have to go up and help him. Dark Frost was anxious. At this time, she could no longer remain calm. Even if Ling Xiao lost, she couldn't just watch as Ling Xiao died. The moment Prince Zhong used the Sea God secret art, Dark Frost was already unable to maintain absolute trust. She could not let her brother take any risks. However, when she rushed to the front of the stage, she was stopped by Lang Mai. Dodge. Dark Frost roared. Calm down. I care about Master more than anyone else. I don't want Master to die. But I knew that he wouldn't die so easily. You'd better stay here. Once you step onto the arena, it would be considered a violation of the rules, and Master would lose. I won't allow that to happen. Cold Plum shook her head and refused to back down. Who cares if he wins or loses now? So what if he loses? He'll still get the chance to go to the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum. I can't risk it. I don't want to attack you. Dark Frost shouted. Cold Plum still shook her head and refused to back down. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Dark Frost. While Dark Frost was extremely nervous and anxious, a karate chop landed on the back of her neck. The one who attacked was Long Chen. Let your palace master have a good rest. Boss, he won't die so easily. Long Chen and Cold Plum had followed Ling Xiao the longest. They had followed him from the Sky Dragon continent to the Black Tortoise continent. They knew Ling Xiao better than anyone else. I really don't know where they get their confidence from. Are they all sick in the head? The people from the Celestial Empire mocked. At this time, Ling Xiao had obviously given up resisting. How could there be a chance for him to turn the situation around? He was simply daydreaming. Hihi, they're just deceiving themselves. Not to mention that Ling Xiao, even Dragon Mother and I wouldn't dare to take this attack head-on. The leader of the Vengeance Alliance sneered. That's right. This time, that kid won't be able to escape. Dragon Mother was also very sure. Even the owner of the God Devil token couldn't see any possibility of Ling Xiao turning the situation around. He didn't understand where Long Chen and Cold Plum's confidence came from. On the side of the Hall of Souls, Warrior Soul and Battle Soul were also very confused. Dragon Shark King couldn't help but say, don't joke around with Ling Xiao's life. Although you're also Boss's brother, you've been in this group for too short a time. You don't understand how terrifying Boss is. Long Chen shook his head and said, thank you for caring about Boss at this time. But you just have to wait and see. Cold Plum and Long Chen didn't blindly believe in Ling Xiao. There was a reason why they believed in him. Ling Xiao hadn't used his strongest trump card yet. How could he die? Dragon Shark King maintained his silence and looked at the arena. Time seemed to slow down all of a sudden, and a cloud of misty water vapor actually appeared on the stage. In an instant, the mist froze and blocked everyone's vision again. They couldn't see what was happening inside. They could only wait anxiously. At the moment when their vision was blocked, they only saw that King Zhong's attack was less than 3 meters away from Ling Xiao. And these 3 meters might not even take a second. Extreme Cold Domain. Don't struggle needlessly. Your Extreme Cold Domain can only delay my attack for a moment at most. You still have to die. Prince Zhong was betting everything on this attack. With his current cultivation, he could only use a peak king stage martial technique once. Moreover, he was seriously injured. If he couldn't hit his opponent with this move, or if he defeated his opponent, then the one who lost in the end would definitely be him. But he had no regrets. He had gambled everything on it. Because he believed in the power of this attack. He also believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to dodge it. This attack almost engulfed the entire arena. Unless Ling Xiao jumped off the arena, it would be useless no matter where he fled. Moreover, it was faster than words could tell. It would take a lot of words to describe this spear, but in reality, only an instant had passed. Not only was this spear extremely powerful, but it was also extremely fast. Ling Xiao didn't respond to King Zhong. Under the terrifying killing intent, his potential increased at a crazy speed. It had already climbed to 100% of the cultivation C. He wasn't far from the second level of the reincarnation divine realm. However, breaking through seemed to still need some things. It was impossible for the time being. However, Ling Xiao had entered a mysterious environment at this time. The surroundings were a world of ice and snow. On the vast ice plains, a person holding a long sword faced the ferocious enemy with such confidence and calmness. The enemy was like a puppet in front of him. The terror of ice, the root of ice, was freezing. This was the true essence of the Ice Age. Suddenly, that figure overlapped with Ling Xiao's figure. Ling Xiao's eyes instantly opened. And at this time, King Zhong's deep-sea fury had already reached a meter in front of Ling Xiao. What? Chapter 3485. When King Zhong saw Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly open, he subconsciously felt that something was wrong. But at this time, the arrow was already on the bow, and he had no choice but to release it. He gritted his teeth, and the attack still went down. I have to thank you. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend this Ice Age's Ice Emperor's sword technique. Ling Xiao smiled. The huge Ice Age in his hand suddenly turned into a sharp long sword. It was no longer so huge that he could hold it with one hand. But it was more agile. Ice Emperor's sword technique's first move, instant freeze. Impossible. King Zhong's eyeballs popped out. How could he have thought that Ling Xiao actually comprehended the Ice Emperor's sword technique at the last moment? This guy was not a genius, he was simply a monster. A terrifying monster. Crack. The ice cracked. A person walked out from inside. It was King Zhong. Although he was seriously injured, he did not die. He walked very steadily. Suddenly, he raised his head and roared at the sky. King Zhong's roar seemed to ignite the enthusiasm of the scene. The martial artists of Heavenly Dynasty, Myriad Countries, and Revenge Alliance all cheered. King Zhong won. Ling Xiao was dead. This was the ending they thought it would be. Otherwise, how could King Zhong walk out of that frozen domain unscathed? Ling Xiao. Dragon Shark King suddenly rushed towards the stage. His eyes were red. Clearly, he was extremely angry and dissatisfied. It was not easy for him to recognize such a brother, and he planned to be a good brother forever. But Ling Xiao died just like that. Battle Soul and Battle Soul were also trembling all over. They had long formed a lifelong friendship with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was killed, how could they not be angry? Fortunately, Dark Frost had fainted. Otherwise, when she saw this scene, how sad would she be? This might be the only thing worth rejoicing over. Wait a minute. Long Chen stopped Dragon Shark King. What else do you want? He's already dead. Don't tell me you don't even let me collect his corpse. I don't want to scold people, but your way of doing things is too stupid. Dragon Shark King was furious and did not give Long Chen any face. However, the angrier he was, the happier Long Chen felt for his boss. It meant that the Dragon Shark King truly wanted to be Ling Xiao's brother and friend, not just a pretense. However, he still couldn't let the Dragon Shark King go up. Because he was too familiar with Ling Xiao, he could even sense Ling Xiao's aura. Although it was very weak and almost non-existent, it was not a problem for the Dragon Clan at all. Dragon Shark King wanted to attack but was restrained by Cold Plum and Long Chen. At this time, on Toto Guo's side, the Koi King was so excited that his face was red and his body was trembling violently. Saliva flowed out of his mouth. Prince Zhong. Ah, Prince Zhong. You are the most outstanding and powerful man in the eyes of the Koi King. I've been completely conquered by you. At this moment, she had completely forgotten about the pitiful Prince Tian. Prince Zhong was the one she was willing to marry. Ling Xiao, the person she hated the most, was also killed by Prince Zhong. This really made her the most excited. Son, your uncle has taken revenge for you. The Heavenly King looked up to the sky and sighed. The depression in his heart was finally eliminated. It's settled. In the future, the Western region will probably be the world of the Heavenly Emperor dynasty, and the throne of the #1 martial artist can probably only be Prince Zhong. Sai, our Avenging Alliance had better make a decision early and rely on the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. The Avenging Alliance's leader sighed. To him, this decision was very difficult. Because the Heavenly King sect in the Avenging Alliance had a deep enmity with the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. But if he didn't rely on them, he would probably be destroyed by the Heavenly Emperor dynasty in the future. It was better to be more sensible. What are you still doing there? Still not announcing the result? The God Devil Token's owner glanced at the female martial artist beside him and said coldly, that Ling Xiao won't be able to live. Yes, Master. The female martial artist was still in incomparable shock at this time. She didn't expect that the peerless genius would actually die like this. I announce that the winner this time is the Heavenly Emperor dynasty, Prince Zhong. Prince Zhong will also become the champion of the God Devil Invitational Tournament. The female martial artist announced loudly. Following the announcement of the result, Earth-shaking shouts sounded out at the scene. The God Devil City's audience also did not expect that this final battle would actually be so exciting. In the beginning, Ling Xiao suppressed Prince Zhong. Then, Prince Zhong counterattacked and injured Ling Xiao. Following that, Prince Zhong attempted to eliminate Ling Xiao with his third move, but was counterattacked by Ling Xiao, turning the tables beautifully. He had no choice but to use his final trump card, the Sea God Art, and finally ended this battle that lasted for a long time. In the end, it proved that ginger was still spicier with age. Prince Zhong, the strongest genius in the Western region 20 years ago, was already the strongest genius now. Dragon Mother obtained the Sea God's fury for a full several years before finally seeing through the mysteries of the Sea God Art. However, he had only managed to learn 2 of the moves. But this Prince Zhong comprehended the first move of the Sea God Art in a mere 2 hours. This kind of terrifying talent, probably even the geniuses of the 4 major regions were also inferior. Big Brother Ling Xiao. Where's Big Brother Ling Xiao? Ming Shuang suddenly woke up and screamed like a madwoman. The warrior soul and battle soul both lowered their heads. They did not dare to speak. I'm asking you a question. Dark Frost was anxious. There's no need to ask, that Big Brother Ling Xiao of yours is already dead. The Heavenly King looked over proudly and laughed mockingly. He killed my son, serves him right. Dead. Big Brother Ling Xiao is dead. Impossible, you're lying to me, I'll kill you. Dark Frost was different from other girls. If other girls encountered their loved ones being killed, they might directly collapse. But she was different. The negative emotions in her personality were completely exposed. She glared fiercely at the Heavenly King and directly pounced over. It was only at this moment that Dark Frost understood how important Big Brother Ling Xiao was in her heart. It was more important than she thought. Ling Xiao's death was like digging out her heart and soul. She was in so much pain that she wanted to die. All right, today's God and Devil Invitational Tournament was very exciting. Shi Feng, go and deal with Ling Xiao's funeral. I'll leave his body to you. Also, because Ling Xiao was killed, I've decided to send Dragon Shark King in after a comprehensive evaluation. The owner of the God and Devil token stood up and said, I don't care. None of you can take away Big Brother Ling Xiao's body. Dragon Shark King roared. Hehe, Dragon Shark, what are you doing? Don't curse me to die, I'm still alive and well. All the ice shattered, and Ling Xiao's figure appeared. The laughter made the scene dead silent. Many people looked at Ling Xiao as if they had seen a ghost. Dark Frost, Dragon Shark King, the Warrior Soul, and the Warrior Soul were all stunned for a moment. They were completely stunned. How could someone who was clearly dead come back to life? Hehe, I've already said that boss won't die so easily. I'm sorry, Brother Dragon Shark. Long Chen smiled and untied the Dragon Shark King. What's going on? I don't know how to express my feelings at all. Dragon Shark King did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 3486. What do you mean by dead or not? I'm fine. The reason why Ling Xiao didn't come out for a long time was because he had just comprehended the Ice Emperor's sword art and used the first move of this sword art to defeat King Zhong. He was comprehending that feeling there. He had to remember that feeling in order to better unleash this attack. I lost. I never said that I won. King Zhong walked down the stage by himself. Ling Xiao still showed mercy in that attack. According to Ling Xiao's meaning, it was to thank him for letting him comprehend the Ice Emperor's sword art. This made King Zhong very depressed. His roar was not because of victory, but because of grievance. That stunning sword had left a deep shadow in his heart. At that moment, he was like a puppet in front of Ling Xiao, unable to resist at all. Instant freeze. What a terrifying move. King Zhong still remembered the name of that move. God Devil Order Master, you are powerful, but your eyesight is really not that good. I clearly didn't die, so why did you say that I died? Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the God Devil Order Master, revealing a bit of ridicule. The God Devil Order Master's expression was incomparably awkward and also very surprised. Just now, with his cultivation, he actually didn't detect the slightest bit of Ling Xiao's aura. This loss of face was really a bit big. Other than him, The expressions of the others were also quite interesting. Especially the people of myriad countries, Heavenly Emperor Dynasty, and Avenging Alliance. Each and every one of them looked like they had eaten feces. Their originally wonderful smiles instantly became mournful. How can this be? How is this possible? Under such a powerful attack, he actually didn't die. The Koi King fiercely smashed the ground as if he had gone crazy. Dragon Mother's expression was also not good. She had just mocked the Dragon Shark King for choosing an idiot friend. In the end, she was slapped in the face so quickly. The Heavenly King was the most depressed person. He thought that his son's death had been avenged, and the depression in his heart had been eliminated. But now that he saw that Ling Xiao didn't die, not only did that depression attack again, but it also became even more intense. So much so that he spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground, and his body couldn't help but shake a few times. Obviously, he was very angry. Divine Devil Order Master, can you announce the results again? Ling Xiao said loudly. Looking at the exciting and complicated performances of those people, he was extremely calm. Cough, cough. In this round, because Ling Xiao didn't die, Prince Zhong took the initiative to walk off the stage, so Ling Xiao won and took first place. Cold Plum ranked second. Prince Zhong is third. Although the owner of the Fiend God token was embarrassed, he was still a big shot and had a good attitude. After a moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure and announced the results again. But to be honest, he still didn't understand how Ling Xiao managed to hide his aura. To be able to do it without leaking anything at all, it was simply incomprehensible. The top three all received pretty good rewards. The third place was a healing pill. For Prince Zhong, this was the best. The second was a set of king-level martial skills. For Cold Plum, this was a timely help. Although her strength had increased greatly after fusing with the Butterfly Girl, she was still lacking in martial arts. It was probably because she hadn't found the part of her martial arts memories yet. This set of king-level martial skills just happened to come in handy. The reward for the first place was up to Ling Xiao to choose. They were 5 9th-level Reincarnation Divine Realm Monster Cores, 4 of which happened to be the 12 Beast-type Monster Cores. One was a Peak King-level martial skill. The other was an Immortal Grade Emperor weapon. Ling Xiao finally chose the first one. For martial arts, he had the Ice Emperor Sword Art and the 9 Supremes Sword Art. For weapons, he also had the Ice Age. So naturally, the first reward was the most helpful to him. After refining the 4 cores into beast souls, he believed that it was time for his cultivation base to rise again. After the 3 of them received their rewards, they returned to their respective formations. The Dragon Shark King asked in surprise, Ling Xiao, I don't understand, how did you do it? King Zhong's attack was so terrifying, it was very difficult for you to block it. Before Ling Xiao could answer, Dark Frost had already hugged Ling Xiao's leg and cried very sadly. But in this sadness, there was also some joy and happiness. After experiencing despair and then hope, Dark Frost's heart had a rollercoaster jump. For a moment, she didn't know how to express her feelings. Actually, it's not a big deal, I comprehended the Ice Emperor Sword Art in the midst of danger. Ling Xiao smiled. There was nothing to hide. I see. No wonder at that moment, I felt the cold air on the stage suddenly skyrocketing. That's the reason why you released the Ice Emperor Sword Art. But you were actually able to hide your aura so cleverly, that's too terrifying. The Dragon Shark King sighed. It's nothing, if I pretend to be an ordinary person, even the God Devil token owner won't notice. I already knew how to conceal my aura when I was in the Heavenly Dragon continent. Another reason was that Prince Zhong's attack was able to completely conceal my aura. Even if he was defeated, the barrier created by that attack still exists, and I froze it into ice. Under the dual effect, I'm afraid that other than Long Chen and Cold Plum, who are the most familiar with me, no one else will be able to detect my aura. Ling Xiao explained. Alright, let's not talk about these useless things, let's think about what to do next. Since the slots have been filled, the next step should be to enter the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. Let's distribute the 5 extra slots. Long Chen walked over and said, let's go back to our place first, there shouldn't be anything else here today. There were too many eyes, Ling Xiao didn't plan to talk about things here. Right at that moment, the god devil token owner suddenly stood up and smiled. Now, the 6 treasures and 18 people to open the ancient sword imperial mausoleum have been gathered. But there's still one thing missing. That's the ancient emperor mirror that can consecrate the 6 treasures. If anyone can obtain the ancient emperor mirror, the 6 keys will truly take effect. Ancient emperor mirror? Yes, the ancient emperor mirror is in the ice city where Wen Guo lives. Below the ice city, there's a cold pool that's 10,000 meters deep. It's extremely cold inside. Only reincarnation divine realm martial artists can enter. Only Western region martial artists can enter. So if you want to obtain the ancient sword emperor's inheritance, I'm afraid you'll have to make a trip to the ice city and take it out. Of course, I'll give whoever obtains the ancient emperor mirror 4 slots and let him choose 4 people to enter the ancient sword imperial mausoleum. It had to be said that the words of the god devil token owner were very attractive. Especially those from the major forces who didn't obtain a slot. For slots, if they could obtain it, it would be very different. And to Ling Xiao, this ancient emperor mirror was also a must. Otherwise, if he couldn't enter the ancient sword imperial mausoleum, he wouldn't be able to obtain the ancient sword emperor's inheritance. He had worked so hard to get to this point, and he didn't want to give up halfway. Chapter 3487. Do Hun, Battle Hun, you 2 go back to the green zone first and take the chance to escape from this troublesome place. We'll go there to fight for the ancient imperial mirror. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Do Hun and Battle Hun. Before entering the ancient sword imperial mausoleum, you 2 need to cultivate more and try to break through to the rebirth divine realm. That way, you'll have a better chance of winning. Otherwise, I won't bring you in. You'll just be throwing your lives away. All right. The 2 were very straightforward because they knew they weren't strong enough. They'd only be a burden if they followed. Ling Xiao watched them leave. The people of Celestial Devil City didn't do anything. It was obvious that their target was Ling Xiao. Do Hun and Battle Hun were just small fries that they didn't care about. Cold Plum, you continue to cultivate in my martial spirit world. Long Chen, Dragon Shark, you 2 go ahead and investigate the situation in Ice City. Dark Frost, we'll take care of things here and set off immediately. Ling Xiao had completely become the leader and backbone of this small team. Especially after he defeated Duke Zhong, whether it was out of friendship or respect for him. Even the Dragon Shark King was willing to listen to his orders. When Ling Xiao's group began to move, the Myriad Countries, Vengeance Alliance, and Celestial Emperor Dynasty began to move as well. Celestial Emperor Dynasty currently had 2 spots to enter the ancient sword imperial mausoleum, but they weren't satisfied. If they obtained the ancient imperial mirror, they'd have 5 more spots. Naturally, they'd fight for it. Thus, Celestial Emperor Dynasty and Duke Zhong headed straight for Ice City to seize the mirror while the rest returned to their strongholds. Myriad Countries' Dragon Mother, and Kang, and the Vengeance Alliance's leader, Linglong Saintus, headed for Ice City first. The rest went to their respective strongholds under the leadership of King Koi and Feng Feiye. No one expected the team led by King Koi and Feng Feiye to encounter something strange along the way. Although the 2 of them didn't take the same path. However, the situation was exactly the same. While King Koi was leading the team forward, a sudden gust of wind blew in front of them. It was a strange gust of wind that was black in color. It was as if a terrifying beast was about to swallow them whole with its bloody maw. The aura of danger and death spread. Run. King Koi felt that something was wrong and immediately gave the order. All the Myriad Kingdom martial artists fled. Then, the Demon Eye King saw a horrifying scene. A huge black hand reached out from the black whirlwind and grabbed her sister, the Koi King. Even though the Koi King struggled with all his might, he was powerless in front of the huge monster. In an instant, the storm disappeared. The Koi King also disappeared at the same time. The martial artists of Totoland looked at this scene in horror, not knowing what had happened. He had never heard of such a natural disaster in the Archean divine tomb. I saw it. The Demon Eye Monarch's body was trembling non-stop. Her eye captured an even more bizarre scene. There seemed to be a human face in the storm. It was this face that had swallowed the Koi King whole. Feng Fei's situation was exactly the same as his brother's. He was also taken away. The martial artists of the Revenge Alliance were also dumbfounded. Big brother Ling Xiao, do we really have to take the risk to fight for the ancient imperial mirror? In fact, although that thing is useful to us, I believe that the other powers will fight for it. That's why the imperial tomb should open. We just have to wait. On the way, Dark Frost voiced her doubts. The ancient imperial mirror is only one aspect. More importantly, the cold pond mentioned by the fiend god token master made me think that there might be other treasures hidden there. I told you before that I need some things to complete my 9 sovereign sword arts. I haven't gathered all 9 swords yet. Additionally, the cold pond might be more useful for comprehending the Ice Age. I have to make a trip there as well. Paying attention to the ancient imperial mirror is only one aspect. If those people can't get it, we can go get it ourselves. Ling Xiao replied. So that's how it is. Big brother Ling Xiao's considerations are much more comprehensive than mine. Dark Frost finally understood Ling Xiao's intentions. The fight for the ancient imperial mirror was more intense than expected. Besides the 4 powers, the remaining neutral martial artists were all heading towards Ice City. Because everyone wanted to obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's legacy. It was a chance to soar to the skies, so no one would miss it. Among these neutral martial artists, there was no lack of powerful people. Although they were lone travelers, their strength was probably not inferior to the top experts of the 4 powers. They usually kept a low profile because they didn't want to get into trouble. But when it was time to fight, how could they give up? Meanwhile, the Fiend God Token Master in Fiend God City was paying close attention to everything through his subordinates. In his opinion, this was just a game. There were too many martial artists in the West region. Although they were all trash, it would be troublesome if a few geniuses appeared like the ancient Sword Emperor and the 8 ancient emperors. That was why the primordial divine tomb was opened. One of the objectives was to use the West region martial artists to obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's legacy. The other objective was to eliminate them. Those who came were all geniuses or experts. These people would either die here or become slaves of the 4 major regions and return to the West region. Either choice could ensure the safety of the 4 major regions forever. The Fiend God Token Master would be very happy if the West region martial artists killed each other. It would be enough as long as there were a dozen or so people left. After a day's journey, Ling Xiao and Dark Frost had arrived at Ice City. At this time, although Ice City was still under the control of WN Guo, their control was obviously weakened a lot. After all, with the power of WN Guo, they were still unable to fight against the other 3 major forces and the neutral martial artists. In many aspects, they could only endure. Anyway, those who came here basically wanted to enter the underground cold pool of Ice City. They didn't have to stop them. Only reincarnation divine realm martial artists could enter the cold pool. If others wanted to enter, they would have to have some magic treasure. Otherwise, they would die if they went in. After arriving at Ice City, Ling Xiao found the message left by Long Chen, saying that he had entered the cold pool. Long Chen and Dragon Shark King were together, so Ling Xiao didn't have to worry. Both of them were kings of the water, and their strength was in the reincarnation divine realm. Girl, you stay up there and help us at any time. I'll be back soon. No one knew what would happen outside, so leaving Dark Frost outside was obviously safer. Dark Frost was also obedient. She nodded and sat down on the cold pool. No one dared to approach the place where she stayed. After all, her strength was there. Whoever disturbed her was simply courting death. Ling Xiao actually didn't have much interest in the ancient Emperor mirror. Just as he told Dark Frost, he came here, first for the Ice Age, and second for the 9 Supreme Sword Art. In the past, he didn't know that there was such a cold pool in Ice City. Since he knew, he must have come to try his luck. Just as he entered the water, Ling Xiao felt that the Western Region God Tomb map had a reaction. Chapter 3488. The moment Ling Xiao entered the water, he felt the map of the Western Region's divine tomb flicker. It guided him in one of the directions. This made him happy as he dashed in that direction. When he reached a depth of more than 5,000 meters, he found the 10,000 Kingdom Sword hidden in an extremely hidden crevice. With the 10,000 Kingdom Sword and the Sea Soul Jade, he could cultivate the 10,000 Kingdom Sea Sword technique. At this point, he could already cultivate 7 sword techniques. He wondered what it would be like. Just as he put the 10,000 Kingdom Sword into his storage ring, the map of the Western region's divine tomb suddenly shook even more violently. This time, it's probably the ancient Emperor mirror. Although I don't need it, it's still a good thing if I can get it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao used the Canopy Beast's ability to merge into the water and disappeared without a trace. After diving for nearly 5,000 meters, he was almost at the bottom of the cold lake. The map of the Western region's divine tomb was almost completely lit up. Ling Xiao was absolutely sure that the ancient Emperor mirror was here. And he also felt the aura of a person. This meant that someone had found the ancient Emperor mirror before him and was trying to take it away. The martial artists who could enter this cold lake were all experts. But even if it was Dragon Mother or the leader of the Avenging Alliance, he was not afraid. Moreover, he had the Canopy Beast's beast soul, so his survival ability in the water was almost at its peak. Even if he could not win, he could retreat safely. Although he did not particularly need the ancient Emperor mirror, it would be good if he could get it. Therefore, he sneaked in the direction of that figure. In the eyes of others, there was no one there. It was just water. When he was almost there, Ling Xiao felt that person's aura through the water. It's actually Dragon Mother. After all, this is Ice City, the territory of the 10,000 Kingdom. Dragon Mother is one of the top forces in the Western region. It's not surprising that she was the first to find the ancient Emperor mirror. After discovering that it was Dragon Mother, Ling Xiao did not intend to leave. Even if you get the ancient Emperor mirror, I will create some trouble for you. Otherwise, wouldn't I have come here for nothing? Ling Xiao chuckled. He didn't like Mother Dragon. It wasn't just because she kept staring at him and wanted to kill him. Moreover, it was because Dragon Mother was too heartless. She could even abandon her own son. What else could this woman not do? Of course, if the Dragon Mother entered the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum, it would be extremely troublesome for him to obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. It would be best if he could kill this old woman. However, his current ability was probably not at that level yet. Since that was the case, he might as well annoy the other party a little. Hey, Dragon Mother seems to be afraid of something. Ling Xiao realized that although Dragon Mother knew the location of the ancient sovereign mirror, she hadn't done anything. Only when he looked over there did he realize that there was a giant python in the cold pool where the ancient imperial mirror was. The strength of this frost pool giant python had reached the 3rd level of the 1-star reincarnation divine realm. Even the Dragon Mother would be wary of him. She would try her best not to provoke him. The giant frost pool python was currently in a deep slumber and did not seem to be aware of its surroundings. 2 reactions. Ling Xiao suddenly realized that the map of the Western region divine tomb actually had 2 reactions. One was the ancient sovereign mirror, and the other was similar to the reaction of the 10,000 Kingdom Sword. Could it be that the giant frost pool python swallowed a sword? Ling Xiao immediately opened his Tai Chi eye. Through the giant frost pool python's stomach, he really saw a sword. It's the Demon Supreme Sword. Moreover, there are many weapons and martial artists' corpses in the giant frost pool python's stomach. It seems like someone once used the Demon Supreme Sword to fight with the giant frost pool python, but was killed in the end. Ling Xiao was secretly delighted. It was extremely important for him to gather the 10 swords as soon as possible. The other materials could be found in the 4 major regions. However, if he missed out on the 10 swords, he would never be able to find them again. As long as he could get the Demon Supreme Sword, he would have 8 swords. Only the Heavenly King Sword and the 8 Immortal Swords were left. However, there was still some time before the primordial divine tomb closed. He believed that he would have a chance. For now, he had to get the Demon Supreme Sword first. If he wanted the Demon Supreme Sword, he had to fight with the giant frost pool python. However, with his strength, it was really difficult. Although it was difficult, he could give up the ancient sovereign mirror, but he could not give up the Demon Supreme Sword. It seemed that he had to make use of Dragon Mother. It was killing two birds with one stone. He would let the giant frost pool python torture Dragon Mother. It would also let Dragon Mother kill the giant frost pool python. Then, he would benefit from it and get the Demon Supreme Sword. He believed that it would be difficult to defeat Dragon Mother with his strength. However, if he just wanted to snatch the Demon Supreme Sword from the giant frost pool python's stomach, it would not be too difficult. Thinking of this, he sneered and quietly hid nearby. Dragon Mother was fully focused on the ancient sovereign mirror and the giant frost pool python. She was not in the mood to care about the situation around her. In addition, Ling Xiao's concealment ability was extremely strong. Therefore, it was normal that she did not discover him. Dragon Mother was only 4 to 5 meters away from the ancient sovereign mirror. Ling Xiao smiled. "Old woman, I'll let you suffer today." Using the Canopy Beast's ability, Ling Xiao controlled a small stream of water and directly hit the giant frost pool python's eyelids. Although the attack was not strong, it was enough to wake up the sleeping giant frost pool python. Dragon Mother was about to succeed. She wanted to take the ancient sovereign mirror without alarming the giant frost pool python. However, at this moment, the giant frost pool python's eyes suddenly opened. Dragon Mother was shocked and hurriedly retreated more than 10 steps away. She had to retreat. This giant frost pool python was extremely strong. If she was suddenly attacked at such a close distance, even she would feel a headache. What's going on? Why did this evil beast suddenly wake up? Damn it, I was just 1 step away, but I failed at the last step. Dragon Mother was very depressed. Originally, she only wanted to take the ancient sovereign mirror and turn around to leave. With her ability, she was definitely able to do this. However, she had never expected that the giant python in the cold pool would wake up at the most crucial moment even though she had done everything perfectly. It woke up without any warning. Not only did it give her a fright. Moreover, her plan had been foiled. Next, if she wanted to get the ancient sovereign mirror, she could only fight head-on. Roar. The giant frost pool python's voice was different from ordinary pythons. The roar was very terrifying. With a roar, the water in the entire cold pool began to stir crazily. If Ling Xiao did not have the Canopy Beast's beast soul, it would be a little troublesome now. As for Dragon Mother, she was not afraid. After all, she was from the Sea Clan. The water was her main battlefield. The giant frost pool python's roar and the breath it spat out was cold. It was so cold that it made people tremble. Those huge eyes were like 2 small suns, shining with silver-white light. Chapter 3489. Bastard, are you trying to gather everyone here? Dragon Mother frowned. Her body trembled as she struck out with her palm. If the frost pool giant python continued to roar like this, it was likely that even more people would come. By then, it would be hard to say who the ancient Emperor Mirror would belong to. Just as she had expected, the giant python's roar was heard by all the experts in the frigid pond, and all of them gathered around her. Those who dared to enter the cold pool were not weaklings. No one was afraid of anyone. Although the giant python of the cold pool was very powerful, it could not intimidate those experts. Bang! Dragon Mother struck out with her palm. The water condensed into a huge palm and smashed onto the python's head. The python's head was flung away. It was a little stunned. Perhaps the python did not expect that a mere 1-meter tall member of the sea race would dare to attack it. It did not react in time. But Dragon Mother did not care about this. After that palm strike, she followed up with another attack. She did not give the python a chance to fight back. This time, Ling Xiao had a feast for his eyes. Although he hated Dragon Mother, he had to admit that this woman was terrifying. The python, who was also at the 3rd level of the reincarnation divine realm, could not resist her. This woman was really fierce. After all, she hadn't used the Neptune's fury yet. If she used that, it would be even more terrifying. Roar. The python was enraged. It was forced to this extent by a mere member of the sea race. Did they really think it was a pushover? With a roar, it finally found an opportunity. A terrifying cold air was spat out, freezing the surrounding water. And Dragon Mother's attack speed was significantly reduced. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the python smashed its tail on Dragon Mother's body. Dragon Mother was sent flying. She spat out blood. Die. Dragon Mother, who was vomiting blood, became even angrier. Ling Xiao had always wanted to know what Dragon Mother's true form was. Today, he finally saw it. This fellow was actually a huge sea snake. After transforming into a huge sea snake, it was like two super beasts fighting. Dragon Mother's advantage was even more obvious. The battle lasted less than a minute. Dragon Mother smashed the python's head with her body. Chance. Ling Xiao knew that his chance had come. At this time, Dragon Mother was returning to her human form. Since the frost pool python was already dead, he did not need the ancient imperial mirror. As long as he kept the frost pool python's corpse, he would be able to obtain the demon sovereign sword. The ancient sovereign mirror was already in Mother Dragon's hands. She looked at the mirror in her hands excitedly. He listened to the sound of water flowing around him. He laughed disdainfully. What's the use of coming here? The item is already mine. She put the ancient sovereign mirror into her storage ring. Naturally, he did not intend to tell anyone. Humans were selfish, and Dragon Mother was no exception. For the sake of Wen Guo, she naturally wanted as many martial artists as possible to enter the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum to take risks. Just as the woman was focusing all her attention on the ancient Imperial mirror, a voice suddenly rang out. Ling Xiao released the water giant, swept up the corpse of the giant python in the cold pool, and threw it into his mountain river world. The demon sovereign sword was taken out, and the corpse of the frost pond giant python would turn into a beast soul. After fusing with the Tianpeng beast's body, the Tianpeng beast's beast soul was upgraded. At that moment, the frost pond giant python disappeared in front of Mother Dragon's eyes. This made Mother Dragon furious. She obtained the ancient imperial mirror, and naturally did not want to let go of the frost pond giant python's corpse. After all, this corpse was also very useful. Especially the frost pond giant python's demonic beast core, which could be used for many things. Ling Xiao. Mother Dragon finally discovered Ling Xiao. Because at this moment, she did not need to focus so much on one thing. And Ling Xiao also exposed himself in order to obtain the frost pond giant python's corpse. But at this moment, Ling Xiao did not care anymore. He already got what he wanted. Why did he have to hide it? Damn guy, this frost pond giant python was deliberately awakened by you, right? Mother Dragon thought of this possibility in an instant. Just now, she found it strange that her actions were so careful. How could she make a mistake? Now, the truth was finally out. It was Ling Xiao. It was Ling Xiao, this despicable guy. Hehe, you're right, but there's no reward. Ling Xiao did not care and laughed. Old woman, don't be too greedy. You already obtained the ancient imperial mirror. It's fine if you give this corpse to me. Besides, you're the one who is stupid. Who can you blame? Do you think I'll let you go? Mother Dragon said coldly. There's no godfiend token owner here to protect you. Even if I want to kill you, you can't do anything. Haha, old woman, there's something wrong with your brain. If I'm afraid that you'll kill me, would I still be here? Would I still show myself? Think about it carefully. What will happen when others find out that you obtained the ancient imperial mirror? At this point, Ling Xiao suddenly smiled slyly and shouted with all his strength, Myriad Kingdom Dragon Mother obtained the ancient imperial mirror. Just this one sentence made Dragon Mother tremble with anger. Mother Dragon originally wanted to hide this secret. But now, Ling Xiao shouted it out. It was probably impossible to hide it anymore. I can also say that you took the ancient imperial mirror. Mother Dragon said coldly. Do you think everyone else is an idiot? The godfiend token owner once said that whoever obtains the ancient imperial mirror will be given 5 slots. Who doesn't know how to check who has more slots? Do you really think everyone is an idiot? Ling Xiao chuckled and said, Aya, someone's here. I have to go. Stop. Mother Dragon instantly released the sea god domain in an attempt to trap Ling Xiao. But it was useless. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao melted into the water and disappeared. The canopy beast's beast soul was too useful in the water. Ling Xiao was really glad that he obtained this beast soul in the past. Otherwise, to be honest, this trip to the cold lake would really be a bit troublesome. Damn it. Mother Dragon gritted her teeth in anger, but there was nothing she could do. In terms of escaping ability, Ling Xiao wasn't bragging. At least in the entire western region, no one was his match. This guy, was I really wrong back then? If I let Koi rope him in to join Myriad Kingdom, perhaps today's situation wouldn't be like this, right? Damn it, what is this Ling Xiao's background? His talent is so terrifying and his ability is so powerful. It's really hard to figure out. Even though Mother Dragon hated Ling Xiao to the core, she had to admit that Ling Xiao's ability was too strong. So strong that it made her jealous. It's time to go. Mother Dragon had already obtained the ancient imperial mirror and didn't plan to continue staying in the cold lake. Bingcheng was her stronghold. When she reached Bingcheng, she would have more confidence. In an instant, she rushed out hundreds of meters away. A distance of tens of thousands of meters didn't take long at all. She soon arrived outside the cold lake. But the troublesome thing was that there were many other people floating out of the cold lake with her. And even the people outside were staring at her. Chapter 3490. Dragon Mother knew that it must be Ling Xiao's doing that she was being stared at by so many people. The news of her obtaining the ancient Emperor mirror had probably been leaked. 4 spots, 2 for my Wanghua, and the other 2 for the Revenge Alliance. Dragon Mother had no choice but to give in. Her actions instantly made Wanghua and the Revenge Alliance an alliance. With the 2 of them together, no one else could resist. As for the Soul Palace, they would not fight for these spots. The Heavenly Emperor dynasty already had 2 spots, so they would not risk their lives. Therefore, the original crisis was instantly resolved. However, Dragon Mother still felt uncomfortable in her heart. Originally, there were 4 spots, but now there were only 2 spots. It was a bit depressing. Although the experts among the neutral warriors were unwilling, it was useless. Most of them were lone travelers. Even if they joined forces, they could not work together. They could not compete with the 4 major forces. They could only give up helplessly. So they left one after another. Anyway, they could not go to the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum. There were still many other treasures in the immemorial divine tomb that could be unearthed. They might not be unable to make a fortune. After the neutral warriors left one after another, only the people from the 4 major forces were left in the entire Ice City. On the Revenge Alliance's side, there was the Alliance Master, the Sect Masters of the 4 major forces, and the Linglong Saintess. Wanghua stood with Dragon Mother and Nkang. The Heavenly Emperor dynasty came with the Heavenly Emperor and King Zhong. King Zhong had taken the elixir given by the god and devil token owner and had recovered. It seemed that the elixir was indeed good. On the Soul Palace's side, there was only Dark Frost. However, Ling Xiao, Long Shuo, and Long Chen were all on her side. Everyone, this matter is over. Can we return to the God and Devil City? Dragon Mother was eager to get the spot promised by the God and Devil token owner. Of course, no one was long-winded. Everyone fought so hard for the ancient Emperor mirror, wasn't it to open the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum as soon as possible? Although they knew that the God and Devil token owner coveted it, everyone felt that they could get the ancient sword Emperor's inheritance and then defeat the God and Devil token owner. Therefore, although everyone was a little worried about the God and Devil token owners coveting it, they did not take it too seriously. The experts rose into the air. In less than a day, they returned to the divine Devil City. At the entrance of the Devil City, the God and Devil token owner had appeared. The experts who followed him also showed up. Not bad. You found the ancient Imperial mirror so quickly. The Divine Devil Order Master looked at the crowd and nodded with a smile. What about the quota? Mother Dragon asked. Don't worry, I won't forget what I promised. I'll give you 5 spots. As for who you invite, that's up to you. The Fiend God Token Master was very straightforward. Thank you. The stone in Dragon Mother's heart was finally lifted. Okay, let's get down to business. The Fiend God Order Master continued, I believe all of you want to know where the entrance to the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum is, right? When everyone heard this, their hearts trembled. Could it be that the owner of this fiend god token actually knows the entrance to the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum? Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of the strange door in the world of the dead. The entrance to the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum is actually in the world of the dead. However, the door leading to the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum will only appear in a month. So you don't have to worry. In this month, try your best to become stronger and go to the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum to obtain the inheritance for me. The fiend god Order Master smiled and said, "Don't worry, if you give the inheritance to me, I'll give you a generous reward. Although it's not as good as the ancient sword Emperor's inheritance, it won't disappoint you." Using the carrot and the stick. This was what it meant. The fiend god Order Master couldn't enter the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum himself, so he could only rely on the Western region warriors. And the Western region warriors would either take the initiative to give the inheritance to him, or he would snatch it. Anyway, he had that kind of strength. Okay, that's all for today. You don't have to go to the Fiend God City. Go back to your respective strongholds. The Fiend God Order Master waved his hand and turned to leave. At that moment, Ling Xiao discovered something strange. The Fiend God Order Master was actually injured. His Taikai I was definitely not wrong. But the problem was, who in the ancient divine mausoleum could injure such a terrifying existence? One had to know that the Fiend God Order Master's cultivation should be at least at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. Even if all the experts of the Western region joined forces, they would not be his match. This question made Ling Xiao feel incomparably shocked. A faint worry arose in his heart. Could it be that among the enemies he was about to encounter, there was an existence even more terrifying than the Fiend God Order Master? No, obtaining the ancient sword Emperor's inheritance was imperative. Strength, strength, strength. Without strength, it felt like doing anything was not so easy. Everyone, farewell. See you in a month. The Alliance of Vengeance leader cupped his hands and led the members of the Alliance of Vengeance to leave first. A month's time was enough to become much stronger. At that time, the chances of fighting for the ancient sword Emperor's inheritance would be greater. We're leaving too. Dragon Mother glanced coldly at Ling Xiao. She couldn't take revenge now, but after entering the ancient sword Emperor's mausoleum, it would be her chance to take revenge. Ling Xiao, remember, I, the Heavenly King, will definitely avenge my son. Don't die. The Heavenly King also shouted coldly and stepped into the air with King Zhong. Let's go back to the green zone to prepare. Ling Xiao glanced at the Fiend God City. Although he really wanted to see what had happened to the Fiend God Order Master. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. The person who could injure the Fiend God Order Master must be very terrifying. With his current strength, he would simply be courting death. It was better to return to the green zone first, cultivate properly, and prepare for the next breakthrough. The day of the final battle would be a month later. The green zone was still as peaceful as before. After the battle Soul and Soul Warrior returned to the green zone, they had become the strongest in the green zone. With them around, there would be no trouble in the green zone. With the help of the Wind Soul, they were now worried about Dark Frost and the others who had not returned yet. However, they did not know that a terrifying disaster was brewing in the green zone. Two figures appeared outside the green zone. One was a man, and the other was a woman. But their appearances were a little strange. He kept feeling that there was a wild beast aura on them. I've long heard that the green zone is different. It's clearly not a city, but it can become a safe zone. Seeing it today, it's indeed so. It turns out that the green zone is actually on the back of a huge tortoise. This old tortoise has probably lived for 10,000 years and has been sleeping all this time. The woman smiled and said, "Brother Zhu Guang, why don't we take this old tortoise? It's not bad as a mount." Of course, Xue Lei and Zi Lin went to the Divine Devil City. Didn't we come here specifically for this old tortoise? It was the ancient Sword Emperor's mount back then. It just fell into a deep sleep later. But it's still very powerful. If we can take it for ourselves, this immemorial divine tomb will be easily swept away by us. Zhu Guang sneered. Chapter 3491. That God-fiend Order Master isn't weak. Blood Thunder and Purple Chelene better not fail miserably. We came to the Archean Divine Tomb this time for two purposes. One is to obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. The other is to kill the Chosen One. The woman continued. Don't worry, Blue Eye. Blood Thunder and Purple Chelene aren't any weaker than that Godfiend Order Master. The two of them together can definitely suppress that guy. In Godfiend City, only the Godfiend Order Master can compare to us. The others are all trash. What's there to worry about? But what the hell is the Chosen One? I still don't understand this mission. Does Lord Beast Emperor think there's a human who can recreate the Human King's achievements? Cosmic Light said disdainfully. Hee, don't forget about Yu Shenyu and Ji Fering. They're also the Chosen Ones, and they've made the living beings of the Savage Beast region suffer so much. The last Beast Emperor was even killed by Ji Fering. How can we, the Beast Emperors, not be afraid? That's why we have to strike first and nip this threat in the bud. Blue Eye smiled. Since we can't find them, we might as well kill them all. Cosmic Light suddenly said, just leave the 18 people who are preparing to enter the ancient Sword Emperor's tomb. Interesting. I like it. Let the old tortoise kill these people. Back then, the ancient Sword Emperor killed many of our warriors. Blue Eye said viciously. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up. I know you still have Berserker pills. Cosmic Light Dao. Of course I do. Berserker pills can turn ordinary beasts into demon beasts. They can also make demon beasts more savage and bloodthirsty. However, I have made some changes to this Berserk pill. No matter how ferocious these monsters are, they will listen to my command. Blue Eye smiled. Big brother Cosmic Light, just wait for a good show. As she spoke, Lan Mao took out a pill. The moment the pill was taken out, it tried to escape. Needless to say, it was a pill that already had spirituality. And the pill seemed to want to turn into a fierce beast to resist Blue Eye. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the pill was, it couldn't resist Blue Eye's abilities. It couldn't escape from her grasp. Good child, listen to me. Don't be like those trash from the western regions, always thinking of challenging the four regions. Lan Mao smiled at the pill in her hand. Then, with a slap, the Berserker pill was injected into Old Ghost's body. Wake up, 10,000-year divine turtle. When you were alive, you killed so many of our beast race warriors. Now, I'll let you have a taste of what it feels like to slaughter humans. He wondered what the ancient Sword Emperor was thinking in the underworld. Ha 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 ha. The woman laughed very crazily, and her eyes revealed an extremely excited expression. To her, this was just a game. The warriors of the Western region who were hunched on Old Tortoise's back were just game characters who could be killed at any time. There was nothing worthy of sympathy or pity at all. As the Berserker pill fused into the Old Tortoise's body, the old tortoise that had been sleeping for close to 10,000 years. Old Tortoise's body had become one with the surrounding environment. He was finally starting to recover. The terrifying roar caused a large-scale earthquake in the surroundings. Everything began to collapse and crack. Old Tortoise's eyes suddenly opened, and they were completely blood-red. His body began to turn scarlet red, and the temperature of the surface of the ground suddenly rose. This old tortoise was originally a demonic beast called the volcanic tortoise. Back then, it was subdued by the ancient Sword Emperor and became his mount. Although it had been in a deep sleep for close to 10,000 years. But the moment it woke up, the volcano began to erupt crazily. In the center of the green zone, terrifying magma soared into the sky, and then a rain of fire continued to fall. Everyone was in a mess. Not good. Ling Xiao, who was moving forward, suddenly frowned. His intuition had always been very accurate. It was also because of intuition that it had saved him many times. Therefore, he firmly believed in his intuition. But this time, he would rather his intuition be wrong. Because in a trance just now, a strange pattern flashed across his mind. The green zone was actually enveloped by a sea of fire. Magma flowed on the ground, and countless people were burned to death. That scene was too ferocious. What's wrong, big brother Ling Xiao? Dark Frost asked in confusion. Speed up. Speed up. Something happened. Although he was very unwilling to believe his intuition, Ling Xiao still roared loudly. Although she did not understand what happened, seeing Ling Xiao so agitated, Dark Frost also knew that the situation was not good. Therefore, she directly sped up, not hesitating to consume a large amount of vital essence to hurry up. Originally, it would take them a day to travel from God Devil City to the Green Zone. But this time, it only took 2 hours. When the few of them arrived at the periphery of the Green Zone, they were all shocked. The Green Zone was actually gone. Where the Green Zone was originally located, there was a huge deep pit, like a sinkhole. Surrounding it was the cracked ground. It was as if a huge earthquake had happened. And in that deep pit, there was boiling magma flowing continuously. What the hell is going on? Dragon Shark looked at the scene in front of him in shock. He had never seen such a scene before. Damn, it really came true. Ling Xiao cursed and flew straight ahead. Across the sinkhole, they could see a row of huge footprints. It was like the path that a turtle had walked. But it was surprisingly big. After a short while, they saw the original Green Zone. So this Green Zone is actually on the back of the volcanic mountain turtle, and that Xuanwu Lake is just a volcanic lake. Now I finally understand why I can always feel the aura of an extremely powerful demonic beast in the Green Zone. Although it is very faint, it has always been there. So it is this volcanic mountain turtle. Ling Xiao frowned, but he didn't slow down. Right now, he could only hope that the situation in the Green Zone wasn't too bad. Otherwise, it would really be a heart-wrenching experience. The people of Soul Hall trusted him and Dark Frost so much. And the two fighting spirits had become his life and death brothers. He absolutely could not let them die. Absolutely not. How could this be? Why would a berserk pill appear here? Yuan Venerate suddenly floated out and said in shock as he looked at the volcanic mountain turtle that was wreaking havoc. Berserk pill? Master, do you know something? Ling Xiao asked. Let's not talk about this first. Let's hurry up and save people. The demonic beast under the control of the berserk pill only knows how to kill. Fortunately, the Green Zone is on its back, so it probably hasn't attacked other than the damage from the volcano, Yuan Venerate said. Yuan Venerate said. All right. Although Ling Xiao had a lot of questions to ask, he also knew that saving people was more important now. Help! Suddenly, a scream was heard from the front. Then, Ling Xiao saw a martialist who had jumped off the back of the volcanic mountain turtle get swallowed whole. The huge volcanic mountain turtle's eyes were filled with terrifying murderous intent. It's the people of Soul Hall. Hurry up. Ming Shuang recognized that person, and she became anxious as well. Chapter 3492. Canopy Beast, Water Giant, extinguish the fire. Ling Xiao stood in the air and saw that there was almost no safe place in the Green Zone. His heart almost sank to the bottom of the valley. But at this moment, he still desperately tried to extinguish the fire. The huge water giant pounced on the lava. It extinguished a large amount of lava. Me too. The Dragon Shark King was originally from the Sea Clan and was good at water attacks. Together with Ling Xiao, they kept extinguishing the lava. There's someone there. Finally, the flames were extinguished, and a figure could be seen. Ling Xiao was the first to rush over and save that person from the sea of fire. Dark Frost also chased over. Hall Master, help! That person's body was partially burned, but fortunately, his life was not in danger. What the hell is going on? Dark Frost asked. We don't know either. The Green Zone suddenly moved, and the world was constantly shaking. The volcano erupted, and lava flowed everywhere. Many people died. That person cried out in pain. Where are the others? This was what Dark Frost was most concerned about. What exactly had happened could be seen at a glance, but where were the people who were still alive? They are still relatively safe for the time being because of the array set up by Ling Xiao to avoid the attack of the flames. But I don't know how long they can hold on. I came out to find help. Fortunately, I bumped into you guys. That person's face was full of joy. Long Chen, take him to a safe place. Take this pill. Ling Xiao gave that person a healing pill and then instructed. Understood, boss. Long Chen quickly left with his men. Let's go and save them. There was only one place where Ling Xiao set up the array, and he believed that the survivors were there. Okay. Everyone nodded and then headed in that direction. Little Gold was also released and began to devour the lava and flames. As long as it was something with heat, it could devour it to help increase its strength. It was quite useful for extinguishing the fire. Cold Plum also came out to help save people. Ling Xiao, you better think of a way to extract the berserker pill from this old turtle's body as soon as possible. The Yuan Venerate suddenly said, if the berserk pill continues to exist, this old tortoise will continue to kill. The entire Archean divine tomb would become a purgatory. It can kill as many people as you save. Who the hell is it? How could he have such a pill? Ling Xiao could not help but ask. I've been to the savage beast region before. There's a beast race there called the Thunder Rhinoceros race. The Thunder Rhino clan had the berserk blood in their bodies. Some doctors used the berserk blood to develop the berserk pill, which allows the savage beasts to have the ability to go berserk. Yuan Venerate explained. Savage beast region. Isn't that one of the 4 major regions? Ling Xiao said in shock. You're right. I'm afraid that new trouble has come to the immemorial divine tomb. Once the savage beast region's people got involved in this mess, it'd be a huge problem. Just one godfiend token owner is enough of a headache. Yuan Venerate said helplessly. No wonder I saw the godfiend token owner injured. Could he have been beaten up by the savage beast region's people? Ling Xiao felt that this was the most reasonable explanation. That should be right. The Yuan Venerate nodded. Oh no, Master, do you think the savage beast region's people are still nearby? Ling Xiao suddenly became extremely nervous. If the savage beast region's people were still nearby, then everything they were doing would be seen by the other party. What exactly were they trying to do? He hurriedly looked around and his Taiji eye quickly caught sight of 2 terrifying auras. Ling Xiao hurriedly retracted his gaze in fright. You found them? The Yuan Venerate asked. Yes, I found them. There are 2 people whose auras are similar to the godfiend token owners. Ling Xiao said. This is the worst-case scenario. The Yuan Venerate sighed. If there's really no other way, let me possess the body. My soul is stronger now anyway. It doesn't matter even if I lose some of it. No, Master, if you possess the body, you will lose some of your memories every time. The price is too great. I really can't imagine how bad it would be if you forgot the past. Ling Xiao shook his head. Don't be silly. Once you're dead, you'll have nothing left. Even if you enter the sanguinary rat state, you'll still be alive. Even if you become a tyrant martial soul, you won't be a match for those people. They are too strong. You can't deal with them right now. The Yuan Venerate smiled bitterly. Listen to me. That's right. Let's not talk about this for now, Master. Things haven't reached that stage yet. I don't think those people will take us seriously. Ling Xiao shook his head. At this moment, he could already see the Soul Palace people surrounded by magma. The battle souls, warrior souls, and wind souls were comforting them. Although there were many casualties, at least a lot of them had survived. Boom! Even more terrifying lava spewed out of the volcanic tortoise's body, forcing everyone to avoid it. Although the array formation Ling Xiao had set up had withstood the test again, it was in imminent danger. No, you guys go and save them. I will think of a way to restrain this volcanic tortoise. If it continues to cause trouble, we won't be able to save anyone. Ling Xiao glanced at the volcanic tortoise, which was still going crazy, and said coldly. All right. Dark Frost agreed without hesitation. Saving people was easy. They just had to put out the flames. However, the problem was that the volcanic tortoise would still be in danger if it kept going crazy. Therefore, restraining the volcanic tortoise was the best choice. The berserk pill can allow the volcanic tortoise to remain in a berserk state for at least 3 days and 3 nights. Although it can be consumed, the duration is too long. Given the volcanic tortoise's destructive power, we will all die in 3 days and 3 nights. It hasn't noticed the thing on its back yet. Once it does, the danger will be even greater. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. Then what should we do? Kill this old tortoise? Ling Xiao asked. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to kill it. After all, it used to be the ancient Sword Emperor's mount and made great contributions to the Western region. I have a suggestion. The berserk blood has a terrifying heat, and little gold can swallow it. The berserk pill is refined with the berserk blood as the main ingredient, so it also has a powerful heat. It is very useful for increasing little gold's strength. Let it swallow it. However, you'd better be prepared before it swallows it, just in case. The Yuan Venerate suggested. Darkfrost and the others had already started to think of ways to save people, but the lava that kept gushing out was stronger than anywhere else. They really couldn't get close for the time being. Ling Xiao tried his best not to think about what was going on over there. He focused all his attention on suppressing the volcanic tortoise. The volcanic tortoise's destructive power was too great. Its strength was already very strong, and its destructive power had increased even more due to the berserk pill. Any martialist that came into contact with the boiling lava would either die or be injured. Only a reincarnation divine boundary martialist could resist it. Even a reincarnation divine boundary martialist wouldn't be able to escape death after being attacked by the volcanic tortoise. Ling Xiao had personally witnessed a reincarnation divine boundary zombie king get bitten to death by the volcanic tortoise. Chapter 3493. The tortoise's combat power was terrifying. A first-stage reincarnation divine realm zombie king was easily killed by it. Facing such a colossus, they didn't know how to deal with it. Interesting. Did you notice? One is a descendant of the dragon race, and the other is a golden devouring crow. I didn't expect the archaic divine tomb to have such a wondrous item. Lan Mao and Zhu Guang didn't leave. Watching the tortoise wreak havoc, they entered into a spectator mode. Seeing the Western region cultivators being killed and burned to death, their faces were filled with smug smiles. In front of them, humans were aliens. It didn't matter if they were killed. Then, they noticed Long Chen and Little Gold. Long Chen had transformed into a dragon and was devouring flames. Little Gold was a golden devouring crow, so it could devour even more. Their outstanding performance naturally attracted the attention of the beasts. In the eyes of the beasts, they were the same kind. Didn't the dragon race go extinct long ago? How come there's still one? As for the golden devouring crow, isn't it a thing of legend? How did it become real? Zhu Guang was stunned. The culture of the beasts wasn't any worse than that of humans. They naturally remembered the past of the beasts very clearly. Moreover, the archaic war was a war between humans and beasts. The beasts were led by the dragon race, while the humans were led by the human king. Later, the human king ruled the world and created a situation where all races coexisted. Most of the beasts also accepted the situation of living together with the humans. However, after the sacred dynasty weakened, the conflict became more prominent. The war between humans and beasts erupted again. The beasts of the savage beast region had always hoped to find a descendant of the dragon race. Only then would they be able to unite the savage beast realm. The dragon race was the king of all beasts. As for the golden devouring crow, it was also a powerful existence in the legends. It wasn't inferior to the dragon race's beasts. It was rumored that the golden devouring crow only appeared once in the archaic era, and it caused great losses to the humans. Fortunately, the human king was strong and fought the golden devouring crow for 9 days and 9 nights to win. To the beast race, this was another symbol as well. Now, both of them had appeared here. But why are they so weak? Zhu Guang frowned. What's so strange about that? Even if you're a dragon, you can't cultivate that fast in that crappy place. Furthermore, both of them were at the second level of the reincarnation divine realm. In the Western region, he was considered an invincible existence. If he could bring him back to the savage beast realm, it wouldn't take long for him to dominate the savage beast realm. At that time, the entire 4 regions will belong to us beast. Lan Mao's eyes flashed with excitement. Let's wait and see. After all, there is a type of beast soul cultivator in the Western regions. It would be embarrassing if I made a mistake. Although Cosmic Light was also very excited, he was still calmer than Blue Eye. Alright, let's wait and see. We have plenty of time anyway. I just don't know if they can survive. Lan Mao said. If you can't even survive this, then don't bring him back to the savage beast region. You'll only embarrass yourself. Timelight path. That's true. As he spoke, Xiao Jin grew in the wind, and his body became incomparably huge. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and a large amount of heat energy entered his body. Then, Ling Xiao jumped on his body and rushed towards the location of the berserker pill. As for Long Chen, he transformed into a huge dragon to help Darkfrost and the others save people. In the volcanic mountain tortoise's berserk state, he could only save 1 or 2 people at a time. It was a bit troublesome. But that was all they could do. Devouring the golden crow. It shouldn't be wrong. He can actually devour such terrifying heat energy with a single breath. It's basically impossible to see such a beast in the savage beast region. Big brother Cosmic Light, don't hesitate. Let's do it. Lan Mao said. And that dragon can't be wrong either. He's definitely not a beast soul cultivator. He's a real dragon. Look at how he's standing on the boiling lava without any injuries. You can see how strong his body is. If we capture him, he'll be able to command the entire savage beast region. Then, we'll really be rich. Cosmic Light's eyes also flashed with excitement. Lan Mao was right. Whether it was devouring the golden crow or a dragon descendant, it shouldn't be wrong. Boss, I feel like we're being watched. Xiao Jin suddenly said. I know. It should be those 2 beasts from the savage beast region. Damn it. Do we have no choice but to use Master's power? Ling Xiao was very unwilling. At this moment, he could clearly feel the greed of the 2 beasts towards Xiao Jin and Long Chen. This kind of greed was exactly the same as the greed that Prince Tian had revealed before. But it was even stronger. Volcanic Mountain Tortoise, oh Volcanic Mountain Tortoise. I hope you can help me today. Ling Xiao looked at the volcanic mountain tortoise beneath his feet. As long as he could get rid of the berserker pill, he believed the volcanic mountain tortoise would have no problem stopping those 2 beasts. The volcanic mountain tortoise was definitely stronger than those 2 beasts. Given the current situation, he could only take a gamble. Otherwise, even if he used all his cards, he wouldn't be a match for those 2 beasts. Hey, good fellow. His reaction is sharp. He seems to have sensed our presence. Lan Mao smiled. So what if he sensed us? In the archaic divine tomb, aside from the archaic divine order master, no one is a match for us. Zhu Guang sneered. The 4 realms aren't something they can imagine. Should we attack? Lan Mao asked. What's the rush? Don't you think it's amusing to watch these pitiful creatures struggle to survive? Lan Mao smiled. Lan Mao was helpless. Her big brother Zhu Guang just loved to play. But when she thought about it carefully, there was nothing to worry about. Was there a need to worry about a group of ants turning the tables? Found it. Ling Xiao locked onto the berserker pill's location. If they could succeed today, it would all depend on this gamble. Oh no, they seem to want to get rid of the berserker pill. Lan Mao finally realized something was amiss. Just them. Zhu Guang didn't believe it. But as they spoke, Ling Xiao had already burrowed into the volcanic mountain tortoise's body. The volcano on the tortoise's back was connected to its body. With the lava Cerberus beast soul transformation, there was no need to worry about being injured by the lava. It's you, berserker pill. After entering the volcanic mountain tortoise's body, Ling Xiao sneered and waved Ice Age. He directly slashed down and cut the berserker pill out of the volcanic mountain tortoise's body. Although this slash would cause the volcanic mountain tortoise extreme pain, it was better than being controlled by the berserker pill and becoming someone else's puppet. Roar. Ling Xiao could hear the volcanic mountain tortoise's miserable cries. He put away the berserker pill and then released the immemorial nature dragon's healing aura to heal the volcanic mountain tortoise's injuries. Chapter 3494. Kid, are you the one who saved me? Ling Xiao finished treating the volcanic mountain tortoise and was about to leave. Suddenly, he saw a shadow appear. The shadow flashed with a faint blue light as if it was a soul. Ling Xiao guessed that it was most likely the volcanic mountain tortoise's soul. You can say that. Ling Xiao said. You have my master's aura on you. No wonder. The volcanic mountain tortoise noticed the ancient sword emperor's aura on Ling Xiao and became even more respectful. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He believed that the volcanic mountain tortoise's soul didn't appear to talk nonsense. To thank you for saving my life, I'll do my best to protect you while we're in the Archean divine tomb. Oh no, the enemy is here. Let's not talk for now. Prepare for battle. The volcanic mountain tortoise's soul suddenly disappeared. Then, Ling Xiao felt a terrifying tremor. It lasted for more than 10 minutes before it finally stopped. Ling Xiao was worried about Xiao Jin and the others' safety, so he flew out of the volcano. In the end, he discovered that 2 Savage Beast clan martial artists were fleeing. The volcanic mountain tortoise is indeed powerful. Looks like I made the right bet. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Those 2 Savage Beast region beasts were really terrifying. Perhaps only the volcanic mountain tortoise could deal with them. Big brother Ling Xiao, what happened? Who were those 2 just now? Why did the volcanic mountain tortoise suddenly stop going berserk? Dark Frost flew over with a belly full of questions. Ling Xiao explained briefly, then hurriedly asked, how are the people of the Soul Hall? Are they all safe? They're fine. Although some people died, not many. Why are the Savage Beast region beasts here? Ming Shuang furrowed her brows. Don't worry, girl. The volcanic mountain tortoise has awakened and won't be controlled by them anymore. It promised to protect us while we're in the Archean divine tomb. Let's go. Let the volcanic mountain tortoise head straight for the divine devil city. The ancient sword emperor's mausoleum is there anyway. It's easier to prepare when we're close. Ling Xiao sighed. Although they couldn't save them, this was the best outcome. Otherwise, all of them would have died. Little Gold, I'll give you the berserk pill. This time, don't swallow it in the beast ring. Just enter my mountain river world. Once we're there, even if anything happens, I'll be able to handle it. Ling Xiao gave the berserk pill to Xiao Jin. Got it, boss. Xiao Jin took the berserk pill and directly entered the mountain river world. This berserker pill could even affect a 9th-level reincarnation divine realm demonic beast like the Fire Mountain Tortoise. After Little Gold devoured it, its strength would probably increase tremendously this time. It's all thanks to Big Brother Ling Xiao's formation. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Dark Frost was a little depressed, but she was also a little relieved. That's right. If it wasn't for that array, the entire Soul Palace would have been engulfed by the magma. I reckon that not many people would have survived. The neutral martial artists in the green zone were basically all dead. How pitiful. Dohan also walked over and said. All of them looked at Ling Xiao with reverence. The Fire Mountain Tortoise had already started moving. The people who were saved earlier had all returned to the tortoise's back. This place was huge to begin with. It wasn't a problem for all the martial artists of the Soul Palace to stay. In addition, the Fire Mountain Tortoise had already awakened. Even the experts of the Savage Beast region couldn't do anything to it. Moreover, the demonic beasts of the archaic divine tomb were even less of a match for the Fire Mountain Tortoise. The Fire Mountain Tortoise had already walked far away when the 2 injured beasts appeared again. At this time, they no longer had their previous arrogance. Instead, it was replaced by anger and hatred. Damn it. That brat actually ruined our good business. I didn't expect the ancient sword emperor's mount to be so terrifying. When we used the berserk pill to control it, it was lucky that it was asleep. Otherwise, both of us would have been in danger. Lan Mao stared fiercely at Ling Xiao on the Fire Mountain Tortoise. She gritted her teeth and said, also, that bastard seems to treat the devouring golden crow as his mount. That dragon descendant also bowed down to him. Who is that guy? He's just a human liar. Cosmic Light said coldly, didn't we hear about this in our beast stories? Humans are experts at lying. They can trick beasts into doing things for them. Then what do we do? Do we use blood lightning and purple chelene? Let's work together to destroy the Fire Mountain Tortoise. Lan Mao was furious. She only wanted to kill Ling Xiao to vent her hatred. We can't kill him. Cosmic Light shook his head. Why not? Lan Mao asked. First, if the four of us work together to deal with the Fire Mountain Tortoise, the Fiend God Medallion Master will definitely make a move. Don't underestimate that guy. Second, when I got close, I sensed the Ancient Sword Emperor's aura on that youth. Cosmic Light explained. The Ancient Sword Emperor's aura? You're saying he might have obtained the Ancient Sword Emperor's legacy? Lan Mao asked. That's right. Don't forget why we came to the archaic divine tomb. The most important thing is to obtain the Ancient Sword Emperor's legacy. Everything else can wait. Cosmic Light nodded. Damn it. If it weren't for the Ancient Sword Emperor's restriction, only Western region martial artists could enter the Ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum. Why would we be so passive? It's so depressing. Although Lan Mao was very unhappy, she had to admit that Cosmic Light's words made sense. If that youth could really obtain the Ancient Sword Emperor's legacy, then it would be very stupid of them to kill that youth now. Don't worry, Lan Mao. Don't forget that we still have 4 companions on the way. The Beast Emperor has put in a lot of effort for this matter. If it weren't for the fact that the archaic divine tomb weakened reincarnation divine pulse martial artists, the Beast Emperor would have even sent divine pulse martial artists here. Then there's nothing for us to do. We can only make a great contribution now. Cosmic Light Dao. Okay, I'll listen to you, big brother Cosmic Light. Lan Mao took a deep breath and finally calmed down. No matter what that youth did, when he obtained the Ancient Sword Emperor's legacy, it would be his death. By the way, Lan Mao, didn't you notice another person? Cosmic Light suddenly said. Another person? Who? Lan Mao was a little puzzled. She was more concerned about the Dragon Clan descendant and the devouring Golden Crow. She didn't care about the rest at all. That woman, the woman with a short sword. Cosmic Light reminded. Oh, that woman. Is there anything special about her? Lan Mao suddenly smiled and said, Big brother Cosmic Light, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to a human woman? Stupid. How could I, a noble beast, take a fancy to a lowly human? It's just that that woman has some strange aura. I can't describe it, but it's very terrifying. Cosmic Light suddenly trembled when he said this. No way, big brother Cosmic Light. That woman, the woman called Cold Plum? Why didn't I notice? Lan Mao still didn't believe it. The next time you see her, take a closer look. I believe your eyes won't be wrong. Cosmic Light wouldn't doubt his intuition. Chapter 3495. Zhu Guang had a feeling that the woman called Cold Plum was even scarier than the descendant of the Dragon Clan and the devouring Golden Crow. However, he couldn't tell exactly what it was. Alright, there's nothing else to do here. Let's go to the Divine Devil City. The volcanic tortoise seems to be heading towards the Divine Devil City. The ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum is probably near the Divine Devil City. Zhu Guang sneered and turned into a huge white tiger. The blue eyes smiled and turned into a slender viper. This was their true form. As beasts, they preferred to move around in their true forms. The volcanic tortoise was huge. Although it was fast, it couldn't fly as fast as a powerhouse. It would take 7 to 8 days to reach the Divine Devil City. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't waste any time. On the volcanic tortoise's back, he began to think about the 9 supreme sword techniques. The Big Dipper sword and meteoric metal could be cultivated into the 7-star sky falling sword technique. The Myriad Kingdom sword and Sea Soul Jade could be cultivated into the Myriad Kingdom sea sword technique. Because he was eager to know the effects of cultivating the 6 sword techniques, he randomly chose one to cultivate. He held the Big Dipper sword and meteoric metal in his hands at the same time. As he comprehended the sword techniques, the two things began to merge. This wasn't the first time he had done this. The cultivation process was basically the same. Therefore, he didn't use it for long this time. However, the moment he finished cultivating the 7-star sky falling sword technique, something strange happened. The other 5 swords that had been cultivated flew out. They stood side by side with the Big Dipper sword. Then, a brand new memory quickly merged into Ling Xiao's mind. I see. Ling Xiao opened his eyes, his heart filled with excitement. After cultivating the 6 sword techniques, not only did each sword technique advance from beginner to intermediate king level, but each sword technique had also advanced from beginner to intermediate king level. Even the 9 sovereigns' swords had been upgraded from fine grade to precious grade. They had advanced by a level. Even the myriad kingdom sword and demon sovereign sword that hadn't been cultivated were the same. However, there was a problem now. After all the sword techniques had advanced, the difficulty of cultivating the remaining 4 sword techniques had increased. In addition to the original requirements, the martial artist's cultivation had to be at least at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. It seems that in this world, there are always gains and losses. Ling Xiao sighed, but he was still happy in his heart. Since it was difficult to cultivate, it meant that it was of a higher grade. The 6 sword techniques he had now were actually enough for him to use. After all, the combined power of the 2 swords could reach the level of a high-grade king martial technique. 4 swords combined into one would be at the peak of the king level. Ling Xiao tested the 5 swords as one. He could not use it at all. He did not have enough true essence. Ling Xiao knew that his cultivation was holding him back. Now that the 5 swords had merged into one, it was no longer as simple as a king-grade martial skill. If he wanted to use it, he would have to raise his cultivation to a very high level. Thinking of this, he took out the beast souls that he had obtained earlier and began to upgrade his own beast souls. 4 types of 9th level reincarnation divine realm beast souls. 1 was the beast soul of the frost pool python. The first 4 were used to upgrade the beast souls of the cosmic light tiger, shadow rabbit, frost dragon, and 9 snake general. The cosmic light tiger allowed him to have the cosmic light body and maximize his speed. It was useful for both battle and escape. The shadow rabbit could have the special effect of the shadow warrior. It was very useful. The frost dragon had the frost dragon breath. Together with the extreme frost domain, the effect could be maximized. The 9 snake general beast soul could increase the power of the 9 snake poison domain. As for the frost pool python beast soul, it was used to upgrade the canopy beast soul. After the incident at the frost pool, Ling Xiao understood. The canopy beast soul might not be of much use normally, but once it entered the water, it would be extremely useful. It took a total of 7 days to travel from the original location of the green zone to the outskirts of the Godfiend city. In these 7 days, Ling Xiao had upgraded all 5 types of beast souls. The benefit he gained was that his cultivation had finally advanced from the 1st level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm to the 2nd level of the Reincarnation Sutra. From now on, he dared to say that there were no more enemies in the entire Western region. Even Dragon Mother and the leader of the Vengeful Alliance were no match for him. Of course, this was not something to be happy about. After all, his biggest enemy now was the Godfiend Token Master and the mysterious savage beasts. At this moment, the savage beasts he mentioned were standing not far away from the volcanic mountain tortoise. There were originally 2 people, but now there were 8. Other than the cosmic light tiger, Blue Eye, Purple Chelene, and Blood Thunder who had arrived at the beginning, there were 4 more. It seemed that they would not be easy to deal with. They're finally here. Lan Mao glared fiercely at the volcanic mountain tortoise in the distance. Even now, her anger had yet to subside. After all, she had suffered at the hands of the humans she looked down on. This made her furious. Yes, they're here. But speaking of which, the laws of the Western region are really loose. Whether it's the sky or the ground, they all seem so fragile. A light touch and they'll rot. If this were in the 4 regions, even if we attacked with all our might, there would only be a slight crack on the ground. Cosmic Light Tiger said indifferently. This was because he saw huge cracks on the ground wherever the volcanic tortoise kingdom passed by. It was as fragile as tofu that was cut open. What are you talking about? Although we both belong to the Black Tortoise continent, the 4 regions and the Western region are completely controlled by 2 different laws. The humans of the 4 regions are the real humans. The humans of the Western region are all eliminated trash. Purple Chelene laughed. But don't underestimate a place like the Western region. The ancient Sword Emperor back then made us suffer. Blood Thunder reminded. How many years has it been? There's only one ancient Sword Emperor. I don't believe that there will be a second one in the Western region. Purple Chelene sneered. Besides, So what if it's the ancient sword emperor? He's just a divine pulse realm martial artist. He's just a little stronger than us. But don't forget Ji Fuling and Yu Xianyu. Those two came from the barren sky dragon continent. But they can kill our beast emperor. Blood Thunder reminded again, underestimating the enemy will make us pay a heavy price. Don't argue. Is the divine demon order master done? Did he promise not to inform the other 3 regions? Cosmic Light suddenly said. Don't worry about that. Although that guy is powerful, he's no match for us. He's very obedient now. Originally, I said that we should just kill him. Why go through so much trouble? Purple Cheline said unhappily. Kill him? You can try. If you kill him, none of us will live. The Divine Demon Order Master was sent by the 4 regions to guard the Divine Demon City. It's already disrespectful for us to attack him. If we kill him, not to mention us, even the Savage Beast region will be implicated. Blood Thunder said coldly, don't be so impulsive. Use your brain. Chapter 3496. TSK, got it. Zilin wasn't happy, but this was reality. The people from the Savage Beast region had come here stealthily and hadn't dared alert anyone. Otherwise, the things in the ancient sword Imperial tomb wouldn't belong to them. Actually, there's no need to worry. The Demon God token is mainly the inheritance of the ancient sword Emperor. What we want is something in the ancient sword Imperial tomb. We each take what we need and no one will affect anyone else. Zhu Guang said faintly. Ling Xiao hadn't sensed the existence of these 8 beasts. Firstly, they were far away and secondly, they had restrained their auras and weren't as impudent as before. The Yuan Venerate had passed through the 4 great domains before. He had also told Ling Xiao some things about the 4 great domains. In the 4 great domains, Reincarnation Divine Boundary Martialists were probably the foundation. Reincarnation Divine Pulse Martialists were probably as numerous as the hairs on a cow. His previous knowledge could be described as a frog at the bottom of a well. Thinking back, he had actually killed a martialist from the Eternal Life Palace and chased another one away. Thinking back now, he found it unbelievable. What exactly was that demon in his body? He could sense that it didn't have any ill intentions towards him. It should be something derived from the tyrannical Sky Martial Soul. Or perhaps it was the essence of the tyrannical Sky Martial Soul. It would be great if he could control it freely. In that case, wouldn't he be able to do as he pleased in the 4 great domains? However, that was just a thought. He was still a long way from reaching the Divine Pulse Realm. He had only cultivated to the 2nd level of the Reincarnation Divine Boundary after much effort. He didn't know when he would reach the average level of the 4 great domains. However, even if he improved his cultivation, he still couldn't achieve the 5 swords merge. It still wasn't enough. However, the energy in his cultivation sea had already returned to 0. It was almost impossible to break through immediately. Therefore, he planned to do something else. Master, Prince Zhong said that martial souls can be cultivated from Hutian to Xiantian in the 4 great domains. Do you know what's going on? Ling Xiao asked. I know a little about this. The highest realm of a martial soul is the man and spirit merge perfectly. At that time, a martialist's control over the power of a martial soul would be at its most perfect. However, there are still many stages to achieve the man and spirit merge. In the 4 major districts, there was a way to cultivate an acquired martial soul to an innate martial soul. To be honest, if you were to meet a martial artist of the same cultivation level as you are now, your chances of winning would be slim. Even if you can defeat an enemy 2 ranks higher than you in the western regions. However, in the 4 major regions, even cultivators of the same cultivation level were no match for them. The reason was that the martial soul's cultivation speed was not high enough. However, I don't have much interest in those backward cultivation methods. I just happened to get a cultivation book. It will allow you to cultivate your martial spirit to the Hutian 9th stage. Did you know that Prince Zhong's martial spirit had only cultivated to the Hutian 1st stage, but he was able to achieve a telepathic connection with his weapon? If you cultivate to the Hutian 9th stage, then any weapon in your hand can be used freely in an instant. Also, the secret of your Ice Age should be easily solved. After saying that, the Yuan Venerate transmitted a memory to Ling Xiao. So that's how it is. The people of the 4 great regions can actually cultivate their martial spirits this way. Cultivate your martial soul as a martial artist. This seems very simple, but it's a bit troublesome to actually cultivate it. If you don't control your martial soul well, it will hurt your martial soul and even destroy it. Ling Xiao absorbed that memory and muttered to himself, however, I have cultivated the primordial spirit remnant scroll before. The method of cultivating the soul inside can be used to cultivate the martial soul. It can even let the martial soul come out of its shell. It feels like the martial soul is another form of soul. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao no longer hesitated. Using the cultivation method in the primordial spirit remnant scroll, he began to strengthen his martial soul. At first, he didn't dare to directly try using the Tyrant martial soul. After all, the Tyrant martial soul was too important to him. If there was a problem, his entire martial artist career would be in trouble. Clang! A sword martial soul broke through the sky. This sword martial soul was obtained in the western regions. With it, Ling Xiao could no longer be restricted by the strength of his weapon. However, just this effect alone made Ling Xiao feel that the sword martial soul was a bit too weak. It wasn't until he heard what Prince Zhong said that he understood. It turned out that the sword martial soul could be cultivated. When it was cultivated to a powerful level, it could even merge the weapon with the body. This kind of thing was similar to the beast warrior. It seemed to be very common in the 4 regions. After releasing the sword martial soul, he began to cultivate. Using the cultivation method of the primordial spirit remnant scroll, he was completely immersed in it. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days passed. The 1-month deadline was approaching. On the 29th day, suddenly, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. The sword martial soul behind him seemed to have condensed into a material object, looking like a shining sword. In this sword, there was a terrifying power. This power was definitely not something that the sword warriors of the western regions could possess. Nearly a month's time was not in vain. This sword martial soul has been cultivated to the first stage of the Hutian realm. However, this process was really difficult. It seems that the cultivation of the primordial spirit remnant scroll and the martial soul seem to be similar. Ling Xiao smiled. He even suspected that the cultivation method of the martial soul in the mystic world was learned from the primordial spirit remnant scroll. He did not know how powerful the martial souls of the 4 regions could be cultivated to. However, the beginning was really difficult. The first stage of the Hutian sword martial soul could increase the attack power of sword-type weapons by nearly 3 times. This kind of advantage was really too great in the western regions. However, when it came to the 4 regions, where everyone cultivated the martial soul, there might not be such an advantage. However, being able to make up for the disadvantage was itself a kind of advantage. Xiao Jin still had not woken up. The effect of the berserker pill was really crazy. Fortunately, there were no accidents. This made Ling Xiao quite satisfied. He was really looking forward to how much Xiao Jin's strength would increase after coming out this time. Perhaps it would be stronger than him. No, it should be stronger than him. If the heat from the berserker pill was not as strong as him, then it would be a bit unreasonable. This kind of strength was the key to his confrontation with the god-devil token owner and the beast race from the savage beast realm. I can come out now. Dark Frost and the others are probably waiting for me. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao stood up and walked out of his room. These days, the new green zone was very peaceful. Because of the volcanic tortoise, even the god-devil token owner did not dare to cause trouble. Needless to say, the people of the Bloodaxe snake race did not need to be mentioned. They still hated Ling Xiao in their hearts. However, as long as Ling Xiao did not leave the volcanic tortoise, they did not dare to make a move. Moreover, the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum was about to open. They did not dare to spoil the god-devil token owner's good fortune. Because of this, it was very peaceful during this period. Chapter 3497. Ling Xiao, Dark Frost, Ling Xiao, Xiao Jin, and Cold Plum. These 5 people had obtained spots in the God-Devil Invitational Tournament. Dragon Shark King, Warrior Soul, Battle Soul, wind soul, and a neutral warrior at the second level of the reincarnation divine realm, Murongda. They were lucky enough to be on the invitation list. These were also the 5 extra spots. Although Murongda was a neutral warrior, he had already joined the Soul Hall. And in the past month, Dark Frost had also conducted many tests and investigations on him. She confirmed that there was no problem with this person and that he just wanted to join the Soul Hall to obtain a spot to enter the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. I only have one sentence. As long as you work for the Soul Hall will not treat you unfairly. If you have ulterior motives, don't blame us. Ling Xiao glanced at Murongda. Although he was still very optimistic about Dark Frost's judgment. However, there were some things that had to be said. Murongda was forced by Ling Xiao's aura and almost knelt on the ground. What's going on? He was shocked. He had long heard that the Soul Hall had an extremely powerful guest elder. He knew that even King Zhong had been defeated. However, Murongda was still very shocked to be intimidated by Ling Xiao's aura. This person is unfathomable, Murongda thought to himself. And he definitely had the ability to kill him easily. Wasn't betraying in front of such a person courting death. Alright, if there's nothing else, let's go. Ling Xiao called out, Grandpa Turtle, I'll leave this place to you. Don't worry, kid. You should be careful of those guys. They might attack you at any time. Volcano Turtle reminded. I got it. Actually, Ling Xiao wasn't worried about himself. He was more worried about Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin. From the previous battle, he had sensed that Long Chen and Xiao Jin had been targeted by those beasts. He didn't need to think to know the specific reason. A devouring golden crow. A descendant of the dragon race. There were probably only 2 of them in the entire mystic world. How could they not want to take them for themselves? However, if you want to snatch my brother, you have to be prepared to pay a heavy price. Prince Tian is an example. Ling Xiao sneered and soared into the sky. Because they were near the Divine Devil City, they were the first group of people to arrive at the Divine Devil City. Just as he arrived at the entrance, Ling Xiao met Blood Axe Snake Clan's Shi Shaozong. Ling Xiao was no match for Shi Shaozong, who was at the 3rd level of the reincarnation divine realm in the past. But today, in Ling Xiao's eyes, Shi Shaozong was just SOSO. A good dog doesn't block the way. What are you doing? Ling Xiao coldly looked at Shi Shaozong and the other warriors of the Blood Axe Snake Clan, his face cold. "Mph, the Fiend God Token Master is currently recuperating and can't take care of you. Today, I will avenge the dead Blood Axe Serpent Clan's martial artist." Shi Shaozong snorted coldly. "I advise you not to act recklessly. Otherwise, the result will definitely not be what you want." The reason why Ling Xiao had killed the Blood Axe Snake Clan was because he had no other choice. Since nothing had happened today, he didn't want to make a move. But if Shi Shaozong didn't know what was good for him, he wouldn't be polite. "Nonsense, do you dare to fight me alone?" Shi Shaozong shouted sternly. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Ling Xiao sneered, "This is good too. If I defeat you, I will let the Blood Axe Snake Clan know that I am not so easy to provoke. Big brother Ling Xiao, why don't you let me do it?" Dark Frost couldn't help but ask. In this month, her cultivation had also broken through 1 level. In the western region, the top warriors could only break through to the 3rd level of the reincarnation divine realm. But the environment of the immemorial divine tomb was special, and the spirit chi was more abundant. The chances of breaking through were higher and faster. She was worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't be Shi Shaozong's opponent, so she took the initiative to ask. "Don't worry, girl. I didn't waste this month." Ling Xiao smiled at Dark Frost and walked out of the array. "You guys watch from the side." Shi Shaozong ordered his subordinates. Then he walked out. The 2 confronted each other at the entrance of the Divine Devil City. "Aren't you going to transform?" Shi Shaozong waited for a moment and realized that Ling Xiao didn't intend to use the beast soul transformation, so he couldn't help but ask. "You are an honest person, but it's a pity that you have a sister who is courting death. I don't need the beast soul transformation to deal with you. Just go ahead and attack." Ling Xiao hooked his finger. "You are not allowed to insult my sister." Although he knew what his sister was like in the divine devil city, she was still his sister. Shi Shaozong absolutely couldn't tolerate anyone insulting his sister in front of him. His figure trembled, and Shi Shaozong had already charged towards Ling Xiao. Blood axe heaven-splitting slash. In Shi Shaozong's hand, there was a blood-red axe that was particularly eye-catching. When he brandished it, the huge and sharp aura was incomparably terrifying. It was as if it was going to cut Ling Xiao in half. King-level martial technique? Not enough. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the Fire Supreme Sword pierced through the air. Fire Supreme Sword art blazing sky. Raging flames tumbled, and blazing heat spewed out. The Fire Supreme Sword shattered the giant axe that was condensed from true origin energy. Shi Shaozong's expression didn't change, and he made another move. Blood axe heaven-splitting slash. The power of this move was obviously more ferocious than the previous one, and its power was also more violent. As a result, Shi Shaozong's aura became much more violent. High King-level martial skill? Still not enough. Ling Xiao smiled coldly, and the Ice Supreme Sword pierced through the air. Fire Supreme Sword art blazing sky. Ice Supreme Sword art blazing sky. Both swords struck out. In the past, the combination of the two swords was only a king-level martial technique. However, today's joint attack already had the power of a high-grade king martial skill. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded. Shi Shaozong was actually pushed back a few meters, and his face was extremely gloomy. How could this be? He couldn't believe that this was real. His cultivation was clearly much stronger than Ling Xiao's, so how could it be like this? Don't be so surprised, your cultivation hasn't improved at all in this month. But I broke through to the second level of the reincarnation divine realm. You no longer have any advantage over me. And my martial technique is even stronger than yours. 3 swords in one. Fire Supreme. Ice Supreme. Soul Elder. Ling Xiao didn't plan to waste too much time, and after the 2 swords, it was 3 swords. The unstoppable sword aura rushed over, even though Shi Shaozong was already trying his best to block it. But he was still sent flying a few hundred meters away, and fell to the ground, covered in blood. I won't kill you today, because you have deep feelings for your sister. But there won't be a second time. If I encounter this again, I'll kill you without mercy. And all of you, remember what I said, if something like this happens again, the Blood Axe Snake clan won't exist anymore. After speaking, Ling Xiao directly entered the God Devil City. The rest of the people followed behind him. Shi Shaozong laid there with an ugly expression. He had painstakingly cultivated for so many years, but he was actually inferior to a nobody in the western region. Lamentable. Lamentable. Suddenly, a blood arrow flew, and Shi Shaozong fell to the ground. Young master. No one would have thought that Shi Shaozong's psychological quality was so bad that he actually chose to commit suicide. Chapter 3498. I didn't expect Big Brother Ling Xiao to become so powerful now. However, you still have to be careful when you enter the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum this time. Heavenly King and Dragon Mother will probably kill you. The others may not be so determined, but once they have the chance, they probably won't let it go. Dark Frost reminded him. Even though Ling Xiao had defeated Shi Shaozong easily before, but Shi Shaozong was still lacking compared to veteran experts like Dragon Mother and Heavenly King. It doesn't matter. Ling Xiao smiled and said, the warriors of the Western region are no longer in my consideration. What I'm most worried about now is what will happen after I obtain the Ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. Whether it's the Fiend God Order Master or the wild beasts, they are all great threats. His strong confidence came from Ling Xiao's own strength. However, he would never be arrogant. He knew how big the gap between him and the Fiend God Order Master was. After entering the Fiend God City, everyone headed towards the world of the dead. Since they already knew where the entrance to the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum was, there was no need to waste time. They thought that they had arrived early enough and should be the first group. Who knew that when they arrived, they would find that Heavenly King, King Zhong, Dragon Mother, and Ankang had already arrived. Only the people from the Revenge Alliance hadn't arrived yet. These people were really anxious. A moment later, the people from the Revenge Alliance also arrived. One of them was the leader of the Revenge Alliance, and the other was the Linglong Saintess. The two subordinates of the Fiend God Ordermaster also arrived. These two people clearly felt different from when they entered the world of the dead. It was as if there was an intense pain coming from their bodies. However, there were also a few terrifying powers that could erupt at any time. This extremely contradictory feeling made Ling Xiao frown. As expected, the people of the four regions didn't treat the people of the Western region as humans at all and casually modified their bodies. They didn't care about their lives. At this moment, all 18 people had gathered. Heavenly King and Dragon Mother stared at Ling Xiao, wishing they could tear Ling Xiao into pieces. However, they didn't plan to do anything outside the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. Once inside the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum, they didn't have to care about the Fiend God Ordermaster. He would definitely kill Ling Xiao. Everyone's here, but where's the Divine Devil Ordermaster? Did he forget that today is the day the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum opens? Ling Xiao completely ignored the gazes of those two people. He said in a relaxed manner, "It's not time yet." The Linglong Saintess looked at the sky and said, "There is still half an hour before tomorrow. Let's wait then." Ling Xiao smiled and sat down cross-legged in the void. To him, such a small matter was naturally not a problem. "Master, I feel like someone is watching us." Cold Plum suddenly transmitted her voice. At this moment, she was still cultivating in the mountain river world, just like Xiao Jin. "There's no need to worry. The ones targeting us should be from the savage beast race. Before we obtain the Ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance, they won't make a move. These people either have their eyes on the Ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance or something in the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum." Ling Xiao smiled. "That's good." Cold Plum didn't say anything else. At this moment, a terrifying murderous aura suddenly came from afar. "It's the Blood Axe Snake clan." Everyone looked over in surprise. At this moment, the clan leader of the Blood Axe Snake clan, Shifeng, was holding his son's corpse in his arms. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. "Ling Xiao, you bastard. You killed my daughter and now you want to kill my son. I will never forgive you. Today, no matter who it is, don't even think about stopping me from taking revenge." Shifeng only had one son and one daughter, and now they were both dead. They were all killed by Ling Xiao. He no longer had the motivation to live. Even if he had to offend the Divine Devil Ordermaster, he had to kill Ling Xiao. "How did young ancestor Shi die?" "I didn't kill him." Ling Xiao frowned and said. "He was forced to death by you." Shifeng roared. "So he committed suicide. What a pity. His mentality is too weak. Although the dead should be respected and I shouldn't make sarcastic remarks, young ancestor Shi blocked my way and wanted to kill me. I only defeated him. I didn't mean to kill him. Isn't it a bit too much to put this on my head?" Ling Xiao looked at Shifeng. He wasn't afraid of trouble, but he didn't want to admit that it wasn't his fault. At this moment, Heavenly King and Dragon Mother were waiting to watch a good show. They didn't care whether Ling Xiao could enter the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum or not. They weren't like the Divine Devil Ordermaster, who had to protect Ling Xiao. "Mph, you still dare to deny it. No matter what you say, I will kill you today." Shifeng roared. "Kill me? Do you have the ability? There's something I said to your son. Now, I'll say it to you too. The grudge between us started because of your daughter. If she wasn't unreasonable and wanted to kill me, I wouldn't have captured her. If your Blood Axe Snake clan didn't force me, I wouldn't have killed her. To put it bluntly, you brought this upon yourselves. Now you want to act pitiful with me? To put it bluntly, your Blood Axe Snake clan killed so many Western region martial artists for the Divine Devil Ordermaster. Your entire clan should have been wiped out long ago. I didn't kill Shi Shaozong because I was too lazy to do it. Since he committed suicide, it can be considered as repaying his sins. You still have the face to find trouble with me?" Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of Shifeng at all. Shifeng's cultivation was only at the 4th level of the reincarnation divine realm. Moreover, he didn't have the inheritance of the ancient emperor or an acquired martial soul. To Ling Xiao, he wasn't a strong opponent. His cultivation had reached the second level of the reincarnation divine realm, and with the beast soul transformation and the Ice Emperor demon spirit, killing Shifeng wouldn't be a problem at all. This was why he dared to say that he didn't care about the Western region martial artists at all. Shameless boasting. Shifeng said coldly. Brother Ling Xiao. Dark Frost said worriedly. It doesn't matter. I'll accept this battle. If I don't kill this old thing, I'm afraid I won't have peace even if I enter the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum today. Ling Xiao waved his hand. Since Shifeng was courting death, why should he tolerate it? It wasn't his fault anyway. Heavenly King, Dragon Mother, you guys see. A martial artist at the 4th level of the reincarnation divine realm is nothing in front of me. Ling Xiao wanted to make an example out of Shifeng today. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum. In an instant, he transformed into a Frost WRM beast soul. This transformation was more suitable for using the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Moreover, he didn't need to use the everlasting heavenly rat beast soul transformation to deal with Shifeng. Come on, old thing. You want to die with your daughter and son so much. I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao said coldly, when you die, don't blame me for being cruel. Take this battle as revenge for the Western region martial artists who died in your hands. Kill. Shifeng charged at Ling Xiao, unable to restrain his anger. At this moment, he only had thoughts of revenge in his mind. He didn't observe the situation carefully at all. He also didn't investigate Ling Xiao's current strength. This also doomed him to a tragedy in this battle. Ling Xiao was about to make a move. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic wind blew. Chapter 3499. Ling Xiao was about to kill Shifeng. Suddenly, a gust of demonic wind blew. A huge claw reached out from the void. The claw pressed down on Shifeng. Then, it crushed Shifeng to death. What? This scene caused everyone to be incomparably shocked. Ling Xiao knew that it was done by the savage beasts. But others didn't know. Especially Mother Dragon and Heavenly King. Their hearts trembled. Who was it that was so terrifying to kill Shifeng, who was at the 4th level reincarnation divine state, in one move? Could it be that Ling Xiao had called for reinforcements? How did this guy have such a terrifying helper? They were glad that they didn't make a move here. Otherwise, they might be the ones who died. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, wasn't in a good mood. Get out here. He roared furiously into the void. Kid, don't be ungrateful. I helped you kill him. You should be happy. The voice in the void was extremely ethereal. It was impossible to determine where it was. Happy my ass. Do I need a beast like you to kill my opponent? Are all the beasts in the savage beast region as shameful as you? Ling Xiao said coldly. Since he already knew the other party's intention and goal, there was no need for him to be polite. The other party definitely wouldn't kill him. He needed to make all the beasts in the savage beast region show themselves. Then, he could use the Tai Chi Eye to do a comprehensive analysis. He would know how strong the other party was. You're courting death. The huge claw reached out from the void again. This time, it pressed down on Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was already prepared. With a flash, he easily dodged. Oh! I didn't expect your reaction to be so sharp. It seems that you've already noticed me waiting, right? The voice was a little surprised. Then, its true body appeared. It was a white tiger whose entire body was like white jade. Cosmic Light Tiger. Ling Xiao had seen this beast before. One of his beast souls was a Cosmic Light Tiger. However, the Cosmic Light Tiger clearly didn't know how to cultivate. However, the beasts of the savage beast region knew how to cultivate, so this guy's strength was terrifying. Its aura is as strong as the Fiend God Token Master. Is there such a terrifying monster in the immemorial divine tomb? The others were also shocked. What's wrong, little fellow? You want me to show my true form? What do you want? Eon Light asked coldly. What you need shouldn't be the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance, right? What do you need? I can bring it out for you. But you can't attack us. The same goes for your other companions. Ling Xiao said. We need Hehe, you're tricking me. Halfway through his words, Cosmic Light suddenly smiled and said, "What a cunning kid. You know what we need. Are you going to destroy it? Unfortunately, I won't give you that chance. Now, all of you can enter the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum. I'll keep watch here. If anyone dares to come out without anything, I'll be the first to kill them. You don't have to wait for the God-Devil Order Master. He is injured. Today's matter, I will take responsibility." Almost. Ling Xiao sighed. He'd indeed planned to enter the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum after learning what they wanted and destroy it. That way, these bastards from the Savage Beast region wouldn't be able to achieve their goal. What a pity. Eon Light sneered, then opened his mouth and blew. The portal to the world of the dead opened. "Follow me." Eon Light was the first to rush in. The others followed closely behind. No one dared to flee. Even though they knew they were being watched for this trip to the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum, no one dared to flee. Because the enemy was too strong, so strong that they couldn't resist. Eon Light led them to the place where Ling Xiao had discovered the strange door. As expected, that's the entrance to the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum. It seems the map of the Western Divine Mausoleum has something to do with it. Ling Xiao was even more certain now. Otherwise, the door wouldn't have appeared because of the map of the Western Divine Mausoleum. After waiting for a while, the next day arrived. The door finally appeared. It was an enormous portal. In front of it was a display of weapons, exuding a somber aura. "Keys," Eon Light said coldly. Although everyone hesitated for a moment, they still handed the 6 keys to Eon Light. There was nothing they could do. The situation was beyond their control. The other party was so powerful. If they didn't give it to him, would they be courting death? Naturally, Eon Light wouldn't act recklessly. His goal was similar to the Godfiend Order Masters. It was just that he wanted something different. The 6 keys were put into the 6 keyholes. A strange sound was heard. A blood-red ball of light appeared in the huge portal. "Go in." After passing through that portal, you'll arrive at the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum. It's the same as all small worlds. It's an independent space, and the outside world can't interfere. So, you're on your own. Eon Light said coldly. "Let's go." Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and stepped into the portal. The other 9 people with him also entered. Originally, Ling Xiao was worried that they would be separated after entering the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum. But after entering, he found that the 10 of them were all together. Then, the Avenging Alliance, the Heavenly Imperial Court, the Myriad Kingdom, and the Godfiend City, a total of 8 people entered one after another. What a gloomy feeling. It's as if the whole world is black and grey. There's nothing else. Soul Warrior couldn't help but say. Even breathing feels a little stifling. The air is damp and rotten. Soul Warrior also said. Desolation, death, no hope. This was the feeling the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum gave people. This place was so gloomy that everyone tried their best to circulate their true essence to resist the gloomy aura. No one wanted to be affected. From time to time, there were low cries around. It was like a woman crying at night. This sound was hair-raising. Crack. Someone accidentally stepped on something. Everyone looked down. There were countless bones under their feet. There were humans and beasts. These bones had been there for countless years. They were densely packed on the ground, and there was almost no place to step on. As long as one wanted to walk on the ground, they would definitely step on the bones. Hee, a Rebirth Realm warrior is actually afraid of those undead. What a joke. We'll go first. Ling Xiao, remember, don't be alone. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you. The Heavenly Imperial Court sneered and rose into the air with Prince Zhong, rushing forward. In the dark and damp forest, there was a strange huge black shadow. They couldn't see what it was from afar. But everyone felt that as long as there was the ancient Sword Emperor's treasure, it must be in that position. So the Heavenly Imperial Court and Prince Zhong flew in that direction. Then, Dragon Mother and Enkang also set off. The Avenging Alliance leader and the Linglong Saintess followed closely. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. Palace Master, it'll be too late if we don't go now. Murongde couldn't help but say. Listen to Brother Ling Xiao. Dark Frost said lightly. Chapter 3500. A pitch-black forest. A greyish-white sky. Ghastly white bones. The entire scene was undoubtedly filled with despair and death. Under Ling Xiao's lead, the people of the Soul Hall and the Eight Immortals' kingdom were running towards the huge black shadow in the center. As they got closer, everyone finally saw the full appearance of the black shadow. It was actually the corpse of a demonic beast. That's right, it was a corpse. Not a corpse. Because its physical body was not destroyed and continued to be preserved. The huge body stood there like a terrifying fortress. What kind of demonic beast is this? It's so huge, 4 or 5 times bigger than the volcanic mountain tortoise. Can it actually die in battle? Ling Xiao was extremely shocked. Although the martial artists of the other 3 factions had already arrived near the corpse of the huge demonic beast in advance. And they discovered that there was a door on the corpse that led to it. But no one dared to rashly enter. The huge demonic beast corpse emitted a strange and terrifying aura. No matter who it was, they would feel fear in their hearts. Whoosh! Suddenly, the huge corpse spat out a 7-colored light. Everyone jumped in fright and hurriedly retreated. However, just as they retreated a few steps, someone stopped and revealed a look of ecstasy on his face. Reincarnation Immortal Bone. Someone shouted and hurriedly rushed forward to fight for the Reincarnation Immortal Bone. A chaotic scramble for the treasures began. However, what was interesting was that there seemed to be only 18 Reincarnation Immortal Bones, and each one fell beside a martial artist's body. Even if others wanted to snatch it, they had to defeat their opponents. But the Primordial Sword Emperor's treasure had not appeared yet, and everyone was obviously hesitant to fight here. In the end, they simply gave up. After all, although the Reincarnation Immortal Bone was good, it was far inferior to the Primordial Sword Emperor's treasure. Ling Xiao held a Reincarnation Immortal Bone and observed it. The bone was like jade and actually felt cold in his hand. But to be honest, he really did not know what it was for. But since everyone was fighting for it, it must be useful. Wind Soul explained. The Reincarnation Immortal Bone is extremely important to martial artists who have entered the reincarnation cycle. With the Reincarnation Immortal Bone, it can be said that one is 100% sure to advance from the Reincarnation Divine Realm to the Reincarnation Divine Meridian Realm. The formation of the Divine Veins was based on the Reincarnation Immortal Bone. Everyone who has obtained this item must take good care of it. Not only can it increase your cultivation speed, it can also increase your cultivation speed. It can even allow your cultivation to break through the barrier. Hearing Wind Soul's words, Ling Xiao thought to himself that this was really good stuff. Generally speaking, the thing that martial artists feared the most when breaking through a major realm was the cultivation barrier. Many people were unable to cross this hurdle in their entire lives. However, things would be different if he had something like the Reincarnation Immortal Bone. As expected, Senior Ancient Sword Emperor has already thought of a gift for his descendants. Although not everyone will be able to obtain the Ancient Sword Emperor's treasure, they will definitely be able to obtain some benefits. Ling Xiao sighed. Perhaps to the Ancient Sword Monarch, even if he died, it would be worth it if he could allow the later generations to produce cultivators that could resist the 4 major regions. Everyone put away the Reincarnation Immortal Bone, and then they walked towards the huge beast's corpse with anticipation. They believed that the Ancient Sword Emperor wouldn't harm them. Ling Xiao thought so too. After all, the Ancient Sword Emperor's goal was to give his inheritance to the people who entered the Ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum. The fear from before seemed to have disappeared by quite a bit. However, everyone still remained vigilant. Although they knew that the Ancient Sword Emperor wouldn't harm them, there must be many traps set up here to prevent outsiders from sneaking in. When they got closer, they realized that the beast's corpse had actually been transformed into a huge building. Needless to say, there was no one else who could do this other than the Ancient Sword Emperor. Be careful. Ling Xiao could feel a terrifying aura being released in the surroundings, as if there was some power that wanted to prevent them from entering the beast's corpse. When they were about 100 meters away from the beast, the corpses on the ground actually stood up one by one. There were humans, demonic beasts, beasts, and even members of the sea race. These corpses contained intense resentment and hatred, as if they didn't want the martial artists to get close to the beast. These guys must have been martial artists and beasts from the 4 major regions when they were alive. They died here in the battle with the ancient Sword Emperor, but their souls still linger. Dragon Mother said coldly. Then what should we do? And Kang asked. The ancient Sword Emperor's treasure isn't something that anyone can get. If you can't even deal with this kind of trouble, then get lost as soon as possible. Dragon Mother sneered and charged towards the group of corpses. And Kang naturally followed. Then, the Heavenly King, King Zhong, the leader of the Avenging Alliance, and the Linglong Saintess all started fighting. Let's fight. These guys still want to turn into bone spirits to stop us even after they're dead. And there are so many of them, so it's impossible not to fight. But don't fight. If there's a chance to rush into the Beast Gate, go in. Ling Xiao summoned the Fire Supreme Sword and ordered. Yes. With his order, everyone rushed towards the beast. These bone spirits were very powerful. Although they weren't as terrifying as they were when they were alive, the weakest was still at the 1st level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. The strongest was actually at the 3rd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. As for why there were no more powerful bone spirits, Ling Xiao guessed that this might be the result of the ancient Sword Emperor's hard work. He knew that it was very difficult to produce a Reincarnation Divine Realm warrior in the Western region, so he set a rule in his Imperial Mausoleum that the strongest could not exceed the 3rd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Of course, this was just Ling Xiao's guess. Whether it was true or not had yet to be verified. But for now, it was indeed the case. The battle was about to start. Ling Xiao didn't care about the others' battle. At this moment, he and Dark Frost were the 2 strongest people in his team of 10. Naturally, they had to take on the task of eliminating the powerful bone spirits. The warrior souls, battle souls, and wind souls were weaker, so they were protected in the middle and assisted in the battle. Ling Xiao rushed to the front alone. Dark Frost and Cold Plum were on the left. Long Chen and Xiao Jin were on the right. Dragon Shark King and Murongda were at the back. This way, they could ensure that they could block the bone spirits from attacking the formation. It could also prevent them from being sneak attacked by the other 3 forces. After all, the treasures of the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum might appear somewhere in the beast's corpse. One less person would mean one less competitor. There was no doubt about that. The bone spirits at the 3rd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm were not a problem for Ling Xiao at all. He was like a sharp divine sword, easily opening up a broad path for the team. Because there were more people and they weren't weak, their progress was the fastest. Ling Xiao also had the time to carefully observe the situation in the other 4 directions. It seemed that a month had passed, and everyone's strength had increased. Chapter 3501. Dragon Mother should have broken through to the 4th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. It was the same for Heavenly King and King Zhong. One of them was stimulated by his son's death and cultivated crazily. The other had been defeated by Ling Xiao and had finally gained enlightenment and achieved a breakthrough. On the Revenge Alliance's side, Linglong Saintess had reached the 3rd level of the Reincarnation Realm. The leader of the Revenge Alliance was the strangest. His cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Ling Xiao could not understand. Logically speaking, his aptitude should not be as good as Dragon Mother's. How could his cultivation be stronger than Dragon Mother's after a month? He also surpassed Dark Frost. But he could not understand and could not investigate now. He could only keep the question in his heart. Looking at the 2 Western region experts sent by the Godfiend Order Master. Their performance was average. If they were powerful, they were at the end. If they were not powerful, those bone spirits could not hurt them. It was really strange. Anyway, Ling Xiao always felt that these 2 guys were strange. They were clearly human, but their bodies released the terrifying aura of a beast. He was observing these people when he suddenly heard Dragon Mother shout, "I'll go first." That guy actually twisted his fat and huge body and entered the giant beast's body. As expected of Dragon Mother, she was really brave. She probably also considered the danger in the giant beast's body, but if she was too scared, no one would go in. She wanted to seize this opportunity. Ankang was shocked, but he did not want to be left alone. He also rushed in. If he stayed, no matter which power it was, they wouldn't mind sending him to the afterlife. Let's go too. Others are not afraid, so we don't have to be. Ling Xiao did not know what was going on inside because his Tai Chi eye could not see through the giant beast's thick body. There seemed to be a powerful energy on the body, blocking his Tai Chi eye. Everyone entered the giant beast's body one after another. The first place they came to was a place similar to a hall. The huge hall was empty. In front of them was a door made of an unknown material. Dragon Mother had tried to attack the door with all her strength, but the door did not move. Among all of them, Dragon Mother's strength was considered the strongest, yet she was unable to break through the door. The others did not have to try anymore. Even if he tried, it would be a waste of effort. Ling Xiao tried to check if there was any array formation or Dharma array on the door to see if he could break it. But none of them succeeded. There was no formation, so it should be a special mechanism. However, Yuan venerates weren't as familiar with mechanism techniques as they were with array formations. Ling Xiao was the same. When everyone arrived at the hall, suddenly, rays of light flashed in the hall. It actually formed a line of text in the air. If we want to go to the next place, half of us have to stay here. The text was very clear. However, this was interesting. He could choose to stay behind on his own accord or be killed. Just as everyone was thinking this, the light flashed again. Another paragraph of text appeared. Now, the people who want to stay can speak. If you don't want to stay, you can leave now. In that case, we can only enter a cruel battle. His meaning was very clear. In any case, only 9 people could enter the next place. Ling Xiao frowned. Originally, he wanted to have more people so that there would be more opportunities. However, it now seemed like the ancient Sword Emperor's requirements for martialists were quite high. He hesitated for a moment before saying, Fighting Soul, Wind Soul, Battle Soul, Murongda, the 4 of you can stay behind. This was a very difficult decision. However, Ling Xiao felt that he had to do this. These 4 people were relatively weak. Once they started fighting, they would most likely be killed. This was something he absolutely did not want to see. I'm fine with it. Me too. I'm already content to be able to enter this place and obtain the reincarnation immortal bone. The Fighting Soul, Battle Soul, and Wind Soul were all fine with it. They had obtained the reincarnation immortal bone and could cultivate in the body of a huge beast with abundant spirit energy. The speed of their cultivation would be 10 times faster than outside. These were all benefits. As for the ancient Sword Emperor's treasure, they really didn't dare ask for it. I don't want to stay. However, Murongda rejected Ling Xiao's good intentions. In that case, it's all up to you. However, I have to remind you that your strength might cause you to lose your life. I don't want you to be killed as soon as you join the Soul Hall. Ling Xiao reminded him again. Thank you for your kindness, but I appreciate it. Murongda was a proud person. Although he might not betray the Soul Hall, his character was very arrogant. He didn't care about Ling Xiao's words at all. Ling Xiao sighed. He shook his head helplessly. He could only hope that no one would die. After all, even if they were defeated, they might not necessarily die. At this point, 3 people had left, and there were still 15 people left. 6 people still had to be eliminated. Of these 15 people, no one was willing to leave. After all, the other 3 factions didn't have many people to begin with. Next, let's start the battle. The 3 people who took the initiative to leave will be protected. When the rest are killed or announce their withdrawal, and there are only 9 people left, the door will open. After this paragraph of text was displayed, the light disappeared. The Fighting Soul, Wind Soul, and Battle Soul were enveloped by a ball of light. Ling Xiao tried and threw a palm strike, but there was no reaction. This protective shield was really strong. Everyone, let's join forces. There are too many people from the Soul Hall and the 8 Immortals' Kingdom. It's better to eliminate them all. Dragon Mother suddenly suggested. No problem. Heavenly King was the first to respond. We have no problem either. The Vengeful Alliance's leader also said. The Linglong Saintess was a little helpless. She didn't want to do this, but after all, she was a member of the Vengeful Alliance, so she could only obey. In this way, the 6 people from the 3 factions joined forces. Dragon Mother looked at the 2 experts sent by the Divine Demon Order Master and said, "What about you? Are you with them? Or with us?" "Of course it's you." The 2 looked at each other and stood on the side of the 3 factions. At this point, the number of people on both sides had become 8 against 7. However, Ling Xiao didn't care. This kind of thing was within his expectations. The Fighting Soul, Battle Soul, and Wind Soul were also glad that they chose to leave. Otherwise, they would only be a burden if they stayed. "I'll deal with Dark Frost," Dragon Mother said coldly. "Ling Xiao is mine," Heavenly King shouted sternly. At the beginning, everyone began to look for opponents for themselves. The 2 experts sent by the Divine Demon Order Master chose Murongde and Dragon Shark King respectively. Obviously, they felt that these 2 were the weakest on Ling Xiao's side. And they also thought that they were the weakest on Dragon Mother's side. The Linglong Saintess was up against Cold Plum, the Vengeful Alliance's leader was up against Xiao Jin, Lord Zhong was up against Long Chen. I'll help Heavenly King to deal with Ling Xiao." And Kang sneered and walked toward Heavenly King. Chapter 3502. The Heavenly King didn't object to Kang helping him. Ling Xiao wasn't very clear about his current strength. Therefore, he wasn't confident that he could defeat Ling Xiao. With Kang helping him, he might have a better chance of winning. The battle was about to begin. However, at this moment, a strange energy swept through the entire hall. Then, the Soul of Battle, and Soul of Wind realized that the rest of the people in the hall had disappeared. "Where do you think they went?" The Soul of Battle asked Soul of Wind. "How would I know? But they should be fighting in some small world. After all, this place is small, and it's very likely that it will become a chaotic battle. It's impossible to form a one-on-one battle." Soul of Wind thought for a moment. "One-on-one? Don't forget that Ling Xiao is facing the Heavenly King and Kang." Soul of Battle said unhappily. "Who knows? Maybe the Ancient Sword Emperor thinks that he should be able to defeat those 2. Soul of Wind stroked his beard. Actually, it was just as Soul of Wind said. When Ling Xiao opened his eyes again, he found himself in a place similar to an arena. This was only a very small space. There were only him, the Heavenly King, and Kang. He believed that there were probably one-on-one battles going on in other spaces. "I hope they can survive." Since they were fighting in a sealed space, Ling Xiao felt that there was no need for him to hide anything. Everything that needed to be used could be put to use. "Kid, today is the day I avenge my son." The Heavenly King looked coldly at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with anger. He had been waiting for Ling Xiao to be alone. Now that it was finally time, how could he not be happy? "I've heard this many times. If you want to come, then come. Cut the crap. I've never regretted killing Prince Tian. I won't be soft-hearted when killing you." Ling Xiao said this, but he was calculating in his heart. Facing the Heavenly King and Kang, it would be a little difficult for him. He had to get rid of one of them first. And Kang was obviously the best candidate. Thinking of this, he had already made a decision. At the same time, in another space, Mother Dragon looked at Dark Frost but didn't attack. "God is helping me. You can only stay here and wait for your beloved to die. You think too highly of Heavenly King and Kang. You also underestimate my big brother Ling Xiao." Dark Frost looked at Dragon Mother calmly without a trace of worry in her eyes. "Really? Hey, why don't we sit down and wait? If the 2 of us fight, I'm afraid we'll never be able to end this battle." Mother Dragon didn't intend to fight with Dark Frost. She knew how powerful Dark Frost was. Dark Frost had no intention of making a move. The 2 of them sat there cross-legged, waiting for the results. "Murongde is dead, there are 14 people left." Suddenly, a voice came from the void. Everyone heard it. They were separated, and in less than a minute, Murongde was killed. This speed was simply too fast. "That Murongde is truly trash. Your Soul Palace likes trash like this, right? Mother Dragon sneered. Dark Frost didn't say anything. Her eyes were still closed. However, Ling Xiao, who was in another space, felt that something was wrong. Although Murongda wasn't strong, he was still a level 2 reincarnation divine realm martial artist. According to his estimation, even if he was defeated, it wouldn't be so fast. There must be something wrong, at this moment, in the space where Murongda was. You. Murongda looked at the person in front of him in horror. His eyes flickered with terrifying fear. You're not human. After saying these words, he fell to the ground and died. At the moment of his death, he remembered Ling Xiao's words. He regretted not listening to Ling Xiao. This trip to the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum was much more complicated than he had imagined. Dragon Shark King has admitted defeat. There are 13 people left. All of a sudden, another voice rang out. It was less than a minute after Murongda was killed. Dragon Shark lost too? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He remembered clearly that Murongda and Dragon Shark King's opponents were the two experts sent by the owner of the God and Devil Order. Was his previous judgment right? There was something wrong with those two guys. Damn it, I didn't expect that guy to escape. At the same time, in the space where Dragon Shark King was fighting, the expert sent by the owner of the God and Devil Order didn't look too good. He wanted to kill Dragon Shark King quickly, but he didn't expect that guy to admit defeat and be swept away by a white light. It would be better if I could move faster. Now he has discovered my secret. That expert's eyes flickered, but he had no other choice. The winner wouldn't be teleported out immediately. He could only wait. Dragon Shark, what happened? Seeing Dragon Shark King appear in the hall, Fenghan and the rest asked in surprise. Dragon Shark King was seriously injured. His face was pale and his body was covered in blood. The strength of the enemy was far beyond his expectations. If not for Murongda's death, he would have admitted defeat. Then, he would directly admit defeat. Otherwise, he could forget about living. Damn it, the two guys sent by the owner of the God and Devil Order are from the Parasite clan. On the surface, they look like warriors from the Western region, but in reality, they are experts at the 5th level of the reincarnation divine realm. This is probably not their true strength. They are limited by the strength of their physical bodies, so they can only display this strength. Dragon Shark said with a gloomy face as he threw the healing pill that Ling Xiao had given him into his mouth. Then what do we do now? We can't contact the Palace Master and Brother Ling. Fenghan was anxious. It's okay, I believe Brother Ling has already guessed it. Dragon Shark gasped. At this moment, he could only resign himself to fate. What a pity, that traitor Dragon Shark is not dead. And Kang looked at Ling Xiao sarcastically and said, but it doesn't matter, this is your trash companion. Hee hee. Ling Xiao's heart gradually calmed down. He could roughly guess what had happened, but now was not the time to think about it. It was better to focus on the battle in front of him. And Kang, when you lost to me in the world of the dead, you should have understood that you are definitely not my match. Today, I will let you completely give up. As he spoke, Ling Xiao opened his right eye's four-leaf demonic pupils. In Kang's eyes, Ling Xiao was rushing towards him, scaring him so much that he had no choice but to block with all his might. In reality, Ling Xiao was charging towards the Heavenly King. What the hell is Kang doing? The Heavenly King was stunned when he saw Kang attacking the air with all his might. Ling Xiao's Soul Snatcher was very useful against warriors who were weaker than him. It could cause the other party to hallucinate. Kang was like that. Don't worry about others, take care of yourself first. Ling Xiao sneered, and two long swords condensed in the air. Ice Supreme Frost Sword Art. Fire Supreme Blazing Sky Sword Art. Kill. A dual-colored sword light intertwined with ice and fire suddenly charged towards the Heavenly King. Chapter 3503. In the face of Ling Xiao's dual sword attack, the Heavenly King's face turned cold. Although he said that he was not afraid of Ling Xiao, his heart was filled with fear. He definitely did not dare to underestimate his opponent. Thus, he condensed his attack and charged towards Ling Xiao. He also used a high-level king-level martial skill. This was also the most powerful martial skill he could use. Vertical golden light technique. Suddenly, just as Ling Xiao was about to collide with the Heavenly King, he actually used the vertical golden light technique. He disappeared in front of the Heavenly King. At that moment, the Heavenly King sensed that something was wrong. "And Kang, be careful," he roared angrily, but it was too late. The dual-colored sword light condensed by the Ice Supreme Sword and the Fire Supreme Sword directly pierced through An Kang's body. An Kang did not even have time to shout out and admit defeat before he died. Until his death, he still did not know how he died. An Kang is dead, 12 people remaining. The voice in the void rang out again. There are still 3 to be eliminated. Who do you think it will be? Ling Xiao looked at the Heavenly King and sneered coldly. You're the next one. The Heavenly King also looked at Ling Xiao with a gloomy expression. He did not expect that with him watching from the side, An Kang would be killed so easily. This was a blunder. In another space, Dragon Mother could no longer sit still. What are you panicking for? Didn't you say that my big brother Ling Xiao would die? What about now? Your An Kang is dead. There's only the Heavenly King left. Do you think he'll be a match for my big brother Ling Xiao? Dark Frost sneered. Dragon Mother was furious, but there was nothing she could do. In this space, if one was not a loser, they should not be able to leave for the time being. Whoever laughs last laughs the best. Don't underestimate the Heavenly King. Otherwise, your big brother Ling Xiao will definitely die a miserable death. Dragon Mother gritted her teeth and sat down again. At this time, the battles in all the spaces had entered a white-hot stage. Someone could be eliminated at any time. Everyone was extra careful. No one wanted to leave so early. Damn it, Thousand Shadow Sword. Seeing that An Kang had been killed by Ling Xiao, the Heavenly King was furious. With a flick of the sword in his hand, over 1,000 sword shadows shot towards Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao killed An Kang, he would make Ling Xiao pay a huge price. In the face of the Heavenly King's attack, Ling Xiao smiled coldly. The current him was no longer the same as before. Second level of the reincarnation divine realm. Coupled with the transformation of the peerless heavenly rat, he could unleash the combat strength of a martial artist at the 4th level of the reincarnation divine realm. Although both of them had demon spirits protecting their bodies, they could cancel each other out. However, Ling Xiao was going to fight with the Heavenly King today, so there was no need for the demon spirit. His body gradually transformed into the ultimate heavenly rat beast soul. His ferocious appearance added a bit of killing intent to the originally silent space. He held the Ice Supreme Sword in one hand and the Fire Supreme Sword in the other. His hands flew up and down. Countless sword shadows were easily torn apart. It was like cutting tofu. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of sword shadows had completely disappeared. And on Ling Xiao's body, there was not the slightest trace of injury. You gave up on the attack of a high-level king-level martial skill and used this peak general-level martial skill to kill me. It's nothing more than thinking that it saves time. It's a pity that although this move does save time, its power is too weak. If you don't have any other abilities, forget about revenge today, even you would have to die here. I'm definitely not an alarmist. Ling Xiao looked at the Heavenly King coldly. He was not in a hurry to end the battle immediately. Anyway, even if he won, he would not be able to leave this place immediately. It just so happened that the Heavenly King was also a very good sparring partner. He would use the Heavenly King to hone his cultivation and combat skills. Bullshit. 10,000 sword kill. This time, the Heavenly King used a low-level king-level martial skill. The vast sword shadows were more than before. And the lethality was even more terrifying. It seems that this is all you have. Today, I'll let you see what the strongest attack in the Western region is. Ling Xiao had originally hoped that the Heavenly King would give him a little surprise. But it was a pity. The combat power that the Heavenly King displayed was actually not stronger than King Zhong's. He was not even qualified to be a sparring partner. He sighed. 4 swords rose into the air. Supreme Ice Cold Sky Sword Technique. Supreme Fire Blazing Sky Sword Technique. Supreme Spirit Heaven Sword Technique. Exquisite Celestial Sword Technique. 4 swords in one. The 4 sword lights merged into one and transformed into a terrifying sword light of 4 different colors. They charged towards the curved sword shadow. Ridiculous, I've seen your 4 swords in one before. It's at most a high-level king-level martial skill. Do you think you can kill me? 100,000 sword shadows. Seeing that Ling Xiao had used a high-level king-level martial skill, the Heavenly King knew that the 10,000 sword kill could not block it. So, he finally used his most powerful martial skill. For a moment, the entire space seemed to have turned into sword shadows. Then, the countless sword shadows merged into one and turned into a huge sword light. It charged towards Ling Xiao. Idiot, that's why I said that you're a frog at the bottom of the well. You don't understand at all. The current me is not the same as before. And my sword art is no longer the sword art of the past. Rumble. The 4 sword lights finally collided with the huge sword shadow. However, in just a moment, the huge sword shadow fell apart. Seeing this, the Heavenly King was shocked. Impossible. They're both high-level king-level martial skills. How can your attack be so terrifying? The Heavenly King exclaimed. At this moment, his face turned pale. Previously, he was quite confident that even if he could not kill Ling Xiao, he would not have any problems. But now, Ling Xiao's terrifying 4-colored sword light made him want to admit defeat and surrender. However, after a moment of hesitation, the 4-colored sword light was already in front of him. The terrifying sword light pierced through the Heavenly King's body. Then, the sword light exploded. The Heavenly King let out an earth-shattering scream. No. He was shocked and regretful. He could not believe that he would be defeated by Ling Xiao so easily. However, his life was fading away quickly. It was so real and so cruel. When you go to hell, remember, don't let your precious son do whatever he wants. Who knows when it will bring about a fatal disaster for all of you. Watching the Heavenly King's body gradually shatter in the sword light, Ling Xiao said coldly. Since then, the Heavenly King of the Heavenly King dynasty had fallen. He died with his ambition. The Heavenly King dynasty of the Western region could never rise again. When Ling Xiao returned to the Western region in the future, it should be easier for him to take charge of the Western region. However, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest smile on his face. Because he knew that the biggest opponent this time was not the Heavenly King, Dragon Mother, or the leader of the Avenging Alliance. It was those 2 strange experts. They did not even know their names, but they could easily kill Murongda and defeat the Dragon Shark King. Everyone seemed to have underestimated them. Ling Xiao did not waste time and sat down. The space here was extremely special and had very rich energy. It was very helpful for cultivation, so he naturally would not waste time. As for the opponent, he could only deal with it as it came. It was useless to be afraid now. Chapter 3504. The Heavenly King has died in battle, 11 people remaining. In the void, that illusory voice sounded again. Dragon Mother instantly stood up from the ground. This is impossible. She could not believe that the Heavenly King actually lost to Ling Xiao. Even if the Heavenly King did not have a weapon similar to the Sea God's Fury, his cultivation had also reached the 4th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. He was actually killed by Ling Xiao. Hehe, did you hear that, old woman? Looking down on my big brother Ling Xiao will get you into trouble. Ming Shuang's heart that had been hanging in the air was finally at ease. It was impossible to say that she was not worried about Ling Xiao. It was just that she had never shown it. In another space, King Zhong and Long Chen were locked in a fierce battle. One was a descendant of the dragon race with a cultivation at the 3rd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. The other was a 4th level Reincarnation Divine Realm powerhouse. The two's combat strength was basically on par. For a moment, it was actually difficult to determine the victor. The Heavenly King's death stunned King Zhong for a moment. Long Chen would not miss this good opportunity. He suddenly erupted with an attack and charged towards King Zhong. The two's strength was originally on par. King Zhong's carelessness also caused him to lose the initiative in this battle. I've lost, I admit defeat. Long Chen's sharp claws were on King Zhong's throat. If he dared to say no, he would immediately be killed. At the same time that he admitted defeat, A white light swept him away. King Zhong admits defeat, 10 people remaining. There's still one more person to be eliminated. I wonder who it will be. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Just as he said this, all of a sudden, a voice rang out. Linglong Saintus admits defeat, 9 people remaining. Please prepare to enter the next place. Regardless of the outcome in the space, all the remaining 9 people were all teleported away. The surroundings were grey and hazy. It made people feel very uncomfortable. Ling Xiao stood there without moving. He knew that this should be the second stage of entering the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum. In order to test the people entering the mausoleum, the ancient sword emperor had really put in a lot of effort. Sure enough, after a while, all 9 of them appeared. Ling Xiao looked at the 2 experts sent by the Divine Devil Order Master, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Although Murong De was a bit arrogant, he was still a member of Soul Palace. Since he was killed by these 2 guys, he had to do something about it. Furthermore, he had a feeling that those 2 fellows posed a great threat to the others. Dragon Mother, leader of the Avenging Alliance, why don't we stop fighting? The 9 of them were Ling Xiao, Dark Frost, Long Chen, Xiao Jin, Cold Plum, the leader of the Avenging Alliance, Mother Dragon, and the 2 mysterious people. Ling Xiao felt that if they wanted to fight against the 2 mysterious people, they had to unite. Ceasefire? What a joke. Why didn't you call for a ceasefire when you killed An Kang? Dragon Mother sneered. You no longer have any advantage. Our common enemy now should be those 2 fellows. Ling Xiao said coldly. I think that before we get the ancient sword emperor's treasure, everything we say is nonsense. It was impossible for Dragon Mother to join forces. She would rather act alone than join forces. There was only one ancient sword emperor's inheritance. If she joined forces with Ling Xiao to deal with the 2 mysterious people, after that, she would definitely be the unlucky one. The leader of the Avenging Alliance also thought of the same thing and refused to join forces. Alright, since that's the case, then forget it. Ling Xiao had good intentions. They were all Western region martial artists and there was no need to kill each other. But since they didn't appreciate it, what else could he say? Let's go. Ling Xiao glanced at the 2 mysterious people and called for the people around him to continue forward. The 2 of them also glanced at him. Perhaps they felt that their identities had been exposed and there was nothing to hide. Therefore, they revealed sinister smiles. Don't worry, kid. We won't kill you before the ancient sword emperor's treasure appears. The Divine Devil Order Master said that you have the ancient sword emperor's aura on you and are most likely to obtain the ancient sword emperor's inheritance. So you have to stay until the end. But as for the others, hey, it's best that you don't fall behind. Remember, whoever dares to hurt my people, I'll definitely make him die a horrible death. Ling Xiao glanced at the 2 mysterious people coldly. He knew that he was no match for them at the moment. So he urgently needed to become stronger. The ancient sword emperor's inheritance was very important to him. No matter how dangerous the road ahead was, he had to continue forward. They walked forward, and the others followed. No one was willing to fall behind. After all, they had already entered the second checkpoint. Who knew if there would be something good waiting for them there? If they fell behind, it might be snatched away by others. The grey fog finally gradually dispersed. On the road ahead, some strange things appeared. These things were ancient armors. There was nothing inside. The armors could move by themselves. And the invisible hands were holding weapons. Armor spirit. It was similar to the bone spirit. The bone spirit was a vengeful spirit attached to the bones. And the armor spirit's soul was attached to the armor or weapon. In comparison, the bone spirit outside was full of evil thoughts and really wanted to kill them. And the armor spirit inside just wanted to stop them. There were not as many armor spirits as bone spirits. But each of their strength was at least level 3 true element realm. It was very scary. The second checkpoint is already so scary. I really don't know what we'll encounter later. Ling Xiao frowned. Fortunately, after passing the first checkpoint, those who remained were all powerhouses. It was not a problem to deal with the armor spirit at level 3 true element realm. Follow me closely, don't fall behind. Ling Xiao was not worried about the armor spirit at this time. Even if the armor spirit defeated a martial artist, it would not kill them. The ancient sword emperor obviously had a merciful heart. Even the kind of battle in the first checkpoint was set up with the option to surrender. What he was most worried about now was the two mysterious people. He did not know when they would attack them. Therefore, the 5 of them gathered together and were very united. The armor spirit was basically unkillable. Even if it was shattered, it could still gather again. So it was almost impossible for the team to speed up. The two mysterious people were originally rushing very fast, but as they moved forward, they encountered more and more armor spirits. They had no choice but to retreat. In the end, the 9 of them actually formed a team. They were forced to start working together. In this way, killing the enemies became much easier. While killing the enemies, they took turns to rest. Because this road was very long, so long that they could not see the end at all. If they continued to kill like this, even they would be exhausted to death. It was still much easier to take turns like this. But even so, this endless killing continued for a full day and night. When everyone was completely numb, suddenly, there was a light in front. A huge treasure chest shining with dazzling light was placed on a stone platform. The treasure chest was more than 1,000 meters away from them. Along the way, there were still countless armor spirits blocking the way. Chapter 3505. Wealth moved people's hearts. Everyone knew that the things in the ancient sword imperial mausoleum were definitely not ordinary. The reincarnation immortal bone from before had already proved this point. Now, there was definitely something good in this treasure chest. The team that had been put together at the last minute completely collapsed at this moment. Mother Dragon, the leader of the Avenging Alliance, the 2 mysterious men, Ling Xiao, and the others rushed out together. A distance of 1,000 meters was nothing to experts like them. Everyone ate elixirs, and the consumed true essence recovered a lot in an instant. Their speed skyrocketed. Like 9 sword lights, they shot over. Along the way, the armor spirits were all knocked apart. This was only a distance of 1,000 meters. If the distance was too long, they would not dare to consume so much true essence. Boom! 9 people attacked at the same time, sending the treasure chest flying. In the air, the treasure chest was blasted open. Several things fell down. In that instant, Ling Xiao opened his Taikai eye and saw the things inside. There were a total of 4 things. A sword, a piece of black jade, a spear, and a book. Needless to say, these 4 things were all supreme-grade items. The sword was a treasure-grade emperor weapon. Ling Xiao could feel that it was the 9th sword he had been searching for a long time, the Heavenly Emperor Sword. And the black jade was the Black Heaven Ink Jade, which could be used with the Demon Sovereign Sword to cultivate the Demon Sovereign Black Heaven Sword art. He did not expect these 2 things to appear here. As for the spear, it was even more amazing. Ling Xiao felt that it should be an immortal-grade emperor weapon. Its grade was the same as the Ice Age, Sky Sword, and Wrath of the Sea God. One had to know that immortal-grade emperor weapons were usually only owned by reincarnation divine pulse realm martial artists. If Mother Dragon and Ling Xiao had not inherited the ancient emperor's legacy, they would not be able to use it at all. Even if they could use it now, they would not be able to unleash the true power of Qi. The last book was obviously a martial arts secret manual. The Taikai Eye told Ling Xiao that it was a pinnacle king-level martial arts technique. It was more powerful than any martial arts technique in the Western region. Mother Dragon aimed at the martial arts manual. The Alliance Master of the Avenging Alliance and the 2 mysterious people aimed at the immortal-grade Emperor weapon spear. On the contrary, no one fought with Ling Xiao for the Black Heaven Ink Jade and the Heavenly Emperor Sword. You guys go and snatch that manual. Ling Xiao secretly transmitted his voice to Dark Frost and the others. The reason why he did not intend to snatch the long spear was because he was guarding against those 2 mysterious people. No one knew how terrifying those 2 fellows were. With no one fighting over them, Ling Xiao easily obtained the Black Heaven Ink Jade and the Heavenly Emperor Sword. Then, he put it into his storage ring. What's that? He wanted to observe the situation of the other 2 items. At this moment, he saw 2 sets of armor leaning against the back of the stone platform. One glowed with a silvery white light, while the other glowed with a dark purple light. He didn't know what material the two armors were made of, but they were actually in a spotless state. He walked over and reached out to touch it. Suddenly, an angry roar was heard. "Stop!" Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, but his hand still went down. Because he could tell that the person who shouted was one of the two mysterious people. Those two people told him to stop, but he would not stop. Because he knew that those two fellows were not good people. Seeing that Ling Xiao actually dared to not listen to him, one of the mysterious people abandoned the long spear and directly charged over. Anyway, a mysterious person fighting with the Alliance Master of the Avenging Alliance for the long spear would definitely have the advantage. At this moment, the fight for the manual had already ended. Although Dragon Mother was strong. But in the face of the joint attack of Dark Frost and the others, she was still defeated. The manual fell into the hands of Cold Plum. Peak King Grade Martial Technique. Although it was not necessary for Ling Xiao, it was very important for others. The Alliance Master of the Avenging Alliance and the other mysterious person exchanged two moves and immediately retreated. The item was given away. At the same time, Ling Xiao's hands touched the two armors. The armors quickly wrapped around his arms. A ray of white light and a ray of black light sent the mysterious people who were rushing over flying. "What the hell is this?" Ling Xiao's expression changed. "Don't worry, this is the martial spirit armor," Yuan Venerate suddenly said. "There's no time to explain. Don't move. The martial spirit armor will not hurt people. On the contrary, it will strengthen your martial spirit. So that you can upgrade your martial spirit without cultivating. All of it will be added to your sword martial spirit." Hearing Yuan Venerate's words, Ling Xiao stopped resisting and the two armors merged into his body. Then, he guided them to merge into his sword martial spirit. Originally, he had worked hard to upgrade his sword martial spirit to the Hutian first level. But after these two armors merged into it, his sword martial spirit instantly upgraded to the Hutian fourth level. In the past, there was no doubt that his sword martial spirit was absolutely the worst of all martial spirits. But now, the sword martial spirit had become the second most powerful martial spirit among all his martial spirits. It was extremely powerful. What the hell is the martial spirit armor? During the process of merging, Ling Xiao had been shrouded in black and white light. This made it impossible for others to get close. He couldn't help but ask Yuan Venerate. Martial spirit armor and martial spirit weapon are actually the same thing. It refers to some martialists before they die. They infuse their martial spirit cultivation into it. This kind of thing is very rare. Because it is difficult for ordinary martialists to know when they will die, they will not do this kind of thing. You are lucky to be able to obtain two martial spirit armors. These two people have upgraded their martial spirits to the Hutian third level when they were alive. You are lucky. And if it were someone else, merging the martial spirit armor and martial spirit weapon would be very dangerous. It is very likely to cause a conflict between martial spirits. But your origin source martial spirit is the martial spirit of Tyrant, which can accommodate everything. Therefore, there will be no danger. After the merging, the power of your next sword move will increase by at least 4 times. TSK, such a martial spirit cultivation is not too bad even in the 4 major regions. Hearing Yuan Venerate's words, Ling Xiao also felt lucky. If he had listened to the mysterious man and not done anything, he wouldn't have been so lucky. Perhaps those two fellows would take the martial soul armor for themselves. "Kid, stop quickly, or I will kill your companion." One of the mysterious men shouted anxiously when he saw that Ling Xiao was merging with the martial spirit armor. Ling Xiao opened his eyes suddenly, and the black and white light suddenly dissipated. He looked coldly at the mysterious man and suddenly stabbed out with his sword. Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword Art. This sword move should only have the power of a mid-grade king martial technique. However, the Hutian fourth level of the sword spirit had increased the power of this sword move by 4 times. Although it still couldn't reach the power of a high-grade king martial technique. But its lethality had definitely increased tremendously. Furthermore, Ling Xiao could feel that his sword intent had also become stronger. The stronger the sword spirit, the easier it seemed to be to use the sword move. At that moment, the mysterious man actually had the illusion that he was facing the Ice Emperor. Chapter 3506. Clang. The mysterious man changed in an instant. His hands turned into hard and sharp claws. He blocked Ling Xiao's sword. After all, he was stronger than Ling Xiao, and much stronger. Therefore, Ling Xiao's sword did not cause any harm to him. However, this caused his expression to turn extremely ugly. He did not hesitate to change his body in order to block the sword. This was simply depressing. Brat! I'll kill you. The mysterious man in black was furious. Lai Sheng, don't be rash. He's still useful. At this moment, the mysterious man in white spoke. Yuan Sheng, even if I don't kill him, I can still kill those trash. They're his companions anyway. Lai Sheng said coldly, we parasites are the nightmare of countless humans in the 4 major regions. How can I be frightened by this little guy? If this gets out, where will I put my face? If you dare to kill them, I'll kill myself. Ling Xiao sneered. He saw the other party's weakness. Although he was strong, he could not directly obtain the treasures of the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum. It was the same even if he was parasitic in the body of a Western region warrior. He was still not a match for the other party. He could only use this method to protect his own people. You. Good boy, you win. Lai Sheng glared at Ling Xiao and said, I don't believe that I won't have a chance to kill you. Hehe, we'll see when the time comes. Ling Xiao smiled and heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, if they really fought, they would not be a match for these 2 monsters even if they joined forces. Therefore, at this stage, they still had to endure. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A white light suddenly flew out from Lai Sheng's body and shot toward Ling Xiao's mouth. Ling Xiao was completely unprepared. He was hit by the white light. At that moment, he felt that there was something extra in his body. It was trying to control his body and destroy his soul. However, this was not the only thing that was unexpected. Feeling the white light shooting into him, the fused martial soul armor actually reacted. It dragged Ling Xiao and the white light into an unknown small world. They watched as Ling Xiao disappeared. Lai Sheng did not move at all. Everyone was stunned. Big brother Ling Xiao, Dark Frost exclaimed and wanted to grab Ling Xiao's hand. But unfortunately, she did not grab anything. He angrily destroyed Lai Sheng's physical body. However, his physical body was already useless. What Lai Sheng had done just now was to directly parasitize Ling Xiao's body. This guy was very vengeful. He didn't want to wait for Ling Xiao to obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance before killing him, because there were too many unforeseen events. However, even Lai Sheng did not expect such a strange situation to occur. I can't sense the boss's aura, Xiao Jin said. The aura of life-severing is gone too. Yuan Sheng frowned and said, Is. The leader of the Vengeful Alliance asked. Impossible. How can they die so easily? Maybe they were pulled into some space like before. Yuan Sheng shook his head and sneered, Heh, Lai Sheng hates that kid to the bone. Now that the kid has no help, I'm afraid he will be parasitized. Those who underestimate Master will definitely be unlucky in the end. Cold Plum said and sat down. Let's wait here. Master will come out sooner or later. That's right. How can Boss die? Long Chen also sat down. I believe in Boss too. Although Xiao Jin could not feel Ling Xiao's aura, he had been through a lot. He had experienced many life and death situations. He did not believe that Ling Xiao would die so easily. That's right. Big brother Ling Xiao's life is tough. God can't take it away. Dark Frost gritted her teeth and stopped. Haha, are you not going to continue looking for the ancient Sword Emperor's treasure? There's still a long way to go. The leader of the Vengeful Alliance sneered and pointed behind the stone platform of the treasure chest. There, the road was still extending. There were still many armor spirits on the way. It seemed that the treasure chest here was just a reward in the middle. If you want to look for it, go ahead. Anyway, we have to wait here for Boss. The 4 of them were very determined. In their hearts, Ling Xiao was more important than the ancient Sword Emperor's treasure. If Ling Xiao needed their help and they left, it would be too late for regrets. A few idiots. The leader of the Vengeful Alliance sneered. You actually gave up the chance to fight for the treasure for a dead person. If you don't want it, I'll go get it myself. Let's go together. Mother Dragon also followed. 2 people were better than 1. However, they rushed out for a while and returned. And they seemed to be in a sorry state. On this path, it was safer near the treasure chest and would not be attacked by armor spirits. It was different if they went further. The 2 of them really could not rush over. If Yuan Sheng joined them, they could give it a try. The ancient Sword Emperor probably left 9 people behind because he felt that only the strength of 9 people could complete this path. Helpless, the leader of the Vengeful Alliance and Mother Dragon could only stay and wait. Yuan Sheng did not leave either. He felt that it was impossible for Lai Sheng to die. As long as they waited for a while, Lai Sheng would parasitize Ling Xiao's body and come out. However, this wait lasted for an entire day. Yuan Sheng was already impatient. There's no need to wait. Both of them should be dead. He said coldly. Is that all you've got? That's your companion. Long Chen frowned. Companion? He's just a piece of trash. We've already done him justice by waiting for a day. Yuan Sheng sneered disdainfully. Are you guys going or not? If not, I'm going to attack. Let's do it. We're not afraid of you. The 4 of them stood up and looked at Yuan Sheng. Who are you on? Yuan Sheng looked at the leader of the Vengeful Alliance and Mother Dragon and asked coldly. Of course we're on your side. The leader of the Vengeful Alliance chose the more powerful Yuan Sheng. Me too. Mother Dragon said. Although there were more people on the other side, Yuan Sheng was the most powerful. Under Yuan Sheng's attacks, the rest of them would not be able to hold on for long. When the battle began, the situation did not develop as the leader of the Vengeful Alliance expected. Dark Frost, Cold Plum, Long Chen, and Little Gold worked together seamlessly. Moreover, the 4 of them were very powerful. After joining forces, even if he and Yuan Sheng could suppress them, they could not win in a short time. This battle lasted for a day and a night. Both sides were injured. Although the 3 of them on Yuan Sheng's side were lightly injured, the 4 on Dark Frost's side were severely injured. However, Dark Frost and the other 3 had the pills that Ling Xiao had left behind to heal their injuries. However, the vicinity of the stone platform was no longer safe. A large number of armor spirits swarmed over. Damn it. If the 4 of you want to die, stay here. Let's go. Yuan Sheng did not expect that he would not be able to take down the 4 of them so quickly. He could only leave with the leader of the Vengeful Alliance and Mother Dragon. After all, he did not want to spend too much time here. Chapter 3507. Cold Plum, make a decision. You've been by boss's side the longest. We can't just wait for death. Long Chen looked at the armor spirits that were constantly swarming over and said. At this time, the armor spirits seemed to be affected by the murderous aura and became fierce one by one. It wasn't like before, where he only injured and didn't kill. Hold on for one more day. If Master still doesn't come out, it means that he has already reached another place. There's no point in waiting any longer. Cold Plum thought for a while and said. Everyone agreed with this point of view. They had already waited here for 2 days and 2 nights. Plus 1 day and 1 night, it would be 3 days and 3 nights. Even if they were loyal, they couldn't wait foolishly. Who knew if Ling Xiao had entered the depths of the giant beast maze through other channels? Another day and night passed. The 4 of them were covered in injuries. They were already very tired. However, Ling Xiao was still nowhere to be seen. Let's go. The 4 of them each swallowed a pill and finally left. When they left, the stone platform was already submerged in the armor spirit's encirclement. It turned into dust. Back to 3 days ago. Ling Xiao felt a powerful force sucking him in. The moment he landed on the ground, something flew out of his mouth and suddenly fled into the distance. It entered one of the skeletons. What the hell is this place? Ling Xiao knew what came out of his body. That Lai Sheng actually tried to parasitize his body and seize it. But it seemed to have failed. Then they were brought to this place. Everything here was a vast expanse of whiteness. It was very uncomfortable to look at. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, a cold light attacked. Ling Xiao was very vigilant at this time, so he directly used the vertical golden light technique. His body turned into a golden light and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already far away. However, this space didn't seem to be large. It was about 200 square meters in total. Even if he ran, he couldn't run far. Damn, I'm still injured. Ling Xiao touched his neck and there was blood flowing out. Although it was only a layer of skin. However, if he hadn't dodged quickly, this attack would have slit his throat and taken his life. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough. Hey! I didn't expect you to be so fast. The culprit spoke. Ling Xiao looked over and saw that it was a skeleton. However, there was a ferocious-looking parasite wrapped around the bone. It was very disgusting. Life Fisher. To think that you still recognize me. Lai Sheng sneered. You want to kill me? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. According to Lai Sheng, they would only kill him after he obtained the ancient sword emperor's inheritance. Why did he make a move in advance? That's right, I'm going to kill you. Because you're already useless. While we're trapped here, the others must have already gone to search for the ancient sword emperor's treasures. Therefore, it's impossible for you to be the successor chosen by the ancient sword emperor. Lai Sheng sneered. I see. Ling Xiao began to understand. The wound on his neck had already healed. The healing ability of a king-level black tortoise divine body was no joke. But are you sure that I can't obtain the ancient sword emperor's inheritance? What if being teleported here this time is actually an opportunity? Ling Xiao looked at Lai Sheng and said, no matter how eloquent you are, you'll definitely die today. Because I don't care anymore. As long as I kill you and take over your body, I can still find the treasure. Lai Sheng sneered and then walked towards Ling Xiao. A terrifying pressure was released from his body. Although it was only a skeleton, its terrifying combat strength was not for show. It seems that I have no choice but to fight. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Although he knew that he was no match for the other party. However, he could not avoid or back down from this battle. If he did not fight, he would definitely die. If he fought, there was still a chance of survival. What he was betting on was whether he could advance his cultivation base during the battle. Fight! Do you think you're qualified to fight me? Lai Sheng sneered and said, today, you're destined to die here. A red light emitted from the pair of skeleton eyes. Although I might not be able to defeat you, I'm still qualified to fight you. Ling Xiao said indifferently, but I don't quite understand. Why must you kill me? Do we have a grudge before? No. Lai Sheng shook his head and said. Then why? Ling Xiao was puzzled. Haven't you heard of it? A treasure is a crime. Lai Sheng sneered and said, you're just a martial artist from the western region. What ability do you have to cultivate so quickly? I believe that you must have some treasure on you. Before the reincarnation divine realm, I thought it was the influence of the Frost General's inheritance. But that influence was only limited to before the reincarnation divine realm. But after you stepped into the reincarnation divine realm, you quickly advanced to the second level of the reincarnation divine realm. This speed is even faster than many of the geniuses in the Savage Beast region. And this is only the immemorial divine tomb, which still belongs to the western region. How is that possible? So I judged that you must have a treasure on you, and it's not inferior to the ancient sword emperor's inheritance. You're thinking too much. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I don't have any treasures on me. It's not up to you to decide whether you have them or not. Anyway, I'll soon know your secret after killing you. I still have to get out of here and snatch the ancient sword emperor's inheritance as soon as possible. If that thing falls into the hands of others, I won't be able to complete the mission given by the higher-ups. Lai Sheng approached Ling Xiao step by step. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't talk nonsense. Since Ling Xiao had already decided to fight, he didn't think about running away. Once a person had the thought of running away, their fighting spirit would definitely weaken and they would be taken advantage of. All right, then I'll fulfill your wish. Lai Sheng said coldly. His figure trembled and charged towards Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. It was clearly a skeleton, but its speed was extremely shocking. Its attack was also very terrifying. Before it arrived, Ling Xiao could already feel the terrifying pressure. Ice Supreme Frost Sky Sword Technique. Fire Supreme Blaze Sky Sword Technique. Soul Supreme Spirit Sky Sword Technique. Exquisite Celestial Sword Technique. 4 swords in one, Peak King Stage. Facing the terrifying Lai Sheng, Ling Xiao had no choice. 4 swords in one, his most powerful move was blasted out. Boom! The terrifying impact exploded in the entire space. Crack! The body that Lai Sheng had just obtained was completely shattered. As for Ling Xiao, he was also sent flying. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! You actually injured me, you actually injured me. There were too many bones and corpses in this space. To Lai Sheng, any one of them could be used. But the problem was that not only was his previous skeleton body destroyed, even his original body was injured because of the lack of defense. Although the injuries weren't very serious. But such a situation had never happened before. A mere martial artist at the 2nd level of the reincarnation divine realm actually forced him to such an extent. He was incomparably furious. He began to attack even more crazily. Ling Xiao could only defend passively. He was sent flying again and again, using his nimble movement technique and Tai Kai Eye to find a way to dodge or defend. Chapter 3508. Even though Ling Xiao had already tried his best to defend and dodge. However, in less than a few minutes, he was already bathed in blood. He had become a bloody man. At this moment, he had already used the limitless heavenly rat beast soul transformation, but the gap between him and his opponent was still so big. However, Ling Xiao, whose face was covered in blood, was roaring in his heart, "Come on, let the damage come more fiercely." The terrifying impact came again and again. However, the energy in Ling Xiao's cultivation sea was also increasing at a crazy speed. The stronger the opponent, the faster the energy in his cultivation sea would increase. As long as he didn't die, he had a chance to win. He swallowed a healing pill. Ling Xiao stood up again and looked coldly at Lai Sheng. A contemptuous smile appeared on his face. "Come on, bastard. Come and kill me. Good boy, I want to see how long you can last." Lai Sheng sneered. Anyway, the opponent had no chance of defeating him, so he began to attack even more crazily. A huge claw came from the void. It directly grabbed Ling Xiao's head. Extreme Cold Domain. Ling Xiao released the Extreme Cold Domain and then waved the Ice Age to block it. That huge claw easily destroyed the domain of Extreme Cold and then grabbed onto Ice Age. It directly pressed Ling Xiao to the ground. But at that moment, Ling Xiao once again used the vertical golden light technique. The increase in his cultivation made it easier for Ling Xiao to control the vertical golden light technique. In the past, he would be out of breath after using it once or twice. Now, he could easily use it dozens of times without a problem. "I want to see how many times you can dodge, sad weakling." Lai Sheng mocked Ling Xiao coldly. "Since you are a weakling, you should obediently die when facing the strong, even if your talent is outstanding, even if your potential is huge. But now, in front of me, you are a pitiful and sad weakling. You will die. And you will die very miserably." As he spoke, Lai Sheng's attack did not stop. Again and again, he fiercely attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's choice was also very rational. If he could block it, he would try his best to block it and increase the energy in his cultivation sea. Something that couldn't be resisted was close to everything that could be avoided. Vajra Formation. Maze Formation. Fire Snake Formation. 7 Stars Big Dipper Formation. He also threw out the refining formation stones he had on him one by one. Some were used for defense. Some were used to confuse the opponent. Some were used to delay their opponents. Some were used to dodge the opponent's attacks. Every array formation was used at the right place. This guy is really tenacious. Lai Sheng was shocked. Clearly, he only needed to hit Ling Xiao's vital point once to kill him. However, every attack was either blocked or avoided. Ling Xiao's various abilities simply left him dumbfounded. How could there be such an all-round martial artist in this world? However, Ling Xiao was a little worried. He was about to run out of golden light. If he used it again, his true essence recovery speed would not be able to keep up. It would be the same even if he had pills. If he still did not break through, then the moment the golden light was used up, his life would probably be over. Finally, this worry became a reality. Bang! Ling Xiao was sent flying again, and he felt that his consciousness was a little blurry. His defense was indeed very strong, but there were some attacks that he could not block at all. The difference in strength between them was too great. It was because of this that he chose to dodge. But now, not only were the refining formation stones almost used up, but the golden light was also used up. He simply had no way to escape. In this narrow space, there was no way to escape at all. As expected, strength is the most important thing. Being able to defeat the opponent is the most important thing. If I run for my life and encounter such a space, it will be troublesome. It's like being locked up in a cage and beaten. Ling Xiao thought of this in his heart, but his body did not stop dodging. He quickly swallowed a healing pill. He tried to stay awake. Without a doubt, this Lai Sheng was the most difficult opponent Ling Xiao had encountered since entering the Archean Divine Tomb. Even if he could not defeat other opponents, he could escape. But facing this guy, he did not even have a chance to escape. Should I use the bloody rat? Ling Xiao still had a trump card that he had not used yet. No, let's use the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't use the sanguinary rats until the very last moment. Once his cultivation regressed, it would not be a good thing for him. In the Archean Divine Tomb, Lai Sheng was not the only enemy. But the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul was different. This narrow space blocked his escape route, but at the same time, it could also isolate the danger of the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul being detected by others. In this case, what was there to be afraid of? Until now, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest fear in his eyes. Instead, he was unusually calm. Lai Sheng was a little annoyed. If it were not for this damn body, his strength would be at the 9th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. But now, he could only use the strength of the 5th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. He did not dare to use his body to fight because this was the Archean Divine Tomb. Just when he left the white bone body, he could feel a terrifying power released. It was as if it wanted to destroy him. So now he could only use the strength of the 5th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm to fight with Ling Xiao. But even so, he was already very powerful. He had completely suppressed Ling Xiao. The problem was that Ling Xiao was so tenacious. It was unbelievable. Just die obediently, so that you don't have to suffer this kind of physical pain. Lai Sheng's cold voice sounded in the space. Ling Xiao continued to dodge while revealing a disdainful smile. This made Lai Sheng very unhappy. In the entire Western region, no one had ever dared to be so presumptuous in front of him, so arrogant. Was this person really not afraid of death? Or did he really have a trump card? Little bug, no one knows the result of the battle until the last moment. Believe it or not, I will trample you to death in the end. Ling Xiao sneered. You? Lai Sheng revealed a disdainful smile. It's not that I look down on you. You don't even have the ability to fight back now. You can only passively take a beating. I really don't know where you get the confidence to say that you can kill me. You will know soon, but you still have to wait a while. Ling Xiao wanted to use life backtrack at the moment of death. That way, he could maximize the energy of his cultivation C. After life backtrack, he would use the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit. This was his plan. Therefore, he still wanted to be injured more seriously to increase the energy of his cultivation C. That way, the life backtrack ability would not be wasted. Devil Wind Claw, die for me. Lai Sheng was not willing to give Ling Xiao time. His speed suddenly soared, and the claws on his hands suddenly opened. Then, he blasted out. In the void, a pair of strange claws blasted towards Ling Xiao at a terrifying speed. At that moment, Ling Xiao could feel that if this attack really hit, he might die. Chapter 3509. The terrifying pressure made Ling Xiao feel that death was coming. However, his eyes still maintained absolute calmness. Realm of Frost. Rock Gowl, defense. Ice Age, glacier armor. King Kong, divine ape, invincible Varja. Intermediate king level black tortoise, divine body. In an instant, Ling Xiao used all the defenses he could. As long as he still had a trace of breath left, he could counterattack. Even if he died, the 9 Deaths reincarnation technique could help him break through his cultivation. However, the effect of the 9 Deaths reincarnation technique could only be used 9 times. He had already wasted 1 time. He did not want to waste the remaining 8 times. Therefore, if he could survive, he would try his best not to die. He tried his best to defend so that he could preserve a trace of life. Rumble. The terrifying attack finally came. The rock gowl was instantly smashed. A huge hole was also blasted in the glacier armor. Even the invincible Varja did not last long and shattered into pieces. In the end, the intermediate king-level black tortoise divine body only weakened the power of the attack slightly. Lai Sheng's attack landed squarely on Ling Xiao's body. Kid, if there's a next life, remember not to be too talented. Otherwise, if you make others jealous, you'll die a horrible death. There are some people you can't afford to offend. At this moment, Lai Sheng's words seemed to have floated from the horizon. They were somewhat ethereal and unreal. Bang! Under Lai Sheng's terrifying attack, a huge hole was blasted in Ling Xiao's body. His meridians were broken. His internal organs were all shattered. At that moment, in Lai Sheng's opinion, Ling Xiao was completely dead. Who would be able to survive with such a big hole in their body and all their internal organs shattered? I hit him too hard. Lai Sheng looked at Ling Xiao's almost destroyed body and could not help but shake his head. Originally, he wanted Ling Xiao's body to be slightly more intact so that it would be easier for him to parasitize. But now, in his anger, he beat up Ling Xiao's body until it was beyond recognition. This could confirm that Ling Xiao was dead. But it was really depressing. Kid, I would like to see what kind of treasure you have in your storage ring. Lai Sheng squatted down to take Ling Xiao's storage ring. Pathetic weakling, even if you have an unpredictable future. But it's meaningless if you're dead. In the end, you Western region martial artists are nothing more than playthings for our 4 great regions. You want to break through the Divine Devil City and go to the 4 regions. What a joke. A small fry is a small fry after all. No matter how much he jumps around, won't he still be easily killed by me in the end? One had to know that in the 4 major regions, the weakest cultivation base was at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine state. Your body divine body divine body, what can you do? As he muttered to himself, he reached for Ling Xiao's storage ring. To be honest, he was also a little shocked. This young man definitely had the terrifying potential to become the 2nd ancient sword emperor. If he was allowed to continue developing like this, one day, he would make the Divine Devil City uneasy and make the experts of the 4 regions unable to eat or sleep in peace. Just as Lai Sheng's hand touched the storage ring, something strange happened. A sacred and irresistible power was suddenly released. Before he had time to react, his body was sent flying. Life backtrack. Ling Xiao's life was hanging by a thread. He was not far from death. But he did it. He maximized the damage he suffered and still didn't die. Therefore, he decided to use the heaven-defying divine ability, life backtrack. At that moment, Lai Sheng saw a shocking scene. Blood splattered on the ground. Shattered internal organs. Broken meridians and so on. He flew back to his original position under the cover of a white light. It felt like time was flowing backwards on a small scale. Everything that had happened began to replay. Lai Sheng looked at this scene with his mouth agape. He had always been known for his ruthlessness. But now, he was terrified. How was this possible? What the hell? Lai Sheng thought that he had seen many bizarre things, but he had never seen this scene before. His heart was filled with disbelief. His words were filled with astonishment. He had heard of the immortal body, but it was just a rumor. Basically, the so-called immortal body that he had seen was proven to be an exaggeration in the end. But today, he saw with his own eyes the impossible happen right before his eyes. It made him have the urge to run away. Ling Xiao, who was supposed to be dead, appeared in front of him unscathed. The most bizarre thing was that his injuries were completely gone, and his true essence had recovered to its peak state. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. To be honest, every time he used life backtrack, he would feel incredulous. Let alone the other party. Are you an immortal body? Lai Sheng had already stood up, his face cold. He was an expert after all. Even if the other party was really an immortal body, after a short period of fear, he gradually regained his composure. No, you're not an immortal body. You must have used some sort of special divine ability. A divine ability like that is so heaven-defying that it must have some sort of special restriction. If that's the case, then I'll kill you again. Let's see if you can come back to life. After all, he was from the Four Realms. His brain worked well. Lai Sheng's words revealed the truth. Ling Xiao's life backtrack could only be used once every 3 hours. If Lai Sheng wanted to kill him, given his fighting prowess, it would only take him half an hour to do so. However, would Ling Xiao be so easy to deal with this time? By now, his sea of power was at 100%. Ling Xiao didn't need to take a beating. He was going to fight back. And during that fight, he was going to find an opportunity to break through. Compared to breaking through from the life-seizing level to the reincarnation god realm, breaking through from the second to the third level was much easier. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all. Smiling broadly at Lai Sheng, he said, "That's right. I have an immortal body. As for what you said about killing me again, let's see if I can come back to life. I'd love to show you, but sadly, you can't beat me now. Now, I'm going to fight back. Fight back. Ha 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 ha. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Don't tell me you think you're stronger now that you've come back to life." Lai Sheng laughed maniacally. He didn't believe Ling Xiao's words at all. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. Rumble. A terrifying wave of power erupted out of him. Behind him, a black, Primeval universe appeared. Within that universe was a terrifying, Primeval aura. It was like the roar of an enormous beast, and terrifying power was pouring out. Lai Sheng couldn't help but take a few steps backward. Chapter 35:10. Lai Sheng was inexplicably shocked. How could this be? How could this guy have the ancient aura on him? The moment he released the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, Ling Xiao's combat strength skyrocketed once again, and he already had the ability to fight against a 5th-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist. His attack power, defense power, speed, and true essence power had all increased. The only pity was that the Ice Emperor's devil spirit and martial spirit's amplification could not be stacked. They could only be used separately. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would probably be able to crush his opponent directly. However, although it could not increase his strength, the Ice Emperor's devil spirit could still increase the attack power of the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Therefore, Ling Xiao also released it. In the desolate universe, a terrifying chill spewed out, as if it wanted to completely freeze everything in the space. Lai Sheng gritted his teeth, and sharp claws once again grew out from white bones. Behind white bones, dozens of tentacles stretched out. It seemed that he had also realized that Ling Xiao was not only resurrected from the dead. Moreover, he had also obtained a very terrifying ability. A terrifying ability that could make him feel threatened. If he could not deal with it well, then he might really be killed next. How could this be? No one noticed that there was a third voice in this narrow space. The moment Ling Xiao released the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, the voice seemed to be very surprised. However, the voice was not loud, and Ling Xiao and Lai Sheng were highly concentrated. They had no time to care about the surrounding situation. Moreover, the space was only so big. The two of them had not noticed the existence of a third person until now. How could they pay attention to it? This power of yours is truly unbelievable. But even so, your cultivation is still inferior to mine. I don't believe that you can defeat me, Lai Sheng roared, and a terrifying aura pounced on Ling Xiao. This aura attempted to suppress Ling Xiao's soaring battle intent, causing Ling Xiao's aura to not flow smoothly. Sky Tyrant Soul Devouring Domain. Under the support of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, the effect of the Soul Devouring Domain soared. As a result, Not only was Lai Sheng unable to suppress Ling Xiao's battle intent, he was the one being suppressed instead. The pressure of the soul devourer's soul made Lai Sheng feel very uncomfortable. He even had a feeling that the parasitism could not be maintained. It's not over yet, Tyrant Bloodthirsty Plague. The Bloodthirsty Plague was an ability on the same level as the Earth Elemental Golden Light and the Bloodthirsty Rat. The reason why he hadn't used it before was because it wouldn't have been of much use. The key was that the difference in strength between them was too great. But things were different now. After releasing the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit, Ling Xiao's combat power also soared to the 5th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. He wasn't any weaker than his opponent. This made the effects of the Bloodthirsty Plague extremely terrifying. In just an instant, Lai Sheng felt that his body had been severely injured. He had no choice but to use close to 40% of his power to forcibly suppress the terrifying Bloodthirsty Plague. Initially, even after releasing the Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul, there was still a gap between Ling Xiao and Lai Sheng. However, after the Bloodthirsty Rat Plague, this difference was reversed. Ling Xiao had gained an absolute advantage. He could even suppress Life Fisher. Ice Supreme Sword Art. Fire Supreme Sword Art. 2 swords as one. Kill. An advanced King Martial skill was released. Ling Xiao no longer passively defended, but fiercely attacked. Life Fisher must die. This guy was too dangerous. In this enclosed space, Ling Xiao could use his strongest strength to his heart's content. And he didn't have to worry about the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul being exposed. If he was outside, he would have to be careful. The 2 sword lights converged together and charged towards Lai Sheng in a frenzy. They were like 2 divine dragons. Is it this move again? You've already used it outside. You know it's meaningless. Life Fisher sneered. That was then, this is now. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. This made Life Fisher fearful and didn't dare to be careless. He also blasted out an advanced King Martial skill. His body could only use advanced King Martial skills. If it was a peak King Martial skill, his white bone body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Boom! A terrifying roar resounded in the void. What? Life Fisher was terrified. His attack was easily cut open like a piece of paper. The frenzied sword radiance struck his body. Not only his white bone body, but also his body. He let out a hysterical scream and fled madly into a mummified corpse. This time, his injury was much more serious than before. He suddenly thought of the 4 swords as one that Ling Xiao had released at the beginning and couldn't help but feel more terrified. 2 swords were already so terrifying. Then wouldn't one of the 4 swords be enough to kill him? No. I, Life Fisher, am a LV9 Reincarnation Divine Realm Martial Artist. How could I die like this? Previously, Ling Xiao was constantly dodging. Now, it was Life Fisher's turn to dodge. However, he couldn't get rid of Ling Xiao with his speed. The entire space was enveloped by Ling Xiao's Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. At this moment, Ling Xiao frowned. Because he sensed the existence of a third party. However, he didn't say or do anything. The third party didn't make a move. There was no need to provoke him. It was better to defeat Life Fisher first. As for the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, it had been exposed anyway. There was no point in being nervous now. Little worm, where's your prestige just now? Ling Xiao sneered and looked at Life Fisher, who was frantically fleeing, and mocked. I'm going all out. At most, I'll die. As Life Fisher roared, hundreds of skeletons in the space began to fly up. Then, they merged. In the end, they formed a huge monster. It almost filled up the entire space. It was ferocious and ugly. Then, Life Fisher's body began to split rapidly, covering the entire monster's body. Gradually, a layer of flesh began to form on the huge skeleton monster. And this flesh was Life Fisher's body. He wanted to use his own body to fight Ling Xiao to the death. Because the space was too small, there was no way to escape. The more he ran, the easier it was for Ling Xiao to be used as a target. You forced me to do this. Although this may make my time in the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum very short. But I don't care anymore. I want you dead. I want you dead. Life Fisher's action allowed him to use his own body better. But unfortunately, the body he parasitized was still too weak. He could still only use the combat power of the 5th level of the reincarnation divine state. However, he was much stronger than before. He was close to the 6th level of the reincarnation divine state. But he still couldn't use his own strength. Because he knew very well that the moment he released his own strength, he would be instantly killed by the power in the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum. He had a compatriot who died like this in the past. If he really had to die like that, it wouldn't be worth it. Although my cultivation can only be maintained at this level for the time being, this body is much stronger than before. It allows me to use peak king martial skills. Parasitic disaster. Life Fisher's transformed face was filled with a fanatical and fierce light. Chapter 35:11. Parasitic disaster. Lai Sheng was currently able to use the strongest martial skill. Peak king level martial skill. The reason why Lai Sheng didn't use this move at the beginning was because it was too powerful. The requirement for the parasitic body was very high. The previous white bone body or mummy body couldn't do it. Only now, with the white bone as the bone and his own flesh and blood as the body. Only then could it be realized. But in this case, he would be rejected by the ancient sword mausoleum's laws. The time he would stay here would definitely not exceed 10 minutes. But facing Ling Xiao's powerful attack, Lai Sheng had to do so. Because if he didn't do so, he might be directly killed by Ling Xiao's sword. It's useless no matter what you do now. Tyrant 4 colors sword light. Kill. A 4-colored sword light flew out from the Tyrant universe. It was incomparably huge. The power was extremely terrifying. At the same time, Lai Sheng's strongest attack had already been blasted out. The two people's moves exploded in the void with a shocking collision sound. With the support of the Tyrant martial spirit and the 4th-level sword soul, the power of Ling Xiao's sword, it obviously suppressed the parasitic disaster. Although they were both peak king-level martial skills. But in terms of power, there was still a huge difference. The reason was the power of the Tyrant martial spirit. And the power of the 4th-level sword soul. The entire space began to shake as if a terrifying earthquake had occurred. But the two people fighting did not dare to relax in the slightest. Ling Xiao stared at Lai Sheng. In Lai Sheng's eyes, there was a look of disbelief. He didn't believe it. He had already given up the opportunity to stay here. He had already used the strongest attack that he could release at the moment. But in the face of Ling Xiao's attack, it was still unable to resist. After a moment of stalemate, the parasitic disaster's black energy began to destroy and collapse. The terrifying power of the 4-colored sword light landed solidly on Lai Sheng's body. This time, it wasn't just the eerie white bones that were destroyed. There was also Lai Sheng's body. Lumps of minced meat struggled on the ground. But they were completely burned by Ling Xiao's immortal fire. It's finally over. Ling Xiao let out a long breath. At the end of the day, he was still basking in the glory of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. If he didn't have the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, with his strength, he would have died in the hands of Lai Sheng. The entire process was extremely dangerous. Have you seen enough? Can you come out now? After killing Lai Sheng, Ling Xiao looked at a certain spot in the space. Although there was no one there, he could clearly feel the presence of an aura. This was the terrifying aspect of the tyrannical martial spirit. You actually discovered me? That voice suddenly sounding a little surprised. But don't worry, I have no ill intentions. If you don't have any ill intentions, then all the more you should come out and speak. Ling Xiao said coldly. You're quite vigilant, child. Fine, Ling just reveal your spiritual manifestation. This child is very vigilant. If I don't treat him sincerely, I'm afraid I won't be able to gain his trust. The voice chuckled. Sure. Another woman's voice rang out. Then, Ling Xiao saw a man and a woman appear in the space. But it was just two shadows. One was wearing silver armor, while the other was wearing black armor. Both of them carried a sword on their backs. You're the owners of the martial spirit armor? Ling Xiao looked at the armor on both of them and instantly thought of a possibility. Young man, you're really smart. You're right. Our remnant souls have been residing in the martial spirit armor for a long time, waiting for the day when someone would bring our remnant souls back to our homeland. Let our souls return to our homeland. The man said with a smile. You're the ones who sent me and that guy to this space. Ling Xiao was a little unhappy. After all, this teleportation could have cost him his life. And his friends might also be in trouble. Young man, don't be angry. Just now, you were possessed by the parasite tribe. We only dragged you in because we wanted to protect you. The man hurriedly explained. All right, let's not talk about this. Anyway, I'm not dead. I just want to ask, what are you trying to do? You don't simply want to return to your homeland, do you? Ling Xiao looked at the two shadows in the sky and said. Ha ha ha, young man, you're really smart. We were harmed by villains and wanted to take revenge. But now that we're dead and can't take revenge, we can only ask others for help. We've been observing for a long time. Young man, you're a sentimental and righteous person. You'll definitely help us, right? The man said with a smile. As long as the transaction is fair, there's nothing impossible. Ling Xiao said lightly, but what can you give me? I see that you also use a sword, but you haven't mastered the real sword principle. Your sword soul is now only at the acquired 4th stage. Although it's not a problem for low-level warriors. But if you encounter strong warriors, those people have the congenital martial spirit. You're not strong enough at all. How about it, I can make your sword soul advance to the congenital level, and it can help you break through your cultivation. As for how much you break through, it depends on your potential and luck. The man said. Deal. Ling Xiao agreed without even thinking about it. He worked hard to improve his sword soul to the acquired 4th stage. And the acquired martial spirit had 9 stages. He didn't know how long it would take to upgrade to the congenital martial spirit. Speaking of cultivation, although he was about to break through to the 3rd stage of the reincarnation divine realm. But there was still a problem. If these two people could help him, it would be great. Just the sword soul alone, he could help. So straightforward? Don't you want to ask who our enemy is? The man said doubtfully. No need. No matter who it is, since I've promised you, I'll help you kill him. Ling Xiao said lightly. Our enemy is the top genius of the 4 major regions. Now he may have become the top expert of the 4 major regions. Are you really not afraid? The woman couldn't help but say. How is he compared to the palace master of the Eternal Life Palace? Ling Xiao asked. What do you mean? The man and woman were shocked. The palace master of the Eternal Life Palace is known as the strongest in the 4 major regions. Although our enemy is powerful, he can't be compared to us. That's enough. My enemy is the Eternal Life Palace. Do you think your enemy is more powerful than mine? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Looks like you're also a person with a story. Forget it, let's not talk about the enemy first. Ling and I are from the Yin-Yang Sword Pavilion of the Golden Heavens domain. We've already made some progress in cultivating the Yin-Yang sword technique together. What you've inherited from the martial soul armor is only a small part of it. Our sword souls have actually reached the congenital level. Let's not talk about it anymore. You'll know when you see it. The man waved his hand. Suddenly, the scene in the space changed. A huge yin-yang image appeared in the void. The 2 yin-yang fish were connected head to tail. There was white in the black and black in the white. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that both black and white were formed by sword chi. Chapter 35:12. The white sword chi had a pure and holy aura. The black sword chi had a gloomy aura. However, the two were able to merge and coexist harmoniously. It was amazing. This is the famous yin-yang sword diagram of the yin-yang sword pavilion. It's used by disciples to comprehend the sword principle. I suggest that you choose one to comprehend. If you don't have enough comprehension, you might explode and die if you force yourself to comprehend both. The woman reminded him. I see. I understand. Can we start now? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. The man nodded. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. He sat down cross-legged and released his sword martial soul. In fact, he was no stranger to the yin-yang sword diagram. The yin-yang sword diagram combined the light and shadow profound meaning. Ling Xiao had comprehended the light and shadow profound meaning long ago and had developed many powerful moves. Unfortunately, those moves were not as powerful as they used to be as his cultivation base had increased. However, his comprehension of the light and shadow profound meaning hadn't disappeared. Therefore, although the woman reminded him not to comprehend it with his colleagues, he didn't take it seriously at all. At that moment, one of his eyes turned black and the other white. The sword qi released from his body also turned black and white, which was exactly the same as the yin-yang sword diagram. What's going on? The two people in the sky were shocked. He's obviously a warrior from the western regions. How can he comprehend the light and shadow profound meaning? Even warriors from the four regions can't be so proficient in such a profound meaning. The woman exclaimed, "Brother Jian Chen, I'm afraid we've really found a treasure. I thought he was bragging and looked down on him. People who promise others things can't usually keep their promises. But now it seems that this young man does have some skills. Yes, his aptitude is probably better than the top geniuses from the four regions. It's a pity that he was born in the western regions. Otherwise, at his age, he would probably be the best in the four regions." The man sighed with emotion. Just as they were sighing, the yin-yang sword diagram suddenly turned into a ray of light and merged into Ling Xiao's body. This scene shocked the two even more. He actually swallowed the yin-yang sword diagram. What kind of monster is this? The woman almost cried out. I suspect that the martial spirit this young man possesses is the mountain river martial spirit that all cultivators in the profound world yearn for even in their dreams. It was difficult to feel that his voice was trembling. Only the mountain river martial spirit can be all-encompassing and devour everything. It can't be. Are we that lucky? After waiting for so many years, what came was actually such a powerful young man. The woman's voice also changed. Possessing the mountain and river martial spirit, and having such a heaven-defying aptitude, ha 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 ha, Ling we can finally take our revenge. The man almost burst into tears. Originally, their so-called revenge was just an extravagant hope. After so many years, only the ancient Sword Emperor had appeared in the western regions. However, the ancient Sword Emperor was far inferior to their enemy. They had no hope at all. However, Ling Xiao's appearance gave them hope for revenge. Brother Jian Chen, what are you going to do? The woman asked. Originally, I only wanted to help him obtain an innate sword soul and make a breakthrough in his cultivation. But now I've decided. I'll consume 90% of my soul to help him condense the yin-yang sword soul. As long as a trace of my soul remains, we can rest assured when he takes his revenge in the future. Ling what do you think? Jian Chen asked. I agree. This is the only chance for revenge. The yin-yang sword soul is the most powerful sword soul in our yin-yang sword pavilion. Once successfully cultivated, it will be several times more powerful than an ordinary innate sword soul. Ling gritted her teeth and said, anyway, we can't be resurrected. As long as a trace of our soul remains, it will be enough to see him kill his enemy in the future. The two discussed and made a decision. Suddenly, it rushed toward Ling Xiao's sword soul. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt that his sword soul was undergoing a crazy change. After advancing from the fourth stage to the first stage of the innate realm, it actually didn't stop. All the way to the third stage of the innate realm. And the sword soul actually became very strange. It used to be in the shape of a sword. Now, it turned into a human figure. It held a black sword in one hand and a silver sword in the other. The figure was faintly discernible, and it actually had two faces. One face was gentle and holy, while the other face was ferocious and terrifying. It was like the opposition of a god and a demon. Demon-god sword soul. How could this be? It actually turned into a demon-god sword soul. Jian Chen's shocked voice was filled with ecstasy. The yin-yang sword soul was the most powerful sword soul in the yin-yang sword pavilion. But the demon-god sword soul was the strongest existence among the yin-yang sword souls. In the past, he had never expected this to happen. But he didn't expect this to happen to a young man. Sure enough, it's really brother Jian Chen. You guessed right. He has the mountain river martial soul that the mystic world went crazy for. But this young man actually evolved the Mountain River martial soul into a more suitable Tyrant martial soul. After the yin-yang sword soul was formed, it directly advanced to the demon god sword soul. The woman was also pleasantly surprised. Ling Xiao heard their voices. Although he didn't quite understand. But he also knew that his sword soul had obtained a great improvement this time. Not only that, when the demon god sword soul was formed, his cultivation naturally advanced to the third stage of the reincarnation divine realm. And his strength was still rising. Jian Chen and Ling pinned all their hopes on Ling Xiao. So they didn't hesitate to pour all their life's cultivation into Ling Xiao's body. Most of it merged into Ling Xiao's cells and turned into potential. And a part of it continued to fill his cultivation sea. After the third stage of the reincarnation divine realm, he broke through again. He didn't stop until he reached the fourth stage of the reincarnation divine realm. And a large amount of potential was integrated into his cells, which also provided an extremely convenient condition for future breakthroughs. Little friend, you're really amazing. You simply made us dumbfounded. Jian Chen's voice sounded again, full of emotion. This is all thanks to the two of you. Ling Xiao said with a smile. His vigilance and hostility towards the two of them weakened a lot. It's not really a credit. After all, we were selfish. Just now, in order to help you condense the demon god sword soul, we consumed too many souls. We're probably going to continue sleeping. We only hope that one day, after you kill the enemy, you can wake us up. Let us know. Jian Chen said. Of course. Then who is your enemy? Ling Xiao asked. My name is Jian Chen, and my wife is Chu Ling. Our enemy is called Di Tuotian, although there are countless people with the same name in the 4 major regions. But there is only one genius, Di Tuotian. If you really can't find him, you can wake us up temporarily. It's still possible to wake us up for a moment. Moreover, Di Tuotian is very likely to have joined the Golden Heavenly Nation and become an outstanding member. As long as you go to the Golden Heavenly Nation, you will definitely be able to find him. Jian Chen said. Chapter 35:13. Di Tuotian? I understand. Ling Xiao was a man of his word. Today, he had received Jian Chen and Chu Ling's help. Not only had he cultivated the demon god's sword soul, but he had also raised his cultivation to the 5th level of the reincarnation divine realm. He would definitely look for Di Tuotian. But as for whether he would kill him or not, he would make his own judgment. He would not lose his principles because of this kind of deal. At worst, he would use another method to repay the favor in the future. Of course, if that Di Tuotian really deserved to be killed, then he would not hesitate. He thought so and said so because he did not want to do something that went against his conscience. I will help you find Di Tuotian. But whether to kill him or not, I will decide, okay? If he is a peerless hero worthy of respect, I am afraid I will not be able to kill him. Ling Xiao still had to say the ugly words first. Of course you can decide for yourself because that Di Tuotian is a despicable and shameless person. Jian Chen said with certainty. That would be for the best. It would save me from conflict. Ling Xiao also hoped that Di Tuotian was a heinous bastard. At the very least, he was someone he hated. If that was the case, killing him would be the end of it. If there is nothing else, tell me how to get out of here. I still have friends outside. Ling Xiao said. Your friends are very good. They waited for you outside for 3 days and 3 nights before they had to leave because of their serious injuries. They are all heading towards the last stage of the giant beast maze. You don't have to worry. We have been here for so long and are quite familiar with this place. Let us use our last strength to send you to the last stage. After Jian Chen finished speaking, he released a wave of soul power, causing a teleportation door to appear in the space. Go, child. It is time for us to sleep. Jian Chen was very tired. Chu Ling was also very tired. The two of them no longer had any signs of life. Seniors, don't worry. I, Ling Xiao, will definitely do what I promised you. I will never forget. After speaking, Ling Xiao raised his foot and stepped into the teleportation door. The final trial should be the location of the ancient Sword Emperor's treasure. He'd always believed that the map of the divine tombs in his possession was related to the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor. Therefore, if he did not leave this place, no one else would be able to obtain the inheritance. Instead, he was worried about the safety of his friends. Yuan Sheng was still around. That fellow's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the reincarnation divine realm. Dark Frost and the others were definitely not his match. As for him, he should be able to kill Yuan Sheng easily now. A martial artist at the 5th level of the reincarnation divine state could kill a martial artist at the 6th level of the reincarnation divine state in the form of an ordinary beast soul. In the state of the peerless heavenly rat's beast soul transformation, it could kill a martial artist at the 7th level of the reincarnation divine realm. Now, he even had a powerful fiend god sword soul at the 3rd level of the Xiantian realm. The power of sword skills could be increased by 13 times. Furthermore, it had a suppressive effect on ordinary sword souls and weapon souls. This allowed him to fight against a martial artist at the 8th level of the reincarnation divine realm without being defeated. If he used the power of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he believed that he could easily kill an 8th level reincarnation divine realm martial artist. Even a martial artist at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine state wouldn't be able to kill him easily. Yuan Sheng could only unleash the power of a martial artist at the 5th level of the reincarnation divine state. He didn't even need to transform to be able to kill him easily. Currently, he was invincible in the western region. Even in the entire Divine Devil City, only the Divine Devil Order Master could suppress him. It was impossible for him to kill him. Even so, Ling Xiao was very clear in his heart. The Sky Tyrant martial spirit couldn't be used easily. The advantage of having a sword soul at the 3rd level of the innate divine devil realm wouldn't be so obvious in the 4 major regions. After all, the martial artists in the 4 major regions would cultivate their martial souls. He could only rely on his sword soul at the 3rd level of the innate divine devil realm to fight against a martial artist at the 8th level of the reincarnation divine state. Therefore, he had to become stronger. There was no end to the path of martial arts. Currently, he still needed to obtain the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor to become stronger. This was because what he needed to think about next was how to face the Divine Devil Order Master and the remaining 6 savage beasts. Lai Sheng and Yuan Sheng should be the reinforcements, but Lai Sheng had already been killed by him. He definitely wouldn't let Yuan Sheng go. Let's become stronger first. After thinking for a while, Ling Xiao closed his eyes. The wind blew past his ears, and he knew that he was passing through a space tunnel. Although he might lose a lot of treasures from here to the final stage, he didn't care, because he had obtained enough. As long as he obtained the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor, he would be the biggest winner. As for those martial skills, weapons, and the like, he was not very infatuated. The final stage. It was still a hall, but it was slightly bigger than the outside. In the hall, there were countless gold, silver, jewelry, Dharma treasures, secret manuals, and so on. It was piled up like a mountain. And in this place, a frenzied battle was going on. On one side was Yuan Sheng, Dragon Mother, and the leader of the Revenge Alliance. On the other side was Dark Frost, Cold Plum, Long Chen, and Little Gold. Other than Yuan Sheng, everyone else had injuries on their bodies. And it was obvious that Dark Frost's injuries were more serious. Behind the mountain of treasures was a huge door made of gold. The door was already open. Obviously, both sides wanted to enter. Although there were many treasures outside, they were not bad. But compared to the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor, they were nothing. The 4 of you should cherish being able to live until now. How dare you be so greedy and want to obtain the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor? You're too greedy. Yuan Sheng sneered as he fought. That's right. If you know what's good for you, give up obediently. Otherwise, the 4 of you can forget about living today. Dragon Mother also shouted sternly. Bullsh *T. Are we greedy or are you guys greedy? Everyone is here for the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor. We all have equal opportunities. If you don't let us enter the golden door, we won't let you enter either. Long Chen scolded as he attacked. He believed that his boss was not dead, so he had to obtain the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor. Otherwise, if his boss came out and the treasures were taken away by others, how depressing would that be? The other three also had the same thought. So no one was willing to take a step back. Let's end this quickly and kill these 4 people. Then, we'll split the treasures equally. Yuan Sheng lost his patience. Since they had already come this far, he naturally wanted to personally obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's treasures. He had held back a little because he wanted to save his strength for the final fight for the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor. But now, he was not going to hold back. He unleashed his full strength. Dark Frost and the others felt more and more uncomfortable. More and more wounds appeared on their bodies. Go to hell, little girl. Suddenly, sharp claws reached Dark Frost's throat. At this moment, Dark Frost was almost exhausted. It was impossible for her to block this attack. Seeing that Dark Frost was about to be killed, the other 3 were anxious. Chapter 35:14. Cold Plum, Long Chen, and Xiao Jin all knew about the relationship between Dark Frost and Ling Xiao. They knew how much Ling Xiao loved Dark Frost. But whether it was Cold Plum, Long Chen, or Xiao Jin, none of them had the ability to save Dark Frost at this moment. Now that Dark Frost is dead, we can split the power of the Soul Palace equally. Mother Dragon and the leader of the Avenging Alliance were also very excited. Even if they couldn't get the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor this time, it was also good to be able to divide the western region. But at this moment, a ray of light fell directly into the hall. Everyone had yet to come back to their senses. That ray of light rushed towards Yuan Sheng at lightning speed and sent him flying. The speed was so fast that everyone was incomparably shocked. Who? Everyone was very confused. Who exactly was this person who suddenly appeared? When that ray of light gradually disappeared. When that handsome and unrestrained youth with an incomparably domineering aura was revealed. They were all stunned. After a long while, Mother Dragon exclaimed, "Ling Xiao." With his shout, everyone was startled awake. Dark Frost's side was naturally crying tears of joy. But on Yuan Sheng's side, everyone's face was incomparably gloomy. They thought that Ling Xiao and Lai Sheng were long dead. They didn't expect that not only was Ling Xiao not dead, but he also suddenly appeared in this last round. After all, they had gone through countless dangers to get here. Wasn't this too unfair? Where's Lai Sheng? Yuan Sheng got up from the ground. Ling Xiao's attack just now was under the condition that he didn't transform. It only sent him flying and didn't kill him. Lai Sheng is with you, and you came out. What about him? No one thought that Lai Sheng would die. Including the people on Dark Frost's side, they didn't think that Ling Xiao could kill Lai Sheng. In fact, before Ling Xiao really hardened his heart to attack, he didn't expect it either. So he didn't find it strange that these people were surprised. I killed him. Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Sheng, his eyes filled with killing intent. Yuan Sheng actually wanted to kill Dark Frost. He had already placed this fellow on his death list. And now, he couldn't wait to destroy this guy. Ha 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 ha, your joke isn't funny at all. How can Life Splitter's strength be what you can kill? Yuan Sheng did not believe Ling Xiao's words at all. Young man, stop boasting. It's not good to blow your trumpet. The leader of the Avenging Alliance said. Young man, it's better to be down to earth. With your strength, don't even talk about killing Lai Sheng. You can't even kill us. Mother Dragon said disdainfully. Even though they had seen Ling Xiao defeat Yuan Sheng, they were still shocked. However, they all thought that it was caused by Ling Xiao's sneak attack and did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. He didn't think that Ling Xiao was that powerful. However, the 4 people on Ming Shuang's side firmly believed this. That was because Ling Xiao's tone was not joking. Moreover, they also felt the terrifying aura that was released from Ling Xiao's body. Boss seems to have become stronger again. Long Chen smiled bitterly. I worked so hard to surpass him, and now I'm going to be surpassed again. Isn't it the same for me? I have the ability to devour, but I still can't compare to him. Although Xiao Jin had not completely integrated the effect of the Berserker pill, even if it was integrated, his strength was only around the 5th level of the reincarnation divine state. Compared to Ling Xiao, there was still a huge gap in terms of combat power. What difference does it make whether you believe it or not? Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cruel smile, and then he walked towards Yuan Sheng. He still did not use his beast soul transformation, but only took out a sword. Fire Supreme Sword. The four of you, sit down and rest. Eat the elixirs if you have them. I'll take care of these three trash. He said it very casually. It was as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Hehe, since that's the case, we won't be polite. Long Chen directly collapsed to the ground, threw the elixir into his mouth, and began to recover. The four of them were more or less the same. They were holding on with their last breath. It was already a miracle that they could hold on until now. Brat, you really boast shamelessly. The leader of the Vengeful Alliance sneered. Without waiting for Yuan Sheng to react, he suddenly charged towards Ling Xiao. I'll kill you, and then kill them. The future of the Western region will belong to my Vengeful Alliance. Ling Xiao did not even look at the leader of the Vengeful Alliance. He still looked at Yuan Sheng and smiled cruelly. Until the moment the leader of the Vengeful Alliance approached him. The Fire Supreme sword in his hand suddenly stabbed out. It looked like an ordinary stab. But it accurately pierced the throat of the leader of the Vengeful Alliance. The leader of the Vengeful Alliance did not even have any reaction. It was as if he was stupid, allowing his sword to pierce through his throat. Blood splattered. Ling Xiao threw the sword lightly. The leader of the Vengeful Alliance's corpse fell to the ground, trembled twice, and then stopped moving. It was just one sword, and it was an ordinary sword. The leader of the Vengeful Alliance had fallen. Seeing this scene, Dragon Mother was horrified. That was the strength of the leader of the Vengeful Alliance. She knew it very well. Even if he was not stronger than her, he was not much weaker. But she did not expect that he would be killed by Ling Xiao with one sword. What was going on? How could this happen? She absolutely believed that with Ling Xiao's strength, he could easily take her life. It's your turn. Ling Xiao was still looking at Yuan Sheng. Compared to that trash, Yuan Sheng was obviously a greater threat. Because once he left the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum, Yuan Sheng's strength would become the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. At that time, there would be no chance to kill him. Brat, do you really think that you can ignore the savage beast race just because you killed a trash? Yuan Sheng roared and charged towards Ling Xiao. His attack was stronger than Life Split. His strength was even more terrifying than Life Split. But in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was not worth mentioning. Boom. Suddenly, Ling Xiao released the divine demon sword soul behind him. Then, he stabbed forward with the Fire Supreme sword in his hand. Fire Supreme sword technique. Only this move. But with the support of the divine demon sword soul of the inborn stage. The power was increased by 13 times. The power of the Fire Supreme sword technique had reached the high level of the king stage. It was even stronger. Whoosh. There was no suspense. Yuan Sheng's body was pierced by the sword, and flames rolled. A scream was heard. If we were outside, you might really scare me. But in the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum, you are not worth mentioning at all. He pulled out the sword and kept it. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Yuan Sheng, who was gradually being burned to ashes. No. On the other side, Dragon Mother exclaimed and rushed into the golden door. Ling Xiao only glanced at her indifferently and did not react. Oh no, boss. That old woman took the initiative. Long Chen was anxious. Don't worry. She will never be able to obtain the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor because she lacks something. Ling Xiao was now completely sure that the map of the Western Region Divine Tomb was actually the final key to the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor. If the map of the Western Region Divine Tomb did not appear, the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor would not appear. Chapter 35:15. Dragon Mother rushed into the golden door. Ling Xiao didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. He looked at Darkfrost and the others and said, "You guys continue to rest." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and all the treasures piled up in the hall were stored in the Mountain River world. He definitely couldn't fit all of them in his storage ring. The Mountain River world was extremely large, including the space of the previous 3 continents. Although there were many treasures, it wasn't a problem to store them all. Among the things here, the worst was an advanced king-level martial skill. An immortal-grade emperor weapon. If such a treasure was placed in the western region, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. However, it wasn't very useful to Ling Xiao. The reason he brought them back was naturally to strengthen the forces of the western regions. This time, he didn't need to use the name of the Eight Immortals Kingdom. He could officially introduce the Heavenly Empire to the Black Tortoise continent. He could unify the entire western region and even open up the Archean Divine Tomb. With these things, he believed that the strength of the western region martial artists would increase by leaps and bounds. In the future, it wouldn't be impossible for them to fight against the four major regions. After putting away those things, he slowly walked toward the golden door. The space inside wasn't big. It looked like a tomb. There was a small coffin inside. It was made of gold and emitted a powerful aura. At this moment, Dragon Mother had already opened the coffin. Perhaps in her opinion, the things in the coffin were the treasures left behind by the ancient Sword Emperor. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, you didn't expect this, did you? In the end, the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance will belong to me. Dragon Mother suddenly burst into laughter. The ancient Sword Emperor's corpse wasn't in the coffin, only a piece of memory metal. And a weapon that symbolized the ancient Sword Emperor. It looked like a divine-grade Emperor weapon. Dragon Mother, who had the ancient Emperor's inheritance, was extremely excited. Because the ancient Emperor's inheritance was a combination of memory metal and a weapon. She believed that the ancient Sword Emperor's lifelong knowledge must be in the memory metal. Therefore, she was extremely excited. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you and then take the things in your hands? Ling Xiao sneered. With his current strength, killing Dragon Mother was a piece of cake. Dragon Mother had no way to resist. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Mother Dragon froze for a moment before sneering, "You can try. As long as you dare to make a move, I will destroy this memory metal. None of us will get it. You old woman, you're really ruthless." Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He looked very angry, but his heart was calm. "Get out!" Dragon Mother roared. She thought that Ling Xiao was really afraid of breaking the vases. "All right, I'll go out." Ling Xiao chuckled to himself before turning around and walking out. In fact, when he first entered the tomb, he had already felt that the map of the divine tomb of the western region was calling out to him. He opened up a small independent space. The thing in the coffin was probably just a cover. Perhaps it really was something good and had the aura of the ancient Sword Emperor, but it was definitely not the true inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor. Seeing Ling Xiao turn around and leave, Mother Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. She held the memory metal in her hand and felt the vast aura released from it. She couldn't help but feel excited. It's a pity that my cultivation is still too low and I can't completely unravel the mystery of this memory metal. But it doesn't matter. After leaving this damned place, I'll find a quiet place to cultivate in the immemorial divine tomb. I don't believe that I can't unravel the mystery of this memory metal. HMPH, Ling Xiao, just you wait. When I obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance, I'll find you for revenge. Mother Dragon still hadn't given up on revenge. To her, Ling Xiao's existence had not only caused her to lose a lot. This included the Mirror Demon King, the Dragon Shark King, and even the Koi King. The Koi King's mysterious disappearance was also on Ling Xiao's head. She thought that Ling Xiao secretly killed the Koi King. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that the Koi King had mysteriously disappeared. At this moment, he was responding to the summons of the map of the divine tomb of the western region. Mother Dragon didn't notice that Ling Xiao had suddenly disappeared from the tomb. Outside, Dark Frost and the others suddenly realized that the golden door had suddenly closed. When they wanted to blast it open again, it was already too late. Although the golden door was made of gold, it had been strengthened with many spirit designs. With their strength, they couldn't blast it open. Inside the tomb, Mother Dragon was also a little stunned. She hadn't expected the golden door to suddenly close. For a moment, she was a little dazed. It's okay. The ancient Sword Emperor must have closed the golden door to protect me. I believe that it won't be long before we're transported out. Mother Dragon could only comfort herself like this. And then she waited anxiously in the darkness. At this moment, Ling Xiao found that he had indeed come to a brand new space. This was a bloody battlefield. Battle cries shook the sky. On one side were the martial artists of the western regions. On the other side were the martial artists of the 4 major regions. The martial artists of the western regions wanted to break free from their shackles and break out of their cages. Under the leadership of the ancient Sword Emperor and the 8 great ancient emperors, they wanted to change their fate. The war was very tragic. The 4 major regions didn't actually send many powerful martial artists. But it had already dealt a heavy blow to the martial artists of the western regions. Even though the ancient Sword Emperor and the 8 great ancient emperors fought with all their might and were incomparably brave, it made the martial artists of the 4 major regions tremble in fear. They had even occupied the God-Devil city. But in the end, they still failed at the last step. The 4 major regions were too powerful. The ancient Sword Emperor deeply understood this point, so he and the 8 great ancient emperors left their legacies in the primordial divine tomb. They hoped that one day, there would be an even more outstanding martial artist who could lead the martial artists of the western regions to break out of this cage. Although they had failed, at least they had resisted. They had implanted the seeds of resistance into the western regions. They weren't willing to be slaves of the 4 major regions. They also wanted to stand up and be human. On the battlefield, everything seemed so terrifying and so bloody. The battle between the powerful martial artists was earth-shattering. If it were a martial artist with a weak mind, they would probably have fainted from fright. But Ling Xiao stood there and watched. This war was a war where the martial artists of the western regions fought for their future. Although they had died, their achievements were still glorious. "Child, aren't you afraid?" Suddenly, a voice sounded. Ling Xiao saw a martial artist in full armor and holding 2 swords. "You are the ancient Sword Emperor?" Ling Xiao didn't answer the other party's question and asked instead. "That's right, I am the ancient Sword Emperor." The ancient Sword Emperor put away his swords and pointed to the ground that had been dyed red in the distance and the piles of bones. "Child, after obtaining my legacy, I'm afraid you will face such a situation in the future. Do you really want it? I have to remind you that I have planted a seed in my legacy. A seed that will allow the western regions to break out of the cage. A great ambition that belongs to me. If I don't complete it, I won't die in peace. If you don't complete it, even if you obtain my legacy, you won't be able to use it." Chapter 35:16. However, in order to realize your great ambition, you will need your inheritance. Isn't that right? Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Wouldn't this be a contradiction?" "Kid, you're quite quick-witted. Don't worry, there won't be any contradiction. My power can be used by the person who obtains my inheritance. But from then on, if this seed is planted, then the person who obtains my inheritance will suffer every day if it can't be realized. Until death." The ancient Sword Emperor said. "What about the time limit? Something that even you can't accomplish can't be accomplished in one go." Ling Xiao asked again. "Don't worry, I definitely won't make things difficult for the person who obtains my inheritance, so this time limit can be 10,000 years, the ancient Sword Emperor replied. "Then there's no problem." Ling Xiao said, "Even without your inheritance, I still want to completely connect the western region and the 4 regions. I'm not afraid of being laughed at, but my great ambition is even more ridiculous and difficult to realize than yours." "Oh?" The ancient Sword Emperor asked with interest, "What's that?" "Unifying the mystic world and re-establishing the glory of the sacred dynasty," Ling Xiao said very seriously. The ancient Sword Emperor sucked in a cold breath. He didn't have any intention of mocking Ling Xiao because he could see how serious this young man was about this. "Looks like I'm the one who's at a disadvantage. Alright, I'll give you my inheritance. I believe you can definitely accomplish what I wanted to do but couldn't." The ancient Sword Emperor laughed loudly. "Actually, what I said just now was just to scare you. There's no seed of ambition. There's no torture. I just want to know if you're the person I've been waiting for." "What about now?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "Of course," the ancient Sword Emperor said with a smile, Although my strength isn't good, I think I have a good eye for people. I believe you won't disappoint me. I'm afraid it's not just my eye, right? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Are you still hiding it from me? In fact, when I obtained the map of the Western region's divine tomb, you already planned to give me your inheritance, right? Good lad, you can even see through this. The ancient sword emperor was rather surprised. That's right, that's indeed the case. From the moment you gathered the 10 diagrams and formed the map of the divine tomb of the Western region, I have been paying close attention to you. At the same time, I am also observing whether you are qualified to become my successor. Your performance has greatly exceeded my expectations. To be honest, even the human king and the beast god have chosen you as their successor. I don't need to spend so much effort to test you. But for the sake of caution, we still did a test. It seems that Senior knows that I have the mountain river martial spirit and the inheritance of the 12 divine beasts. Ling Xiao asked. Of course I know. But don't worry, the reason I know is mainly because of the existence of the Western region's map of the divine tombs. It's impossible for others to know your secret. The ancient sword emperor smiled. It seems that I really have to be more careful in the future. For something like the map of the divine tombs of the Western regions, I have to first check if there are other people's spiritual imprints on it. Ling Xiao frowned and thought to himself. Little fellow, you are really cautious. No wonder the human king chose you as his successor. The ancient sword emperor saw Ling Xiao frown and knew what Ling Xiao was thinking. Caution is a must. Senior won't harm me, but that doesn't mean that others won't. I am a person who likes to take risks, so I am more willing to be cautious. Only by being cautious during risks. Only by being cautious can I live longer. Ling Xiao said. That makes sense. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I can pass on everything I have learned in my life to you. I can also give you all of the remaining power I have left in my life. I just don't know if your body can withstand it. The ancient sword emperor seemed to be a little anxious. I don't have much time left. When this space opens, I will basically die. I will completely disappear from this world. And you will still have to face many dangers. For example, the savage beasts outside and the Godfiend token master of the Godfiend city. Senior knows about them too? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. Of course. All these years, the savage beasts have been secretly sending people to the primordial divine tomb to search for something. That was the treasure of the savage beast race. And the Godfiend token master is constantly thinking about my legacy. However, whether or not they can obtain all of this will depend on you. I will give you both things. As for whether they will fall into their hands, I can't predict. I can only believe in your ability. The ancient sword emperor said. Don't worry, Senior. I am a very selfish person. I will never give what I have to others. Ling Xiao said with a smile. All right, since that is the case, let's begin. Actually, the 8 great ancient emperors and I were able to achieve that mainly because of the help of 2 people. Although they didn't stay in the Western region for long. But they benefited us greatly. One of them is Ji Fering, the chosen one. The other is Yu Xianyu, the chosen one's wife. The ancient sword emperor continued. It's them. Ling Xiao suddenly became excited. You know them? The ancient sword emperor was stunned and asked. I won't hide it from Senior. These 2 should be my parents. Ling Xiao replied. So that is the case. No wonder I felt incomparably close to you at first sight. Ha 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 ha, perhaps this is fate. Everything we learned was imparted by those 2. Now, I will pass these things to you again. It can be considered that I did not let down the good intentions of my 2 benefactors. The ancient sword emperor did not doubt Ling Xiao's words at all. He was only left with his soul now. He could easily distinguish whether Ling Xiao was lying or not. Now, I will impart to you an emperor-level martial technique. Prepare to receive it. The ancient sword emperor released a wave of soul power and directly injected it into Ling Xiao's soul realm. In that instant, there was an additional thing in Ling Xiao's mind. Emperor-level martial technique. This emperor-level martial technique originally came from your father. Unfortunately, Our aptitude is inferior and we were unable to completely cultivate it. I hope you can cultivate it to the peak. In this way, we can also rest in peace. After transferring the emperor-level martial technique, the ancient sword emperor was somewhat emotional and regretful. 9 revolutions Godfiend technique. This is the martial technique that father once cultivated. It is indeed powerful. Emperor-level martial techniques were not something that king-level martial techniques could compare to. Based on the information that he knew now, even in the 4 major regions, close to 70% of martial artists did not have an emperor-level martial technique. And Ling Xiao now possessed a powerful emperor-level martial technique like the 9 revolutions Godfiend technique. It was undoubtedly extremely beneficial to his future development in the 4 major regions. At the very least, he would not fall behind others. Thinking about it, this ancient sword emperor had not even completely cultivated the 9 revolutions Godfiend technique, but he could already sweep through the entire western region. Even the former Godfiend Order Master was no match for him. Countless martial artists from the 4 major regions were killed by him. This was enough to show how terrifying this martial technique was. If Ling Xiao could completely cultivate it, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Chapter 35:17. I will definitely succeed in cultivating this 9 revolutions Godfiend technique as soon as possible. I won't let your efforts go to waste. Ling Xiao cupped his hands. Your cultivation is still too low. The most basic realm of the 4 regions cultivators is actually the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. You can't even reach this most basic realm. Try not to cultivate it as much as possible. Otherwise, it will cause your true essence to dry up and cause trouble. I suggest that you wait until you condense the divine meridians and reach the reincarnation divine meridian realm before you cultivate it. Only then can you succeed. The ancient sword emperor shook his head and said, I was at the 1st level of the divine meridian realm in the past, but I only learned 1 move of the 9 revolutions Godfiend technique. Understood. Ling Xiao knew that good things were strewn with setbacks. His current cultivation was indeed a little weak. However, it didn't matter. He believed that he would definitely catch up. In fact, he didn't quite believe that the cultivators of the 4 regions were all at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. That's too ridiculous. After all, this was just a rumor. He would only know the truth when he really went there. Alright, next, I will impart to you the second thing. This is a weapon that your father left behind in the past. It is mainly used in conjunction with the 9 revolutions Godfiend technique. The ancient sword emperor waved his hand, and a 7-colored metal appeared in the void. What is this? Ling Xiao was a little curious. He had never seen such a weapon before. Among all the weapons, he had never heard of such a weapon. This is called the 100 transformation weapon. As long as you input your soul power, it can transform into various weapons according to the owner's preferences. Also, you have to know that this unassuming 100 transformation weapon's quality surpasses that of a divine-grade emperor weapon. In other words, it is much more powerful than the Ice Age in your hands. It has already reached the level of a heavenly emperor weapon. However, you definitely can't use it now, so keep it for now. In the future, when your strength has increased to a certain level, you can use it. It will definitely increase your strength by a lot. It's actually a heavenly emperor weapon. Ling Xiao was so excited that he almost threw the 100 transformation weapon on the ground. This thing was too precious. It was simply something that could only be encountered by luck. He tried his best to calm himself down. He injected his soul power. In his mind was the image of a sword. The 100 transformations divine weapon immediately transformed into an incomparably sharp sword. An incomparably vast power was released from it. Even Ice Age was trembling under the terrifying pressure of the transformational weapon. After that, Ling Xiao changed his mind and a set of armor appeared in his soul realm. The 100 transformations divine weapon actually transformed. It seemed that this thing could not only transform into a weapon, it could even transform into armor. Even if he couldn't use it, its defensive capabilities would still be extremely strong. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and directly put on the armor. The armor was as thin as a cicada's wings, and it was weightless when worn. However, Ling Xiao could feel that the defensive power of this thing was comparable to the defensive power of a Peak King level body refining technique. It was simply too awesome. Moreover, he had a feeling that this was not its full power. If Ling Xiao could use it, his defense would probably become even stronger. As expected of the son of Ji Falling's benefactor. We've used the 100 transformations divine weapon before, and it's not as easy as it used to be. I didn't expect you to be able to use it so easily on your first try. It's really enviable. With this thing, your chances of survival should be higher. However, I still have to remind you. In the eyes of the martial artists of the 4 major regions, the martial artists of the Western region are all prisoners, exiles, and lowly people. If you go there, you may encounter a lot of trouble. So you must be careful. Whether it's the 9 transformation godly demon art or the 100 transformations divine weapon, there will be countless people fighting over it even in the 4 major regions. I understand. Ling Xiao had always been very cautious. This could be seen from the frequency of him using the Sky Tyrant martial soul. Alright, let's not talk nonsense. The third thing is left behind by your mother. She was an expert in alchemy. This is a divine pulse pill. With it and the reincarnation immortal bone, when you reach the peak of the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm, you will be able to condense your divine pulse pills. From then on, you will be able to reach the reincarnation divine pulse realm. Your mother left behind 2 spiritual pulse pills, and I used one of them. As for the other one, no one has been able to use it. You're quite lucky. The ancient sword emperor waved his hand again, and another pill appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. Mother was actually an expert in alchemy. This is very surprising. Ling Xiao smiled and put away the pill. It seemed like the reincarnation immortal bone alone couldn't allow a martial artist to reach the divine pulse realm. It had to be combined with the divine pulse pill to succeed. I'll study this divine pulse pill in the future and refine a few for myself. My friends will definitely need it. The fourth thing isn't left behind by your parents, but it's a little strange. It's also something that the savage beasts are fighting over. They call it the heart of gold. As for what it is exactly, even I don't know. Therefore, I can only leave it for you to investigate. However, I suspect that this thing is related to the Golden Heavenly Kingdom in the Golden Heavenly region. You can try to investigate in that direction. It's a pity that I've never been to the 4 major regions in my life. This is a pity. The ancient sword emperor shook his head helplessly and said, I hope you can take a good look at the 4 major regions on my behalf. If possible, you can bring back a map of the 4 major regions to commemorate me. That way, I'll be satisfied. Senior, don't worry. This junior will naturally do such a small thing. Actually, compared to Jian Chen and Chu Ling's request, the ancient sword emperor's request was really too insignificant. No matter what, Ling Xiao had to do it for him. Then I'll thank you here. The ancient sword emperor looked into the distance as if he was recalling something. Ling Xiao knew that he was going to impart his power. Once the power was imparted, the soul would truly dissipate. It would completely disappear from this world. Let's begin. The ancient sword emperor finally turned around. His soul plunged into Ling Xiao's body. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt an incomparably terrifying power impact his cultivation sea. The cultivation sea that had just broken through began to surge again. However, perhaps it was because his body's endurance was limited. A large amount of energy still surged into his potential cells. It turned into his potential. Only a small portion of energy broke through the barrier of the cultivation sea. It allowed Ling Xiao's cultivation to break through once again. Level 6 of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Your body's strength is limited. Moreover, I discovered that you seem to have already been imparted power to raise your cultivation. It's not advisable to raise it too much. Otherwise, your foundation will be unstable and it will be very troublesome. Let's stop here. However, your body is really interesting. It can actually turn my cultivation power into potential and store it. This is probably the reason why your cultivation speed is extremely fast. Very good, not bad, not bad. The ancient sword emperor's soul flew out again. At this moment, he had already transferred 90% of his cultivation power to Ling Xiao. It was not far from disappearing into thin air. Chapter 35:18. Senior, I have a question. What's with the memory metal and divine grade the arch artifact in the tomb? Ling Xiao had been holding back this question for a long time. Now, he finally couldn't help but ask. That's just a cover. It's to protect you, who has obtained the real inheritance. If that dragon mother brings those two things out, she will definitely be targeted by the Godfiend Order Master and the savage beasts. And you'll be safe. The ancient sword emperor smiled. I see. Senior, you're indeed thoughtful. Ling Xiao had to admire him. All right, I've basically passed on everything I can to you. Next, I'll send you out. Remember, don't go head-to-head with those savage beasts before you're confident. They're just after the heart of gold. I've already made a replica. I reckon that Dragon Mother should have discovered it by now. That replica is enough to pass off as the real thing. By the time they realize that they've been tricked, they'll probably be in the savage beast region. And you'll probably be even stronger than you are now. The ancient sword emperor reminded him one last time. Senior, I'll remember all of your words. All right, that's it then. Go. You'll have to walk the rest of the way by yourself. After the ancient sword emperor finished speaking, he waved his hand again. A teleportation array appeared in the space. This should be the teleportation array to the hall from before. Seeing the ancient sword emperor's image disappear, Ling Xiao directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Then, he stood up. Senior, I, Ling Xiao, will definitely fulfill your lifelong wish. In order to send him away, the ancient sword emperor finally disappeared without a trace of his remnant soul. He couldn't help but feel a little sad. However, the dead couldn't be revived. Moreover, even if the ancient sword emperor's remnant soul remained, he could only endure the torture every day. It was better to ascend as soon as possible. He stood up and collected his thoughts. Ling Xiao walked towards the teleportation array. He had obtained a complete victory in this trip to the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum. He had become the biggest winner. Not only did he obtain a 30% Carnate Godfiend sword soul, his cultivation level had advanced to the 6th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. He had also obtained the 9 Revolutions Godfiend technique, the 100 Transformation Weapon, and the Heart of Gold. Especially the Heart of Gold. It was extremely mysterious and powerful. Even the ancient sword emperor had no idea what it was. He only knew that it contained a powerful force. The savage beast race had come here for the Heart of Gold. Now, all of this had become his. Right now, he needed to think about what to do after leaving the ancient sword mausoleum. The existence of the savage beast race and the Godfiend token master was a huge threat. But it was still alright. After his cultivation had reached Reincarnation Divine State Level 6, he was able to compete with a martial artist at Reincarnation Divine State Level 9. Ordinary beast soul transformations allowed him to fight opponents 1 level higher than him. The everlasting heavenly rat beast soul transformation allowed him to fight someone 2 levels higher than him. If he had a Carnate 3rd stage Godfiend sword soul, he would have a Godfiend sword soul. He could already fight against a martial artist at the 9th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Not to mention, he still had the even more powerful tyrannical martial spirit, which was his final trump card. It was enough for him to kill a 9th level Reincarnation Divine Realm martial artist. This was what he was relying on. At most, they would fight. Thinking of this, he felt much more relaxed. Coming out of the teleportation array, Ling Xiao found himself in the hall from before. Dark Frost and the others were still waiting. And the golden door had finally opened again. The terrified Dragon Mother ran out from inside. Dragon Mother was still holding the 3 items in her hands. Ling Xiao realized that there were restrictions on the 3 items, preventing them from being stored in the storage ring. The ancient sword emperor was really evil. Haha, this way, once Dragon Mother was teleported out, those 3 items would be exposed instantly. Without him saying anything, Dragon Mother would become the target of the savage beast race and the Godfiend token master. You'd better not move. Otherwise, I'll destroy this memory metal. Dragon Mother was still very wary of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could easily kill Yuan Sheng, who was at reincarnation divine state level 5. She knew that she was definitely not a match for him. So what if you have those items? With your strength, you still can't keep them. Why don't you give them to me? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Dream on. How could Dragon Mother hand over the treasures in her hands to Ling Xiao? Moreover, she thought that she had obtained the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. Sigh, I'm helping you. To be honest, the current you is no longer a match for me. I won't kill you. Ling Xiao sighed. Haha, only a ghost would believe your words. Just as Dragon Mother finished speaking, a white light suddenly shrouded everyone. Ling Xiao knew that they were about to be teleported out of the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum. When everyone opened their eyes again, they were already in the realm of the dead. That door had also quietly disappeared. Perhaps it would never appear again in the future. Ling Xiao looked around. 18 people went in. In the end, Heavenly King, An Kang, Murongda, Yuan Sheng, Lai Sheng, and the leader of the Avenging Alliance were killed. As for the other 12 people, they all made it out safely. Actually, other than Yuan Sheng and Lai Sheng, the rest could have survived. The ancient Sword Emperor was still relatively tolerant of the warriors who entered the Imperial Mausoleum. Ha ha ha, you've really made us wait for a long time. Right at this moment, a loud laugh startled everyone awake from their joy. 7 people walked out of the darkness. The Fiend God Order Master and 6 experts of the Savage Beast race. They had been waiting here because they were worried that these people would bring the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor, as well as the escape of the Heart of Gold. Although they had waited for a long time. But finally, they had waited. A terrifying aura came from the 7 experts. They were all 9th level reincarnation divine realm experts. And on the side of the Western region warriors, other than Ling Xiao, it was impossible for anyone to resist their aura. One of them was so frightened that he even collapsed to the ground. Even Dragon Mother, who was holding the treasure, was so frightened that the divine weapon in her hand fell to the ground. Other than Ling Xiao, everyone was shocked. They had seen the Fiend God Order Master before, but they had never seen the other 6 experts. It was hard for people to accept that there were 7 of them in one go. Dragon Mother, on the other hand, had returned to reality. Suddenly, she realized. She had fought so hard for the inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor, but in the end, she had to give it to others. How could she accept such a thing? But what could she do if she didn't accept it? She couldn't fight against these people at all, and she couldn't even escape from their pressure. Previously, there were only 4 Savage Beast race warriors. 2 were killed, but there are still 6. Looks like the Savage Beast race has sent more helpers. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. If it was only 1 or 2, he could still fight against them. But with 7 experts, to be honest, he could escape alone, but what about his friends? Should he put them all in the Beast Ring? Or put them in the Mountain River world? Although it could be done. But in that case, when Ling Xiao escaped, it would be equivalent to adding several people's weight. His speed would naturally slow down. This was the disadvantage of bringing people. Chapter 35:19. Ling Xiao usually just put little gold in the beast ring, so it was fine. After all, little gold could become small and not heavy. But with so many people, he really couldn't escape. It seemed that he could only take 1 step at a time. All of you, go out. The Fiend God Token Master suddenly said, you'd better not act rashly. Otherwise, none of those people outside will survive. He sneered. Just in case. Using his identity, he gathered all the neutral martial artists of the 4 major forces outside the world of the dead. If someone took the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance and escaped, then he would use these people as hostages. He didn't believe that the person who took it didn't care. Now that the battle in the primordial divine tomb was no longer important, the so-called Fiend God Token was meaningless. Originally, the Fiend God Token Master did that to obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. As long as he obtained the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance, everything would end. The door of the divine tomb would also reopen, and the people who survived here would all return. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. Otherwise, he would kill all these people at all costs. Anyway, It wasn't like he hadn't done such a thing before. No one dared to disobey the fiend god Token Master's orders. And Ling Xiao didn't want to make a move at this time. The world of the dead was a sealed world, and there was no way to escape here. Outside, things were different. Everyone went outside and saw their respective forces. Many of them were family and friends. Whoosh! When they were outside, Dragon Mother suddenly had the courage to turn around and leave. The fiend god Token Master sneered and raised his hand to release a black sword energy. Dragon Mother had already escaped more than 1,000 meters away. But she was still stabbed in the body. She fell to the ground. The blue-eyed beast's body suddenly lengthened and she picked up the 3 things that Dragon Mother dropped. As for the corpse, she couldn't even be bothered to look at it. The moment before Dragon Mother died, she suddenly thought of Ling Xiao's words. She was extremely regretful. Unfortunately, it was too late. Dragon Mother's tragic death caused the myriad countries to have no leader. The Koi King disappeared, and Kang was killed, and now Dragon Mother was dead. Only the Demon Eye King was left, but it was difficult for him to take charge of the situation. The Dragon Shark King's eyes showed some pity. Don't move first. We'll talk about those things later. Ling Xiao pressed the Dragon Shark King down and said in a low voice. Heh. They've really searched high and low for it, only to find it by sheer luck. What a bunch of stupid inferior humans. Did they really think that they could dominate the world just because they had obtained the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance? What a joke. Back then, the 8 great ancient emperors were only as strong as us. The ancient Sword Emperor was indeed powerful. He had reached the first level of the Divine Vein Realm, but it was impossible for him to instantly reach Yi Futian's level of cultivation after receiving the inheritance. In the end, this thing still belongs to us. After obtaining the ancient Sword Emperor's treasure, Lan Mao was all smiles. Don't forget, that memory metal belongs to me, the God-Fiend Order Master reminded. Fine, I'll give it to you. After all, we beasts have no use for your human race's things. Lan Mao did not refuse and casually tossed the memory metal to the Divine Devil Order Master. What they wanted was the heart of gold. Ha, that's right, that's it. After receiving the memory metal, the Divine Devil Order Master sensed it and was instantly overjoyed. At this time, the beasts also began to study the heart of gold. Of course, that was a fake. It was just a fake that the ancient Sword Emperor had spent a lot of effort to create. The beasts would not be able to figure it out in a short time. It's indeed the heart of gold. Such vast energy, but it's a pity that it's filled with restrictions. Looks like we can only wait until we return to the Savage Beast region and find a formation master to crack it. Zhu Guang finally concluded. The beasts were very happy. This time, they did not come in vain. They had completed one of the Beast Emperor's missions. It was a pity that they did not find the Chosen One. Logically speaking, only the Chosen One could obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. But that inheritance had been obtained by the Dragon Mother. They did not understand. But there was nothing they could do even if they did not understand. After all, they could not find out now. Ling Xiao had been quietly observing the situation. If everything went smoothly, the beasts would choose to leave. And they would be released by the Divine Devil Order Master. The primordial divine tomb closed again. Everything returned to normal. He did not have to do anything. But would it really go so smoothly? He was sweating profusely in his heart. Especially when he thought of how Zhu Guang and Lan Mao coveted Little Gold and Long Chen, he was very worried. Damn it, we worked so hard for nothing. But in the end, the Divine Devil Order Master still took advantage of us. So many people died. What is he trying to do? Sigh, if we had listened to Ling Xiao and worked together, even if something was stolen, it would have been good enough that no one died. King Zhong sighed helplessly. It's useless. Human greed is endless. Even if they know that there will be such danger, they will still try. The Linglong Saintess shook her head. Although she was also sad in her heart. But most things in this world were like this. Only after experiencing it would one know regret. By the way, why didn't Yuan Sheng and Lai Sheng come out? Suddenly, the beast seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked such a question. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. But on second thought, it seemed that there was no need to worry. Among the outsiders, only Dragon Mother and the leader of the Avenging Alliance knew that he had killed Yuan Sheng and Lai Sheng. As for those two people, they were already dead. As for Dark Frost and the others, they naturally would not betray him. So he did not have to worry at all. They were probably killed by that old bastard Ancient Sword Emperor. I advised them not to enter the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. They just didn't listen. Now it's fine. Zilin said coldly. Hearing this, the beasts thought that Lai Sheng and Yuan Sheng had violated the laws of the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum, so they were killed by the Ancient Sword Emperor. That was good. Ling Xiao could not be bothered to make up a lie. After all, if the lie was not good enough, it would still be seen through. Then there is only one thing we need to do next. Zhu Guang suddenly looked at Ling Xiao. His gaze swept over Little Gold, Long Chen, and Cold Plum. The three of you, come out, he said in a commanding tone. What? Ling Xiao blurted out. He could tolerate other things, but if it involved his friends, he definitely could not tolerate it. What? Do I need to explain to an ant like you? Zhu Guang said disdainfully. They are my friends. Naturally, you have to explain to me. Ling Xiao walked out and stood in front of the three of them. He desperately improved his strength in order to protect himself, his family, and his friends. If he couldn't even do that, then what was the point of cultivating? You're courting death. Zhu Guang's body suddenly trembled and he charged at Ling Xiao. However, the other three people rushed out, wanting to block this attack for Ling Xiao. Chapter 35:20. Get out of my way. Zhu Guang roared. He didn't want to kill these three treasures. To him, Little Gold, Ling Xiao, and Cold Plum were all very important. If he really brought them back, he would definitely make a great contribution. The Beast King would definitely reward him handsomely. Even if he didn't kill the Chosen One, he wouldn't have to worry. If you dare to touch Boss, we'll die in front of you. Ling Xiao could see that these beasts clearly needed them. Since that was the case, they were the bargaining chips. Zhu Guang took a deep breath. He had to admit that Ling Xiao's words really calmed him down. Killing Ling Xiao would be easy. But offending these three people who could become the overlords of the Savage Beast region in the future, wouldn't he be in trouble? Thinking of this, he suddenly laughed. I'm just joking. You're Ling Xiao, right? You don't have to be so excited. I called them out because I want to bring them to the Savage Beast region. You know that the cultivation conditions in the 4 regions are much better than here. They'll definitely have a better future there. You're not that selfish, right? That's right. Lan Mao walked out and said, one is a devouring golden crow, and the other is a descendant of the dragon race. These two will definitely become the overlords of the Savage Beast region in the future. Maybe you'll benefit from them in the future. So you don't have to worry at all. We won't hurt them. They're treasures to us. Then what about Cold Plum? Ling Xiao said with a frown. If his brothers had a better future, he had nothing to say. After all, everyone had their own adventures. He couldn't keep others by his side selfishly. But Cold Plum wasn't a beast. He didn't know why these guys wanted to bring Cold Plum with them. You probably don't understand this girl. She might be even more precious than these two little guys. The most precious blood of the ancient gods flowed in her body. She's not a false god, but a super expert on the same level as the human king in the ancient times. Of course, she only had the aptitude. With your ability, I'm afraid you'll never be able to stimulate her talent, right? But if she comes with us to the Savage Beast region and becomes a member of the Rainbow Butterfly race, then she'll become a member of the Rainbow Butterfly race. In the future, she might even become the Empress of our Savage Beast region. Cosmic Light explained, that's why you shouldn't affect their future. Your aptitude is mediocre, but they are different. You might be trapped in the Western domain forever. But they have a bright future. Even so, I still have to listen to their opinions. If they really want to go, I definitely won't stop them. Actually, Ling Xiao felt that these beasts were not wrong. Let's not talk about Cold Plum first. Xiao Jin and Ling Xiao were definitely suitable to go to the Savage Beast race. That place had the most suitable cultivation method for them, which was much better than staying by his side. As for Cold Plum, Ling Xiao didn't know about the ancient god's blood, but since the savage beast race had taken a liking to her, then there must be something mysterious about it. Also, could the rainbow butterfly race be Cold Plum's original race? For Cold Plum, this was also a key to finding out about her origins. Perhaps she could recover all her memory fragments if she went there. Even so, he still had to ask for Ling Xiao and the others' opinions. Brat, don't push your luck. We're already giving you a lot of face by talking to you calmly. Zilin snorted. All right, Zilin. To show respect to the future overlords of the savage beast region, let's go. Let's listen to their opinions. I believe that those who truly care about their friends won't stand in their way. Cosmic light restrained Zilin's anger and looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Xiao, Xiao Jin, and Cold Plum. First, I have to say something. I support you going to the savage beast race. But if you don't want to, I definitely won't let them take you. You have to believe in my abilities. Also, you don't have to be reluctant because of your feelings. I'll go to the Four Realms sooner or later. We'll meet again. The stronger you become, the more help you'll be to me. With that said, you three can make a decision. Boss, since you've put it this way, what else can I say? To be honest, I really want to go there and take a look. I just can't bear to part with you. Ling Xiao sighed. Me too. Xiao Jin added, I still want to stay by your side. We'll fight the enemy together. Master, I don't want to leave you. Cold Plum shook her head. I can tell that you all want to go, but you can't bear to part with me, right? Since that's the case, I'll make the decision for you. Wild beasts, I'll leave these three friends of mine to you. But let me say the ugly things first. If anything happens to them, I'll definitely destroy the savage beast region. Ling Xiao always kept his word. However, these words sounded like a joke to the martialists of the savage beast race. They didn't care at all. Of course, they didn't want to hurt those three treasures either. After all, those treasures could very well make the savage beast region the strongest faction in the Four Realms. Don't worry. How could we possibly mistreat them? I just don't know if you'll still be a nobody in the Western Realms when they become the overlords of the Four Realms. Won't you feel inferior? Cosmic Light smiled. Of course I'll be happy if they become overlords. I trust that my friends, Ling Xiao, won't change their minds. As for me, a nobody, do you think you're a big shot? Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Cosmic Light. Nonsense. We're martial artists from the savage beast region. In this crappy place of yours, we're like gods. Cosmic Light Dao. Then, dear God, do you dare take a blow from me? Ling Xiao wanted to tell the savage beast race just how terrifying his potential was. He wanted to tell them that he wasn't just spouting nonsense. He wasn't joking. What did you say? Cosmic Light couldn't help but laugh. You want me to take a blow from you? So what if your attacks are like scratching an itch? Do you dare or not? Ling Xiao asked. I'll do it. Zilin suddenly stood up and said, I love to see you lowly humans in despair. Come at me. Whoever makes a move will be your grandson. You'd better not be so full of yourself. Otherwise, you'll be the one losing face later. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and said coldly, cut the crap. Come. Zilin didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. In the entire archaic divine tomb, only the master of the divine demon token could make him wary. As for the rest, they were nothing more than ants. Ling Xiao smiled but didn't say anything. He instantly transformed into the peerless celestial rat. The Ice Sovereign Sword, Fire Sovereign Sword, Soul Sovereign Sword, and Exquisite Sword soared into the air. The demonic god and divine demon swords appeared behind him. That strange sword spirit caused everyone to be stunned for a moment. Chapter 35-21. Although this kid didn't obtain the Ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance, he should have gained a lot in the Ancient Sword Emperor's tomb. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become so strong. The owner of the God-Fiend token thought to himself. The others thought the same. Even so, Zilin was still disdainful of Ling Xiao. Until the four swords formed a four-colored sword beam. The moment Ling Xiao's sword intent was fully released, Zilin panicked. The four-colored sword beam suddenly blasted out. The air was filled with a powerful aura. Zilin instinctively counterattacked. Because he sensed danger. He sensed the huge threat that this sword could bring to him. Boom! A terrifying collision sounded, and a 7 to 8 meter wide crater appeared on the ground. There was still sword energy being released. Zilin was nailed to the center of the crater, almost dying. Of course, he wasn't that weak. But he had underestimated his opponent. Ling Xiao had used the peerless heavenly rat beast soul transformation, the God-fiend sword soul at 30% carnate, and a peak king martial technique. He definitely had the ability to kill a 9th-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist. Zilin, that idiot, only reacted at the last moment. But it was useless to react hastily. Even though he had a powerful physical body, he was still almost killed by Ling Xiao's sword. Everyone was stunned. Their eyeballs fell to the ground. Looking at Zilin's dying appearance, the savage beast race martial artists instantly became nervous. How is this possible? Zilin is a 9th-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist. Even if he reacted hastily, he wouldn't be so miserable. Zhu Guang said in shock, unless this kid already has the terrifying power to fight a 9th-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist. You're right. Ling Xiao sneered. This sword is just to tell you that my 3 friends aren't going with you because you forced them. I willingly let them go to the savage beast region to cultivate. At the same time, I also want to tell you that my potential isn't something you can see with your naked eyes. You'd better be obedient when you get back to the savage beast region. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you. Domineering, arrogant, condescending. Even when facing experts from the savage beast region, Ling Xiao was still the same. His strength was truly shocking. Cosmic light, we can't let this brat live. Kill him. Lan Mao suddenly said, this guy is too terrifying. He's already so terrifying even without the ancient sword emperor's inheritance. If we allow him to continue developing, he will definitely become a great enemy of our savage beast region in the future. Can you kill me? Volcano tortoise. Ling Xiao roared. The volcano tortoise, which had been silent, raised its head. Although this powerful volcano tortoise was also at the first level of the reincarnation divine realm, it had no problem dealing with 2 savage beasts. Roar. The volcano tortoise let out a terrifying roar. This startled the savage beast race cultivators. There were only 5 of them left. Although they did have the advantage in terms of numbers. However, they would need 3 people to be able to fight the volcanic tortoise to a draw. With only 2 people left to deal with Ling Xiao, could they really win in a short period of time? Moreover, there was still the Godfiend Medallion Master eyeing them covetously. They had injured the Godfiend Medallion Master before. He might take advantage of the situation. Cosmic Light thought of many things in an instant. He suddenly smiled. Little brother is indeed powerful. I admire you. I didn't expect you to reach the level of the 8 great ancient emperors so easily. Looks like you will definitely go to the 4 regions in the future. Then let's meet in the 4 regions. Cosmic Light was the leader of these beasts. If he said so, the others naturally had no objections. After all, they had already obtained the Heart of Gold and unearthed 3 treasures. There was no need to fight to the death here. It wouldn't be worth it. Take Zilin. Let's go back. Cosmic Light glanced at Ling Xiao, a complicated look in his eyes. There was shock, fear, and worry. After all, it was definitely not a good thing for the savage beast region to have such an unparalleled genius among the humans. However, they were only low-level cultivators in the savage beast region. No matter how powerful this genius was, he would still be able to go to the 4 regions. He probably wouldn't be able to go there. Perhaps his worries were a little unnecessary. Ling Xiao, Little Gold, Cold Plum, we'll see you in the 4 regions. You must protect yourselves. Ling Xiao waved at the 3 in the air. See you again. The beasts took the injured Zilin, Long Chen, Little Gold, and Cold Plum and left. They headed to the savage beast region. Ling Xiao wasn't worried about their safety. Instead, he was worried about when he could go to the 4 regions.
How?
He looked at the God-fiend Medallion Master and said, "You've obtained the ancient Sword Emperor's legacy. Now it's time to send us out of the archaic divine tomb, right?" Originally, the God-fiend Medallion Master would never let Ling Xiao leave alive. However, he was wary of Ling Xiao's attack that had left Zilin on the brink of death. Such a person couldn't be offended. If they could get along peacefully, it would be better. When he successfully cultivated the ancient Sword Emperor's legacy and reached the first level of the Divine Vein realm, it wouldn't be too late to kill this kid and take revenge for his subordinates. "Alright, I'll send you back." The God-fiend Medallion Master used his divine ability, and a huge array diagram appeared under everyone's feet. A moment later, they all disappeared. Only the volcano tortoise was still guarding outside the God-fiend city. It stared at the God-fiend Medallion Master. This made the God-fiend Medallion Master very uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. A month later, in the capital of the Fire Dynasty. Today, many important figures gathered in the Fire Dynasty. The archaic divine tomb had been closed for more than a month. Although the kings of the Fire Dynasty and Ice Dynasty had died in battle, King Zhong had also returned. And he had become extremely powerful. On the streets of the Fire Dynasty, people were leisurely and carefree, but it seemed to be more lively than usual. Because there were many guests from other places, even the hotels and inns were basically full. On the city walls of the Fire Dynasty's capital, the defense today was stronger than usual. Everyone was on guard, as if they were on guard against something. In the inns and on the streets, there were people everywhere talking about what had happened recently. "Everyone, have you heard? King Zhong has returned, and his cultivation base has risen to the 5th level of the reincarnation divine realm. Although the Heavenly King died in battle, with King Zhong around, the current Heavenly King dynasty will probably rise again." At a street stall, a person eating tofu pudding said to his friend beside him. His eyes were filled with excitement. Ordinary people basically liked that powerhouses could appear in their country. In this way, not only would they have face when they went out, but they would also have status. "Of course I've heard, but there's one thing you definitely don't know. Rumor has it that the mysterious God-fiend Medallion Master has also arrived in the Fire Dynasty's capital. He also invited most of the experts of the 9 Supremes. Only the people of the 8 Immortals' kingdom didn't come. I heard that they offended the God-fiend Medallion Master when they were in the archaic divine tomb." Hearing this, the person in front sighed. The 8 Immortals' kingdom is just a small force. It's a miracle that someone came out of the archaic divine tomb alive. It's a pity that they offended the God-fiend Medallion Master. I'm afraid they won't be able to escape death.